Reddit, have you ever saved someone's life? I just found out I apparently did. I've had two situations, both based on the same ailment within the same weekend. My dad's deathly allergic to bees and keeps an EpiPen, SP, in his truck. When I was 11, we were fishing together and he got stung on the neck. His throat was quickly swelling, causing a lack of air and dizziness, but he managed to say, "LGFL 5000, I need you to run to my truck and get my shot and stick it in my neck. Go as fast as you can and don't be scared." By the time I got back to him, he was wheezing pretty hard, but I gave him his shot, and within 15 to 20 minutes, he was able to drive himself to the hospital. Fast forward roughly 24 hours. My dad had ordered a new EpiPen, but didn't have it yet. We are working on a treehouse in the backyard, and, as luck would have it, he gets stung right under his eye. Within a minute, he can't see. I vividly remember him saying, "LGFL 5000, you ever driven before? You're about to learn." Luckily, I knew the way around our town from lots of bike rides, but learning to drive a manual at 11 years old was a task. But we made it, and he made it. Edit. Wow. By far my top rated comment. To clear up a few things that I've seen some comments on. I said this in another comment, but we didn't have a phone to call the ambulance. Dad pretty much talked me into second verse and I stayed there. It was very small town residential, so I didn't have to worry about stoplights. And as for where to inject the EpiPen, I called my dad today, and he said that he kinda made a panic decision. My dad is an extremely fuck it, we'll do it this way type person. Thank you all for your great response. You made me feel like a hero for a day. I love you. Interwebs edit 2. I wish all of Reddit could meet my dad. He's like Ron Swanson meets Clint Eastwood plus 4 parts Swede and whiskey. A true American hero, and one of my best friends. Edit 3. Me and my father, 12 years later. Real drunk. Out drinking for a mate's 18th birthday at the local bar. Drinking our way into oblivion, when we noticed a crowd forming on the dance floor. Thinking it was a fight or something, we all ran over. Instead it was an elderly man lying on the ground with a massive gash over his eye. Everyone was freaking out. Being a lifeguard, I just push my way through and do the basic checks. This old guy was gone. No pulse or breathing. He had vomit and blood bubbling out of his mouth. Wasn't a pleasant sight. I sobered up within a second and my training kicked in. I directed a person to call the ambulance and told security to get everyone out and to turn on the lights. People were still dancing around the guy and the DJ was still playing. Looking back, this was probably the most disgusting part of the whole incident. I started compression on the old guy. I wasn't game to go anywhere near the mouth, cause of the blood/vomit, until I had some sort of mask. I was passed a pocket mask by bystander. It was basically a little bit of plastic with a little hole, so I didn't get the best seal on the poor guy. I worked on the old man for about 15 minutes, until the paramedics showed. I thought he was a definite goner. In between compression I held his hand and squeezed to try and gain a response, and looked into his eyes. They were so black. I'll never forget the eyes. The paramedics directed me to continue compression while they started to bag, pump oxy, the guy. The deficit was set up, and he was shocked twice. I can't remember the stats, but not many people come back after the third shock. Possibly as low as 10%. I handed the guy over to the paramedics and helped them carry their equipment back to the ambo. I pretty much and legged it out of there after handing my details over to the bar staff. I had blood and vomit all over my shirt and hands. A couple of days later I got a call back from the place informing me that my actions had stabilized the man and brought him back to life, but unfortunately he passed away a couple of hours later with further heart problems. He passed away surrounded by close family members. I sometimes go back to the same bar, but it's never the same. People dance over a spot where the man passed away. I couldn't walk over that spot again. I didn't fully save the man's life, but I got him back long enough for his family to say the last goodbyes, which I think is special enough. This incident happened about 18 months ago now. I still think about most days. I don't think it's PTSD. It has also driven me to become a paramedic. Sorry, maybe a bit confusing. It's the first time I've ever written it down. Also first time I've ever told anyone apart from a few friends and family members. My writing this now has been a way of releasing this. I should have written this out months ago. Thanks Reddit for helping me in closing this. Edit. During the days before I found out he passed away surrounded by friends, I thought he had passed surrounded by strangers. Speaking to my mother, mental health nurse, she said that you should take comfort in knowing that you were there for him when he needed someone most. My advice to anyone who has basic first aid training is to help out as much as possible. Like all the situations described, they have the potential to save someone's life, or in my case, prolong it long enough to give the family enough closure. Your selfless actions may not be recognized. They don't always have to be. I personally turned down newspaper interview because I didn't see the need for me to be glorified hero. I did the thing I did to help someone in need. I'd hope someone would be there for me, or my close friends or family, if they needed it. Point edit. More details added after more reflection. Edit. Thanks for the kind words. A bit of a shock. Cheers. Hard to say. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't gotten involved. Maybe she would have died. Maybe she would have lived. Point anyway. My neighbors had always fought. Living in an apartment across from Fizz, we heard every door slam, every snarl, and so on. They kept to themselves, and we'd never exchanged more than a casual hello in the halls. We were students and they were adults, so we weren't exactly in the same social category, but I hovered by my door a lot when they fought, endlessly concerned. The fights never lasted too long, though, as he usually stormed out before long. There was never a need to call the cops or escalate things until Halloween last year. I was sitting at my computer, killing time before finishing getting ready in costume, so I could go out and meet some former co-workers. I was exhausted from a full day of classes, but earlier events in the day had me giddy. Point then I heard the screams for help and for someone to call the police, and a hell of a lot of ruckus. I immediately grabbed my phone and ran to the front door, and after checking through the peephole, I went into the hall. Our front doors are noisy. You can hear every time someone enters or exits my neighbor's apartment. As I opened mine, everything went silent. It was eerie. I could hear nothing from my neighbor's apartment, absolutely nothing, and none of our other neighbors were stirring at all. No one else had come out to investigate. I waited for what was seconds, but felt like an eternity in that silence, one hand still on my front door's handle, the other on my phone. And then there was noise again, their door open, and my lady neighbor burst out like a bat out of hell, launching herself right into me, screaming her head off. Quick on her tail was her roommate, looking terrifyingly angry, and I didn't even think. I grabbed the lady with my arm and turned my door handle, dragging us both in. The two of us closed it behind us, and we just managed to get the door in the catch when he hit the door. We locked it and chained it. We were, essentially, cornered in my apartment, with the door locked, with an angry man beating on the door with his fists, and shouting. Point she was panting hard and my heart was beating so fast I thought it would burst. Between panic screaming about him trying to kill her, she asked me to call the police, and I was already on it. I relayed our situation to 911, and they immediately dispatched cops. Meanwhile, the lady was on my floor, panicking but not visibly injured, and the guy was gradually getting quieter. I don't recall any of what he said, but given that he could hear me speaking to the police, I presume he calmed down knowing that there were about to be police on his as I was kept on the line with dispatch, who had me pass the phone to the lady. We assessed her and found she was relatively okay save for the massive purpling marks on her neck, which were put there by, you guessed it, my fackward neighbor dude throttling her. So what happened? She recounted her side of the story. They had once been boyfriend and girlfriend, but had broken up months prior and neither could afford to break lease. He had a drinking problem and had been growing steadily more abusive, so she had installed a deadbolt on her bedroom door whenever she was in the apartment and he was home. She was in her room with the door bolted. Of course, this took place the day before their move-out date, so she wouldn't have to pay damages. She had to remove the deadbolt from the door before moving out, and he took that as an opportunity to assault her with intention to kill. He dragged her out of her room and started strangling her, but hearing my door open had distracted him. She had used the opportunity to rest free and make a break for the front door and my door. Fortunately, this story has a happy ending. The police intercepted him at the front door, and he was arrested on the spot. As far as I'm aware, He is still in prison awaiting trial. The lady ended up moving in with her new boyfriend when she was discharged from the hospital, and the justice system is slowly chugging away at formally putting the guy away for it. I have a subpoena to appear at trial as a witness in the near future. Over a year later, amusing kicker, I was wearing half of my Supergirl costume while it happened. And that's my story. TLDR, I stopped what may have been a murder by opening my door and safeguarding a woman in my apartment. Edit. All my love and appreciation to the anonymous fellow who gifted me Reddit gold, but even more for this, I've also made a small donation to CCASA in your name, Victory Fanfare, since I don't know your real name. Thank you. For those of you who don't know, the CCASA is Calgary Communities Against Sexual Abuse, and I'm touched by the gesture. Thank you, Anon. A buddy of mine and I were stationed in Hawaii. We were trying to learn how to surf, cause we were new on the island and didn't know how much of an ass kicking it was going to be. I'm 6 feet 1 inch and about 220, so it was probably just awkward to watch. Anyway, I had just gotten my ass handed to me by another wave when I look over and see this guy and a young girl pop up out of the water about 40 feet away. He looks right at me and just shouts help, really monotonously. I start swimming toward them and watch as a wave rolls in and the water level behind them recedes, creating this big bowl of rock that the wave would slam into, settle, and recede again. It was basically a big horseshoe facing north that water would just spin cycle against. As soon as you came above water again and started trying to get away, another wave came in to push you back down. And I was swimming right into it. I finally reach them and slam my board into this guy and tell him to get to the rocks. I grab his kid as he paddles away. I see my buddy running along the rocks to grab him, and the first wave slams me under. I just held the girl over my head and started kicking. I made a little progress toward the rocks before it happened again. This time, I was bounced off the rocks and the wind just left me. I paddled again and got her above water, but I had taken a bit longer. As soon as I broke the surface, I saw the next wave. I turned and saw my buddy. I just remember that he looked scared. I screamed catch her and chucked her like a shot put as the momentum of the water surged me forward. He caught her and I fell. I had the presence of mind to turn so that my back slammed into the rock and coral and I was run against it like I was a piece of cheese run along a grater with a fire hose. I genuinely didn't think I was gonna make it that last time. Just before I blacked out, I felt the rocks and I clambered up them. My buddy grabbed my shorts and I was out. I never got their names. The father just said thanks as was laying down, bleeding all over the sand. He grabs his daughter by the arm and dragged her back to their spot on the beach. My buddy bought her an ice cream and we left. My friend had never been swimming before, ever, so when a group of friends and I went to a river to hang out for an hour or so, I taught my friend a quick version of doggy paddling and quickly how to float on his back. I also showed him where the bank cut out, where he wouldn't be able to safely stand. We are swimming, having a good time and he's got the hang of it. But then he floats on his back for too long and slowly gets dragged out past the bank and into the current. I shouted his name to get his attention, and once he realized he couldn't stand he began to freak out, splashing and flailing and screaming, and soon he went underwater. The first girl closest to him immediately went down under to save him, but he was in such a state of panic that he began pushing her down in an attempt to get air. After 15 or so seconds of this, the girl came back up for air for herself. I watched him go under again, and the water flattened out. I was next closest. I saw what he'd done to the girl, so I took in the biggest breath I could and prepared to get thrashed. I dove down and scrambled to find him, and once I grabbed him, he shoved me down to try to get his own air. I was swimming as hard as I could to get him back to where he could stand. He wasn't making it easy. He was wildly swinging his limbs around and kicking me so hard. It took about 2 whole minutes to get to a point where I knew we were out of the current. Once we could stand, he sprinted out of the water and curled up in his own little cocoon, coughing and taking in huge gulps of air. Everyone was so relieved. There's a second part to the story. I had just lost a bunch of weight and my class ring had fallen off of my finger in this struggle. I figured it was a lost cause and that I'd never see it again. A whole 4 months later I get a call from an ex's mother. My ex's little sister was at a banquet at the river and a man had come up to her asking if she knew someone by my name who had graduated the year I did. His son was diving in the river and found my ring. I got it back. Karma is real. TLDR. I saved a friend from drowning in a river, lost a ring in the process. Reaped the karma when I got it back 4 months later. I'm not quite sure, but I like to think that I saved my sister's life. I didn't save it in the literal sense. My sister had depression her junior year of high school and attempted suicide multiple times. She was basically institutionalized, but in a hospital, not a ward for depressed kids who needed help, but wasn't a mental institute, if that makes sense. She wasn't getting any better with therapy or anything. They had to make sure there were not sharp objects, keep a close watch, etc. I didn't see her for about 6 months. My parents basically put her in a hospital because they couldn't trust her at home. I was 13 or 14 and I didn't know too much about what was going on. The family therapy was the 3 of them. A lot of the issues with her depression stemmed from the relationship with our parents and they just weren't getting through to her. I mean, how can you after years of perceived bullshit? So this was happening outside my reality. I still went to school, did my homework, etc. My sister and I never had the closest relationship, but I knew she was seriously faked up, on the verge of being institutionalized. So I wrote her a letter, telling her how much I loved her, and how much I missed her, and how much she meant to me and the family. After that letter, there was like a total turnaround, like within a week or 2. Only once she told me how much reading that letter meant to me, and it seemed to me like everything was different after that. Just total turnaround. Maybe I just want to think I really made a difference, but she was on the path to being institutionalized, but then she came home. So I feel I saved her, reaching out to her in a way that our parents couldn't. Maybe I'm wrong, and it meant nothing, but I like to think it did. TLDL. I feel I wrote a letter that helped my sister overcome depression and avoid being institutionalized. Maybe, but it was part of my job. Nothing all crazy and sentimental like these others. Though I was at Camp Lejeune, in the field doing all this military training for circumstances we were never in. It was late in June, and it was something like 99 to 100 degrees F, with humidity in the 90s as well. Since Lejeune is essentially a gigantic swamp, hydration was always important. Now, the guys in my squad of engineers were great, never had any issues from them. But we got downrange doing a dry run, no blanks, no ammo of any sort, and my guys and myself had done our part and were running to the rendezvous point. Now, just for perspective, we were doing this with weapons and sheet, like the 60-ish pound flak jacket. With all 4 ceramic plates they were no sheet, like 60 pounds, assorted packs, and whatever, so most guys were working with at least 100 pounds of gear. As we're running I hear some shouting of corpsemen. Corpsemen. Doc. And I'm just thinking, damn it, we are really gonna have a mock casualty now? Nope. Kid was stumbling around, had no idea what the fuck he was doing, or where he was, pupils about the size of the tip of a pen. So I do my thing, pull all his stuff off, ice packs in armpits and groin, water to cool him down, etc. While all of this was going on, I was shouting instructions to the Marines in my squad, in dealing with another heat case who was considerably less severe. Took his gear, gave him a camelback and ice packs, and he was able to walk back to the staging area. That was actually the first time since I'd gotten to Lejeune that I really had to take charge and handle multiple problems at once. I was very pleased with how well my Marines did in helping me manage everything. By the time the corpsman for the platoon those 2 guys were from got there, we'd already called for a truck and higher level medical intervention. Once everything was done and over with, found out he had a temp of over 103 F, and had we not intervened, it would have escalated to heat stroke and he probably would have died. So remember kids, hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. A few times, actually, all indirectly though. Witnessed a horrible accident while driving on a country road with my father. I called 911 while he ran to the wreckage to try and help. We continued to help while police/ambulances/helicopter came. Turns out 2/3 of the people in the accident went to my school, albeit one of the 2 students died in the hospital. I always felt weird walking around the hallway, seeing the other one, and thinking that I somehow helped in their living. A friend from years ago, that I kept in contact with every once in a while, was posting some pretty depressing statuses on Facebook, that eventually led to a goodbye type post. I had tried to call/text them, with no response, so I called the police in their area with the little information I had, phone number and city of residence, and police got to them in time. 1 year later, I got a very emotional message thanking me for what I did. Tears were shed. A friend of a friend was in my college apartment. They were just broken up with, and had turned to mixing alcohol and prescription drugs. I was at the library at the time, but when I got home I found my one friend looking a bit frazzled, and the acquaintance passed out on the couch. Friend didn't know what to do, so I promptly called 911. They were taken to the hospital, and had their stomach pumped or something. I have no idea. Full recovery though. Point sheet like this only reaffirms my childhood dream of finding a job I love that involves helping people. Cheesy, I know. I've since maintained CPR/ED certification, and am now looking into EMS training or something similar. Firstly, you did well, and you may well have saved that woman's life. As a fellow diabetic, I thank you. This happened to my friend 2 weeks ago. He was highly incoherent and delusional and acting like he'd become a small frightened child, actually. Because he was still conscious, and I had everything I needed on hand, I was able to test his blood sugar very fast, and determine that yes, it was dangerously low. I got him to eat 16 grams of sugar, followed immediately by 3 sugary sodas, then a few minutes later an apple, and then a few minutes later a handful of macadamia nuts. The 16 g of sugar was what he immediately needed to keep him from passing out. The soda I gave him a few minutes later, it's sugar already dissolved in liquid, so it'll absorb well and relatively quickly too. Basically an additional boost. The first 16 g sugar was my emergency supply of sugar tablets that I keep on my keychain, and I didn't have any more, or I'd have given him another 16 g of sugar in that form. The apple was, because apples are naturally sugary, but won't digest quite as quickly as a pure sugar or soda, so it's to help him keep going past that initial rush of sugar. The nuts were, because they have carbohydrates, which will metabolize into sugar, but also fats, so those will digest more slowly, and help stabilize him after the initial sugar hit the system. I kept talking to him, and making him reply, so I could see if he was getting better. He was clearly less messed up after maybe 5 minutes, definitely coherent again after about 10, and was himself again after about 20. After an hour he tested his blood again, and he was at the low end of okay. This was at the office. I made sure to restock my emergency sugar tablets, and now have an additional stock of tablets plus a tiny bottle of high sugar liquid in case of emergency. The shot of something the EMTs gave the woman you encountered was almost certainly sugar water. My friend actually carries a kit containing a syringe, a vial of sugar, and a vial of sterile water. I'm trained to use it on him if he passes out, or is so far gone he can't or won't obey when I tell him to consume some sugar. I have to draw the water into the syringe, inject it into the vial of sugar, swirl it around to dissolve the sugar, draw it back into the syringe, and inject it into my friend, tackling him if necessary to get him to stay still long enough for me to safely give him the shot. Fortunately, I've never had to give him a shot yet, but the other day came very close. I made sure I had the kit ready in case I needed it. His blood sugar reading was so low it's really very remarkable he was still conscious. If someone is acting incoherent or drunk and says something about insulin or sugar or diabetes, or if they are coherent but say they are diabetic and need sugar, give them a sugary soda, not diet or orange juice. In fact, if you have some sugar, add a few spoonfuls of sugar to either of those. You want it as sugary as possible, and follow it up with candy, plain sugary hard candy or life savers, not chocolate, or just give them plain sugar if you don't have anything else. If they pass out, put some sugar, like a teaspoon or 2, under their tongue. They might have high blood sugar, or they might have low blood sugar, but it doesn't matter which, just give them some sugar. If they have high blood sugar, you very likely won't raise it enough further to make the situation any worse. And if they have low blood sugar, you might save their life. If they get some sugar into them, and they remain conscious, you can watch them, and make sure they stabilize. Call an ambulance if they don't start getting better in a few minutes, but if they seem to stabilize and become coherent again, you can let them decide if they want an ambulance, and if they ask for more sugar, give it to them. If they pass out, definitely call an ambulance, whether or not you managed to get some sugar into them. Tell the EMTs what the person said, as you did, and whether or not you got any sugar into them, and if so, what and how much, and how long ago. A person with low blood sugar can become very grouchy or possibly even hostile. I advise that you be very polite and ask very nicely for them to do what's needed. I said to my friend I would like very much if you would please eat these 4 sugar tablets for me, and he reacted well to that. From what he tells me, he usually gets nasty when people try to get him to take sugar when he has low blood sugar, so I guess I did unusually well or got lucky. If you can't get them to cooperate to take the sugar or soda etc., you offer, call an ambulance, and remain nearby so you can put some sugar under their tongue. If they pass out, a diabetic will usually have their blood sugar test kit, a glucometer on them, unless they forgot it, lost it, or ran out of strips. My personal method for testing my friend's level of coherence is to ask him when he last tested and what the result was. He should be able to answer intelligibly or sensibly say, gee, I forgot, but let me check the meter. Or be willing to test himself now. What I got the other week was which told me he was sufficiently out of it that he didn't know how to answer the question. If you're helping someone out of an attack of low blood sugar, once they seem coherent, you should be able to ask them where their glucometer kit is and how recently they tested. They might want to do a test or might not. Waiting a while is reasonable, but their ability to answer the question should tell you something about how they are responding to the sugar. This will probably never see the light of day, but why not? While I was out jogging, I went quite far than I usually go, about 1 hour out of my regular area. I don't know why I ran so far, just had a lot of energy at that time. Well, as I was running in this neighborhood, I noticed smoke coming from a house. It was around 10 PM, and no neighbors had noticed it yet, and saw no one from that house outside. I called the police, but ran inside, because I knew there might be someone in danger as I spoke on the phone. I knocked and rang, but no one answered. By that time a lot of smoking was coming out, and I could see the fire. I broke the side window and went inside the house. There were 3 people unconscious, possibly due to the smoke, but I later found out it was some kind of gas that knocked them out. I pulled them out, father, mother and a little boy, onto the lawn. By the time I had the dad out, the kitchen exploded and people were rushing around the area. The sirens were close by and the neighbors ran to the family. I didn't stay or stated who I was because I never liked being the center of attention, nor did I ever wanted to be called some hero. I just did what anyone would have done. So I slipped away from all the commotion and jogged back home. TLDR, was jogging, saw house on fire, saved 3 people, jogged back home. I saved a puppy's life. I was working at a Halloween party at a Renaissance festival. It was terribly cold out, and I was quite tired. I had wanted to spend the night with some friends, so I could enjoy heated air, but they had already left, so I was trudging my way back to the campgrounds, and heard this weird coughing noise. There was a line of parked cars back in the campground, and one of them had a small puppy hanging from its leash out the passenger side window. It looked like the owners had thought he'd be okay with the leash attached to the seat belt and the window cracked for air. Because the dog was so small, he had slipped over the window and was strangling himself. I held him up so he could breathe and unlock the car through the cracked window. It wouldn't work to just put him back because he'd probably climb through the window again, so I worked to unhook his leash from the seat belt. The seat belt had been jerry-rigged with duct tape, so it took me a while to get him free, and then I really wasn't sure what to do with the dog now that he was free. I think my eventual plan was to tie his leash to the door handle or something, but around that time a group of women were coming towards me. I called out if this was their puppy, and they rushed over with cries of "Oh, Charlie, I explained what had happened and handed the pup over before wandering into the woods to my tent. They never said thank you, but at least their puppy was alive. It took me a few minutes to unhook him from the duct tape and for them to show up. I think by that time their puppy would have either been unconscious or worse if I hadn't found him first. Well, this will probably be buried, but this is the closest story I've got. It was graduation from college night and I had come home earlier than my roommate. I had woken up to use the bathroom as my roommate and her boyfriend came home. We chatted for a few moments before I headed back upstairs to bed, leaving them in the kitchen to wait up for the pizza they had ordered to be delivered. A little while later, half asleep, I hear her call out my name in a weird, softly muffled way. I didn't think anything of it because, well, I was mostly asleep and she was drunk. However, not much longer she bursts into my room, screaming, crying, and generally hysterical, telling me I need to call 911 right now. I hesitated for a few moments because I was in such a confused, sleepy state. Her persistence and the added, "He's trying to kill me," got me on the phone with 911. So I'm on the phone with the emergency operator, but I have no idea what's really going on. From downstairs, I can hear the drawers in the kitchen being opened and the sounds of silverware being rustled. Now, I'm really freaked out, since it seems quite likely that her boyfriend is looking for the knives. We hear a gasp and then footsteps coming up the stairs towards my bedroom. My roommate and I have nowhere to go, as he was blocking our only exit, and my room was on the 3rd floor. I can hear him walking down the hallway towards my bedroom when I realize that he had stabbed himself in the chest with the knife. He takes a couple more steps and falls face first into the threshold of my bedroom, driving the knife further into his chest. At this point, my roommate is utterly traumatized and takes off running down the stairs and out of the apartment. I'm a little more composed now that I know my life isn't directly threatened, and probably a little bit of shock over the events that quickly unfolded minutes after I was awoken. So I turned him over. And not really knowing what to do, I kept mumbling to him, or maybe to myself, "Just keep breathing." Fortunately, because I was still on the line with 911, paramedics arrived pretty quickly and took over from there. And I was left to clean up the bloody mess after the police and EMTs left. Somehow the events of that night quickly escalated between my roommate and her boyfriend. I'm still not sure how, and he told her that she would die that night, and so would he. When my roommate was calling my name, I realized was her trying to call out for help. He was choking, and she lost consciousness. Assuming he had killed her, he went for the knives to kill himself. Fortunately, my roommate wasn't dead. Woke up and was able to come get me for help. Boyfriend didn't die either, though he was in a coma for a week with a pierced heart lining. Not sure if I technically saved anyone. TLDR, roommate's boyfriend tried to kill her and himself in our apartment on graduation night. I saved a kid's life after drawing a huge dragon penis covering his face. I was in college and my roommate asked me if I wanted to head to a party in Washington with him. We lived in Oregon. I agreed to go, and we hit the road. We arrived at the party, started drinking, and I noticed this kid passed out in the living room with his shoes on. Being in college and slightly a douchebag, I decided I was going to draw on him. I had someone get me markers and I began drawing all over this kid. I drew an epic dragon penis spewing just into his mouth. It was huge. Some other party goers joined me in drawing on their passed out friend. I was talking to them about our current human canvas when one of them asks the question, "Do you think he is passed out from the alcohol or the head blow?" I immediately stop, drop my marker, and stare at the group. I asked them, "What do you mean head blow?" They proceed to explain to me that he had gotten incredibly intoxicated and tried to fight one of the other attendees. The other guy shoved him into a wall when our passed out friend took a swing at him. Apparently he was fine for a bit, and then eventually wandered into the living room, laid down and fell asleep. As soon as they were done telling this story, I looked at the kid on the floor and noticed a small pool of blood around his head. I started telling people to call 911. They freaked because it was someone's parents' house and they didn't want to get in trouble. I got up and went to find my friend I had come with to let him know what was happening. We agreed to call 911 and headed back to where this guy was passed out. When we got back he wasn't there and someone informed us that they had picked him up and put him on the front lawn so he wouldn't bleed on the carpet more. I was furious with them. My friend and I went outside, found the kid who was semi-conscious now, and helped him into my friend's car. The kid was talking nonsense and foaming at the mouth. I was talking to him and keeping him awake as we drove to the hospital. We got to the hospital and got him inside. The check-in lady asked if the kid knew we had drawn all over him. We lied and said we had found him that way. We gave the check-in lady his cell phone already prepped to call his dad and his wallet, then left. My friend saw the kid a few months later and he was fine. Apparently, he had lost a significant amount of blood, mainly in the front lawn, because the other kids had apparently dropped him, and was lucky to have no brain damage. This will probably get buried, but in 2001 I was in grade 12. A friend of everyone at the school had died tragically a year earlier on October 26th. We were there in memorial for him. I was talking to my ex-girlfriend and her sister when I heard a commotion from where my friends were standing. I looked over to see a group of about 10 people surround him, 4 of my friends. I walked over to the guy doing all the yelling, and as I got there he headbutted my friend. I grabbed him by the shoulder and spun him around. I was much bigger than him. I said, "Not today man, we are here in memorial." He proceeded to headbutt me, so I fed him a right hook. He stumbled but was so messed up on meth he got back up and came at me. I prepared and he punched me in the stomach twice and ran away. I wondered what the fuck. I took a breath in and realized he didn't punch me, but he stabbed me. When I breathed I could feel the air coming in and said in shock, "I'm gurgling," and dropped. Everyone rushed to my side. My ex-girlfriend told me not to go to sleep, even though I wanted to. Took a month to recover. It was a 10-inch knife, and it missed my heart by 1/4 inches, and collapsed my lung with the first, and punctured my liver and pancreas, and knocked my abdominal artery with the other. Turned out he was there to stab my friend, and only for that, but I intervened and got it. My friend most definitely would have died as he was 150 pounds and the knife would have gone through him. I on the other hand was 210 pounds and in the gym every other day and I barely survived. Throw away because I prefer that people think I'm an asshole, and because this story happened when I was dating my girlfriend. Before it became serious, my father is beyond paranoid, and the only reason he isn't considered crazy is because he is rich. So technically he is eccentric, and his worries have caused him to send me through multiple levels of defensive and offensive training. Point like a typical teenager, I constantly asked and wondered why I had to go through this shit. It was mentally and physically brutal. And I blame part of my current alcohol addiction to it, but that's a different story. Point, it was one night in hilly Santa Barbara, and I was going on a date with this beautiful blonde in order to get away from my then and current girlfriend who was also a beautiful blonde. But this one had bigger boobs, and my girlfriend and I had only been dating for a month, so it wasn't that serious. We were on our way to dinner at the Stone House when a fact stick on an R6 just flew past us and over a hill. I remember thinking that this guy was gonna kill himself, but just continued on. We had reservations about 3 to 5 miles down the road. I saw and Suvin a 3 Series veered off to the side of the road. The BMW looked absolutely totaled, but I couldn't see what he hit. Point, as I slowed down to figure if I could help, I realized just how bad shit had hit the fan. The guy on the R6 had tried to pass in the oncoming lane and sideswiped the passenger side door of the oncoming BMW and went flying into the gully on the left hand side. Point, as I came to a complete stop, I got ready for shit to get interesting. The driver of the BMW was okay, and the guy in the SUV had stopped and was trying to help the biker, but had no idea what the fuck to do. I tell my date to call 911 and tell them where we are at and what happened. So I get down into the ditch and yell at my date, who is just looking at me slack-jawed, to get out the orange backpack in the bed of my truck. 20 seconds later she is down in the ditch with me with the orange and black bags and is trying to dial 911 but is in total confusion. Point, so I open up my bag and start trying to keep this faker alive by preventing the bleeding. This sucks. I'm yelling at him, using my Ferragamo belt as a tourniquet around his left leg. I'm trying to set up and forth to get some faking fluids in him. He is fighting me every faking step of the way. He has no idea what the fuck is going on. I just wanted to get laid. This sucks. Eventually I get the fourth in, and the sob who was down in the ditch when I arrived suddenly become faking weekend warrior EMT and opens up my black bag to try to help me and instead finds a Beretta in my bug out bag. Now he is busy freaking out. This is faking great point. Finally a goddamn CHP arrives to help out and tells me to get out of his way. About a minute later the ambulance arrives and get the guy stabilized. I'm up with my date smoking on the tailgate of my truck when the CHP comes up and thanks me for helping out. He asks about the gun, gives me a little bit of shit for having a loaded handgun in the bed of my truck, but runs my license and lets me off with a warning. My date and I continue on our way to our romantic dinner. Neither one of us is talking. When we get to the restaurant, they won't seat us. I'm covered in blood, and apparently that's against the dress code. It is at this time I realize that I used my $200 belt as a tourniquet. Fuck everything about this night. So I ask for a dram of Johnny Walker and we make our way over to an In-N-Out. I figure there is no way that I'm getting any tonight, but I was wrong. TLDR, if you save someone's life you get anal. In year 6, I was 10 at the time. I went on a school trip to an Outward Bound. We were on one of those Benjamin's ladders or Jacob's ladders, whatever you call them, the giant ladders. I was holding on the rope for this girl who was a very good climber, so I was on my own, because nobody thought she was going to fall. Anyways, when she got to the top rung, she fell off. She only fell about a foot before I managed to stop her. She probably won't have died if she had fallen to the bottom, but still. We were actually on good terms after that. We were enemies beforehand, so much that when I told her we were going to be in the same house come year 7, she looked like she was going to cry. Edit. I just remember another one. Such a hero I am. Not really. When I was doing my Duke of Edinburgh award expedition earlier this year, my friend got really ill. She had this thing where the brain is focusing so much on breathing so that you can't breathe. I've forgotten what it's called. So, me and my friends sat her down much against her will, and we phoned the teachers. They took about 10 minutes to arrive, and it was terrifying. She kept on falling unconscious for longer and longer periods of time, but anyway, we kept her distracted, and turns out that was what we were supposed to do. She was fine when we saw her again half an hour later. I met this girl in a class a few years ago, and we hit it off well. I had it in my head to start something more, since I was definitely falling for her, but kept getting mixed signals from her. One night after class, I decided to see where I stood while we walked to the parking garage. Looking back, I probably should have just asked her. Instead, I asked her if she wanted to see a magic trick, took her hand, said "Tada, we are now holding hands." I thought it'd be endearing, though clearly I didn't put that much thought into it and hoped she'd be happy about it. Instead, she kind of freaked out. I later learned she was just very against PDA. I tore my hand away and she explained to me that she was not looking for a relationship, saying she was too busy with school and such. The ensuing awkwardness was palpable, and she couldn't even look at me while we continued walking to our cars anyway. To get to the parking garage, a street had to be crossed that led into the parking garage. And I imagine she was so entirely focused on getting to her car and out of this situation that she stepped into the street without actually looking. I noticed a car turning rather quickly onto the street, so I grabbed her arm and pulled her back to safety just as the car drove by. We did stay friends for a while after that, but have since drifted apart, so I probably won't ever get to joke about it again with her. Oh well. TLDR, prevented girl from stepping in front of car to end awkward moment. My mom, dad and I were driving out of town about 9 years ago. I was 12 or 13 at the time. We were on the freeway when we notice a semi on the other side of the freeway barreling along nearly sideways with a ton of sparks shooting out the back. Its back tires were missing. Sure enough, further up the road there was a wreck. The car looked a little more intact than we expected at first, and it was sideways and facing our side of the freeway at an angle. My dad and I got out of the car to go investigate because it seemed like no one on that side of the freeway wanted to leave the vehicle. As we approached, we smelled something awful, and it became more apparent that the intact car was just an optical illusion. The car in actuality had been split in half almost clean down the driver's side, including the driver. While this was pretty shocking to see as a kid, it didn't impact me immediately because it was hard to comprehend what had happened. An ambulance and fire truck arrived shortly after, and a few more people had stepped out of their vehicles since traffic was completely stopped. They asked us a few questions while glancing over what appeared to be a cut and dry case, when in the back window I see movement. There was someone pinned between the jagged metal that had been brought down as a result of the semi and the floor. It was hard to see because of the blood and whatever else was sprayed all over the window. Sure enough, I immediately alert a firefighter and they pry open the door. There was an infant and it was barely alive with its injuries. A few more minutes and that would have been it. Apparently what had happened was the driver, the infant's aunt, had fallen asleep on our side of the freeway, crossed the median, which was a ditch, into oncoming traffic, and knocked out the back wheels of that semi. I actually met the kid I saved last year because the family got in touch with me. It was just really weird. First day at Disney World. We were staying at one of the Disney resorts. I was headed with the family down to the pool to go for a swim. We have 3 kids and we keep a pretty good eye on them. Well, my youngest, who was about 3 at the time, saw a tiny water slide and got very excited. Before I can stop him, he jumps onto the water slide and slides right in, sinks to the bottom. Granted, it was only a few feet deep, but he wasn't swimming yet. Parental instincts kick in, and I jump in after him and pull him out. It all happened in about 5 to 10 seconds. It's not like I wasn't watching him or didn't have a hand on him. We were literally only a couple of feet from the slide. In retrospect, I'm not really even sure if it counts as saving his life. He was just fine, but a little shaken up. I was quite taken aback that there wasn't more lifeguard action when this happened. They just stood up and watched. Then again, my son was fine and that's all I really care about. I had my shoes on at the time, so first day at Disney, I had no shoes and a waterlogged iPhone. I talked the spa at the resort into giving me a pair of sandals for the day and the Apple store just gave me a new phone. When I told them my story, FWIW, I always watch my kids when at the pool and never depend on the lifeguards. I have a lot of respect for them, but they aren't in charge of my kids. I am. I've had 2 people call me in the middle of the night who were near death. One was a close friend of mine growing up. She's a dwarf with severe medical problems because of it. She's had nearly 100 surgeries and feels extremely inadequate because of her disabilities. Sometimes she has suicidal thoughts, and that night it got the best of her. She nearly bled out from a self-inflicted wound on her arm. Took a lot of stitches to close it up. Had she not called me and I not been able to snap her out of it, she would be dead today. Fortunately now she's in college, in a relationship, and takes medication for her suicidal thoughts. I have another friend that has an extremely low self-esteem and his escape is drugs. He respects me a lot and listens to everything I have to say, but I was never able to completely extinguish his reckless drug abuse. One night he was trying to get high off of some random medication. Took about 12 too many and called me saying he was puking yellow foam and blood. He was terrified to wake up his parents, and had I not convinced him to, he as well would have died. A stomach pumping and some therapy later he's doing much better. Third. One of my closest friends has a young daughter. When she was 2 she came to my house for dinner. We were watching her run around barefoot when she came running to us crying because her feet hurt. Her legs were covered in ants, which was weird because there were no ant piles. I quickly wiped her down with rubbing alcohol and some anti-age cream. I told my friend to keep an extremely close eye on her. First sign of an allergic reaction and we were going to the hospital. She was waiting for someone to bring children's Benadryl when I noticed the ant bites were now 2-inch spots. She wanted to wait for the medicine, but I told her absolutely not. We were going to the hospital. Her dad was yelling at her on the phone to wait, and I said fuck that, we are going. We made her, now ex-boyfriend, rush us there. About halfway there her entire body broke out in hives and she started getting really sleepy. 2 blocks from the hospital her throat completely closed up. We got there with absolutely no time to spare, and had we not she could very well be dead. It may not seem like a serious situation, but when a child and only instincts depend on life or death, it is absolutely mind-blowing how quickly things happen and how one single decision can completely change a situation. Turns out her daughter is severely allergic to ants. She was bit almost 20 times before she had realized it and showed us TLDR, prevented a near suicide, prevented a near odd, and reacted well enough to save a 2-year-old from a near-death allergic reaction. A friend said my dad is dying. They say he won't see morning. What should I do? This was while we were at a convention together. And I was like, fly there immediately. This was across the country, and I booked a flight for him to catch a red eye to where his dad was, so, since he was coming, they decided to try and stabilize him instead of just giving him pain medicine and letting him die, and surprisingly he recovered enough to be conscious when his son got there, and he lived like 6 or 8 more months. Pretty good months too, because before that he was eating low sodium, low flavor stuff, and after that he was like, fuck that, this is extra time, and he just ate White Castle and whatever junk food he wanted, so he was a lot happier. I can't remember 100%, but I think he even went home from the hospital and stuff, so that was pretty rad. Point my part, my friend was definitely not going to go unless I told him to, and B, more importantly, booked the ticket and did all the work, because he was in shock. And if he hadn't have gone, they wouldn't have tried to stabilize his dad. Point I know my friend really appreciated getting to spend time with his alive father, so it makes me feel good when I think about it. A time when I did something 100% right. Point even since this, I will never dodge my dad's phone calls, even though he calls too much and is a pain in the ass sometimes. Parents die, and if you're lucky enough to like your parents, it's going to cork balls, so try to maximize your interaction with them while they're alive. I went back to college at 25 and met some new people. Among them was this engaged couple from some small town. We got along pretty well, and I somehow became friends, in that deep meaningful way, with the girl. Over time, she started sharing some really personal stuff, including that she had attempted suicide in the past. So after a couple of months of our friendship, I got a feeling she was getting a bit too close to me, so I tried to keep some distance, so as not to mess with their relationship. And one day, the three of us went for a pizza, had a good time, and I went back home. And after a few hours later she wrote me a message saying she broke up with her fiancé. And later on, she said she was alone, and she took a lot of pills. She was on some psychotropic meds, and if I wanted, I could come up to say goodbye. I was a bit skeptical at first, so I just drove to her place. I found her dozing off, and her fiancé just stupidly crying next to her, not knowing what to do. He said that, since it wasn't her first attempt, he actually considered letting her go through with it. So I called for an ambulance, against her will, and they took her to the hospital and saved her. At that moment she hated me, but after some time became thankful. Just so I don't come off as some hero Abe, I should probably add that later on I made a total dick move and got together with her while she was still under observation at the psych ward, screwing over her fiancé, which ultimately turned one of the best things I've ever done into one of the worst things I've ever done. TLDR became friends with a depressed girl, saved her when she tried to kill herself, picked up a chick in a mental institution, became a dick for life. I was driving home from a casino late at night. I'm speeding, it's very foggy and rainy, and the lighting on the road sucks. I decide to pack a bowl of marijuana and blaze away. A few minutes into my session, I see red/blow lights behind me, and it's a cop. Fuck, I know I'm dead. But then, a miracle happens in my mind. He passes me on the left, and goes along his merry way. Phew. Crisis averted. A few minutes later, I see the cop car on the right side of the road, turned backwards, with the front of his car somehow in a faking tree. I stuff the bowl away, and rush into action. As I get out, a van rolls up with a couple people who are trying to help as well. The cop car is smoking. There's liquid pouring out of the bottom of the car. The horn is stuck on. The doors won't open because the car is so faked. The cop is unconscious and I've been up for over 24 hours and I'm completely stoned point at the time. The best way we thought we could get to the cop was through one of the windows where the frame was still big enough for him to fit through. One of the people on scene said to me, "Okay, take this fire extinguisher. I need you to smash the window while I shield his face." I couldn't smash the window hard enough to make it break. I try kicking it frantically, but to no avail. Now it's really smoking. We can't reach the ignition to cut off the engine because that's fake too, as was the hood of the car, so we couldn't get to the battery. Eventually, one of the helpers runs to his van for a crowbar and is able to wedge the door open with his friend, drag the cop out who was beginning to come to, and shut it down. I don't know if my life was ever in danger. I don't know if the liquid leaking was antifreeze or gas or whatnot, or if they blow up after a while like in the movies, but I was faking scared. Looking back on it, I didn't really do anything useful except call 911 after we got the cop out. So I guess I watched a couple people potentially save somebody's life, although I tried the hardest to help. I shook hands with everybody, including the police officer who was shaken up with possible internal injuries, and I got back in my car, smoked another bowl, and went home. TLDR thought I was going to get pulled over / arrested by a cop for speeding / smoking weed. Instead, he passes by me on the road and decided to play bumper cars with the trees. A few good Samaritans helped to pull him out of his smoking squad car and shut it down. I smoke more weed. I was in the army on May 27, 2003 in Fallujah, 2nd Squadron 3rd Armored Cavalry Regiment, and under an ambush at a roadblock we had set up, 2 enemy vehicles had entered our zone and men began jumping out of them, dropping grenades and letting loose with axe. We lost 2 men with 8 wounded. I was at one end of the traffic control point under blackout conditions, absolutely no light emitted, except from muzzle blast. I was atop a tank, M1 or 2, in the loader position, manning a M240C machine gun, and having no idea where the faking enemy was, practically sheeting myself. A semi-truck began barreling toward us on the road we were blocking, unaware that we were there. Remember, we had no lights, so until he was right up on us, he had no idea we were there. My tank commander was under the same stress as me with no faking clue what was going on. Bad communication all around. He told me to stop the truck, which very well could have been a further combatant vehicle, by any means necessary. I yelled, I waved, I even fired in the air with my M4, giving away my position which caused my tank to get hit with a couple 7.62 rounds. No biggie as far as our armor went, but Jesus fact does that scare the living shit out of you. He wouldn't stop. I don't believe he saw us. My only option left was direct fire. I choked and couldn't do it because I could not verify he was a combatant. He saw us at the last second, came to a skidding halt, saw our guns drawn and us yelling at him and backed away. He was just taking his load from A to B and was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I saw other innocents killed, 2 of them just 2 days later who simply cut off an APC, or at least I assume they were dead as they bailed from a flaming truck, while covered in flames themselves due to an incendiary round to the gas tank. One of them was a mentally challenged driver who turned around to avoid a traffic control point. That night my tank sprayed a field beside us that had unknown enemies in the tall grass with constant machine gun fire and even disobeyed orders, and fired on a mosque that was housing at least 2 snipers, found dead the next morning, which got us out of trouble. But the man in the semi, who I only ever saw his outline and headlights, survived that night because I froze and didn't pull the trigger. I did not re-enlist when my tour was up. This thread is already pretty well established, and I doubt many people will see this, but I find myself retelling this story to assuage a strange guilt I have over the whole ordeal. I broke ranks when I was expected to fire, even given the order indirectly. Whether it was panic or empathy I don't know. Either of these broke my duty to protect myself and my crew and our men on the ground first and foremost. But I think I still did the right thing. Edit. For whatever it's worth, I ended up with 2 Arkhams and a Army Valorous Unit Award, the unit version of the Silver Star, over the course of 10 months. so I guess we did okay by the brass point edit too. Also got to wear spurs and a Stetson as part of my uniform for what we did. Gotta love the cavalry. My best friend at college is prone to anxiety and panic attacks, and she had a really bad one a few weeks ago. I walked right into the building she was having class in and marched her out to there, took her to my on-campus apartment and sat her down, got her a glass of milk and just sat with her for a while. Finally, she got up and left without saying anything and pretty much shut my own door in my face. I figured something was up, so I waited a little while, maybe 20 minutes, before texting her to ask how she was feeling. Her replies were strange, and she kept apologizing, and I could just feel that something was really wrong. I went to her on-campus apartment, but since it needs a key card, and I don't have one for that building, I couldn't get in. Thankfully, a pair of girls who were friends of mine were going into that building, since they lived there, just at that moment, and they let me in. I booked it up the stairs to the top floor, where my best friend lived, and pounded on the door till her roommate, who had no clue any of this was happening, let me in. I got into her room, and she'd downed an entire bottle of painkillers, and was not in good shape. I calmed her down, before taking her to our school's safety and security office, and we got her medical help from their point later on. When I visited her in the ER, they wouldn't let me go in the ambulance with her, so I had to take a bus and walk. Once they told me what hospital they took her to, she just kept repeating how I'd saved her life. Even some of the hospital staff thanked me and told me that if I hadn't reached her when I did, she'd at least have some massive liver damage. She already has liver issues, or she could have died. It's a little scary thinking about it, because I almost just packed my backpack and went to class instead of texting her to ask how she was doing. This will get buried, but here goes. You all may have heard of an incident a couple of years ago in a central Washington town called Rosslyn. There, a party hosted by an acquaintance of mine made international headlines exposing the effects of drinks like Four Loko, caffeine and a alcohol in the same drink. I was at this fateful party, and when things went bad, I was one of the few sober enough to help the drunks. I essentially set up an emergency ward in this unfinished cellar, handing out plastic bags to puke in / on, and making sure no one was about to die or anything like that. Eventually, we realized that these people were beyond our care or stabilized, and that we needed to start getting them out of there and back towards school or the hospital. I had driven a friend's car up to the party, and so the owner of the car, my girlfriend, and two of our drunkest friends, and I headed out to the vehicle. As we tried to drive back out the way we came in, 4 police trucks, not exaggerating, there were 4 F-150s with flashes going in the driveway up to the cabin, blocking our way. I knew I didn't want to deal with the cops, so I threw the car into reverse and headed out the back way through the parking lot of an adjacent church. Our friends, let's call them John and Mark, were exceptionally snookered, and we had to pull over twice on the way back to let them puke on the side of the freeway. As we drove back towards town, my girlfriend's cell phone rang. Hello, hey, it's Sarah. Where are you guys? Oh, we are on our way back to town. Are John and Mark with you? Yeah. Okay. Someone wants to talk to you. Okay. This is Officer Smith. We've called ahead to the hospital to let them know you're coming. If you don't show up, we lines know, and you will be in huge trouble. So, we beat feet to the hospital and got John and Mark checked in. John was sobering up a bit by this point, but Mark was looking more and more woozy. They got all registered, and we followed them back to the ward. John went off with the nurse to do a blood draw, so we, my girlfriend and I, sat with Mark in his room. We were just talking to him when all of a sudden he started having trouble breathing. I remember him looking at me, his eyes wide with fear, and all he could do was make a gagging sound. I leaped up and yelled for the nurses. They instantly rushed in, simultaneously brushing us aside and ushering us out. We ended up leaving the hospital around 4:30 AM, and Mark got back to the dormitory 2 days later. Apparently, he wasn't choking. The alcohol caused him to stop breathing, and if I hadn't brought him to the hospital, he would have died. Well, I used to be the leader of the largest clan in a morp called RuneScape. It was not the normal sort of clan based around training skills / events, and it had no rules. It was pretty open-ended, and everyone got along pretty well. Basically, anyone could join it, and those who liked it stayed. Everyone knew each other pretty well, even though it had a ton of members. In fact, the only reason most of the clan still played RuneScape was just for the clan, not for the game itself. The clan chat was rather full one day, and everyone just decided that RuneScape had gone to crap, and so a few hundred players logged out that day and never came back. But we still have a bit of a clan left in the form of a Facebook group. We occasionally play Minecraft. Anyway, there had been 3 people over the few years we were a clan who came to talk to me privately, for some reason. People always saw me as the one to talk to about pretty much anything. Probably because I was a leader of the thing. Anyway, sometimes people were suicidal, and it just let them go on for as long as they wanted / needed to, and a few times, people had come back months later and mentioned that it somehow convinced them to not kill themselves. In 2 of the 3 cases, I didn't even realize they were suicidal until they brought it up. Now I'm not sure if they were exaggerating or not, but who knows, maybe I actually changed something, maybe not. About 2 weeks ago I worked a cover shift for another teacher at a small language school in Tokyo, Japan. I got to the school at about 6:30 p.m. as another class was finished. One high school kid looked pretty ill / distressed as she was leaving her class. Not good, but not terribly unusual either. I didn't really think anything of it. There was a staff member looking after her, so it seemed okay. I taught a class on the ground below, and as I came up the stairs a staff member was taking her outside to get some air. I had another class and took the elevator with my adult student. It was a 30-minute class, and when he was finished, he left first, and I stayed back to clean up. Luckily I took the stairs to the 4th floor, because as I was walking up I hear cars. Children, could you please come up here and help me? From the landing 1 flight up. Not thinking it was anything urgent, I put my bag down and walked up. There was the staff member physically holding a quite large, strong, very distressed 13-year-old girl who was trying to climb over the stairs to jump. It took about 5 to 10 minutes to pull the girl down from the railing. She'd climbed halfway up and had a death grip on the railing. Once we had tackled her down to the ground she was still resisting and trying to get up, so we had to physically restrain her for about 20 minutes waiting for her mum to come and convince her to take her medicine. That wasn't easy as she panicked whenever her mum was nearby and kept muttering, "It isn't your problem. Leave me alone, I want to die. You don't need to care about me," over and over and over again. Fortunately her brother arrived and she calmed down a bit, took the medicine, and allowed us to carry her inside. I left about 15 minutes later, as the medicine seemed to work. The mum wouldn't even consider calling an ambulance or the police. My freshman year of college I was hanging out in the dorm with some friends when a guy I had class with came into the room and asked if I and the other guy in the room could help carry someone to their room. When I went downstairs with him, I saw a girl that was passed out in a chair, along with some of her girlfriends standing around her. I helped the dude carry her up to her room, where she kept falling out of her bed when we would put her in it. She was seriously dead weight. I pulled her friend outside and asked how much she drank, and he informed me he didn't know. Apparently she had been making her own mixed drinks all night, so no one knew how much she had drank. I told him that I thought that she should go to the hospital. I have first aid training, and I'm from a family of alcoholics. I know what alcohol poisoning looks like. He passed this idea along to her girlfriends and they were not keen on it, since she was underage. After watching them try help her when she couldn't sit up on her own and couldn't form sentences, I basically told them that she was going to the hospital and either they could call or I would. We ended up calling 911 and an ambulance came and got her. I went on with my night and didn't think anything of it until I had class with the guy next. I asked how his friend was, and he told me that when they pumped her stomach her back was 0.45. The docs told her that if she hadn't come in she probably would have died from alcohol poisoning. Real glad I stuck to my guns that night, even though it pissed off her friend. I grew up in Western Washington near a city called Issaquah. My grandparents owned a house, still do, on Tiger Mountain. I came up to their house early one morning to help them with their yard work. At around noon, I said my goodbyes as I had to get to work at Penny's at 1. The one thing you need to know about the road up to Tiger Mountain is it's a curvy, steep, mostly wet dark road and bicyclists love to ride it. It's only a 2-lane road and most turns are nearly 90 points turns. Well, as I was turning one corner, I came up on a pair of bicyclists. Since the road is only 2 lanes, and you don't have very many straight stretches of the road to pass, I kept my distance and decided to follow them down the hill. Soon enough, they were traveling at 40 miles per hour. I distinctly remember telling myself, I need to keep my distance around this corner. This corner was the last real corner of the road, until it more or less becomes straighter. These guys book it around the corner and the next thing I know, the lead biker's tire pops, and he crashes head first over his handlebars into the middle of the road, skidding 20 or 30 feet before stopping. I stop and put on my 4-way flashes and dial 911 as I get out. His buddy is freaking out as I'm relaying info to the dispatcher. The guy was still breathing at this point, but non-responsive. I hang up with 911 after they tell me it will be 10 minutes before aid arrives, and my Red Cross training kicks in. I make sure his neck is stable and tell his buddy to go get a blanket from my car. I check for other injuries: injured knee, false bleed on his forehead, nose is busted, and there was a bleed coming from his stomach, which wasn't caught for a couple of minimums. A lady soon stopped and gave me brand new rags, which was good because his cut on his forehead was bleeding into his eyes. He awoke and asked what happened, and I told him he had an accident, then asked him his name, what day it was, and what street he lived on. I've had 5 concussions, so I know how the routine goes. He replied with John, but couldn't come up with what day or what street he lived on, and soon started to repeat his question of what happened. His breathing became heightened and passed out. That's when I caught the injury to the abdomen. He was wearing a black/gray spandex biking suit, which made it hard for me to see the darkening spot. I asked for more rags and put pressure on the wound. The only thing that I could come up with was that his handlebar went into his abdomen as he crashed. Sure enough, it did. That's when he stopped breathing. I started chest compressions and asked his friend to look in my car for my lunch. I packed a sandwich that day and told him to take the sandwich out and cut one corner off with my knife in the center console. At this point in time, I never carried gloves in my car, so I took the risk without using gloves. But when it came to mouth and his head wounds, I really didn't want to take the chance. I put the cut corner into his mouth and opened his airway as best I could. I proceeded with CPR and continued until the paramedics got there. I still don't know what happened to him to this day, but I'm assuming he survived, since there was no bicyclist killed story on the news the night. My day didn't end there. Haha. As I was driving over Snoqualmie Pass that night, a guy with his dog ran out onto the road from the wilderness. I spotted them about 50 yards out and was hoping someone would stop, since I'm a 20-year-old girl with a knife to protect myself. No one stopped, so I did. I approached him and asked if he needed help. He told me that his girlfriend and son went out for a hike and got lost, and his son hurt his knee. I was skeptical and called 911. Again. Crazy thing was, 911 told me they couldn't help. After 3 calls to 911, I finally got transferred to the Cottitas County Sheriff. Long story short, they were rescued and safe, and the guy called me later to thank me. Point still not over. Now it's about 10 at night, late for my sister's birthday, and what do I see at my exit I need to take to get home? A car fire. I called 911 again and said they were already on their way. Thankfully, I booked it home and didn't drive at all that weekend. Had her point, so there you have it, 5 calls to 911 all in a 12-hour time span. I've been on both ends. When I was maybe 5 or 6, my parents and I moved into a condo with a pool. They tried to teach me how to swim for months, but I was a slow learner and I just panicked every time I tried. So I had this floaty ring that went around my waist, and I'd just jump in the water and splash around, get out and repeat. My mom was over on the other side of the pool in the deep end when she saw me jump in and slip through the floaty and sink to the bottom. Point I kicked and thrashed. It took a while, to establish which way was up. A scream escaped me, and I lost all of my air. I struggled to move towards the railing on the side of the pool. I choked on more air and couldn't move. I could reach my fingers to the top of the water, but my head was still underwater. When I passed out, I woke up on the cement next to the pool, spewing water and gasping for air. My mom and I just hugged each other and bawled. My neighbor is the one who saved me. I don't even remember her name, but I owe her my life. On the other end of the scale, a lady in my neighborhood hit a man and his nephew while they were riding on a scooter through the neighborhood. She didn't stop to give them the right of way because she didn't see them, and they were going so fast that I have no idea if either of them could have reacted in time. Anyway, I'm walking out to my car to go see a movie with my friends, and my neighbor runs up and grabs me and tells me they need my help because they know I'm a med student and did a bunch of first aid /EMT /physiology /CNA stuff. So I run over there to see this lady trying to pick him up and hold him. He's maybe only 4 or 5. I tell her I'm a nurse and to please stand back so I can take a look. This kid's eyes are wide and he is in complete shock, so stunned he couldn't even cry, even though I'm sure he was in a lot of pain. I introduce myself, get him to answer a few questions to make sure he can talk and think, verify he doesn't have a concussion, and then as he's laying on the ground I start doing a basic mobility test. He had a helmet on, and you're not supposed to take that off. Saw a guy die after a motorcycle crash, and his helmet was holding his skull together, so I skipped to his neck and shoulders. I reach my fingers behind his neck to feel his spine, and there's a bulge indicating that one of his vertebrae is dislocated or broken, so I had to have him hold still. But he could still feel stimuli of me squeezing his hands and feet. We prop his head into position and I use a wet rag to start cleaning some of the dirt and blood away from his scrapes and cuts. The paramedics came, and we put him on a stretcher, and the poor kid was such a trooper the whole time. I would have been bawling if I was him, but he was trying so hard to follow my words and be a big boy. He's okay and wasn't paralyzed or anything, but his mom could have killed him if she picked him up. Scares the shit out of me to think I would have probably done the same thing if I was in her position. TLDR, I drowned in a pool when I was a kid, and then a year or two ago I saved a kid from possible full body paralysis or death when his neck broke in a car accident. On 3 separate occasions, I have stopped people from running out in front of cars. I shall now go through each of them, so you all may know of my heroism. First, a friend and I were walking home from middle school. We are walking, talking, generally having a great time. We check down a street we are about to cross, making sure no one's coming, and start to cross. Suddenly, some lady come tearing up the street we were crossing. My friend didn't see her in time, so I tackled him out of the street, and we turned around and flipped off the lady. Second, also on the way home from middle school with different friends, we stopped in at Subway to grab some sodas before we finished our walk. We got very close to where we were going when one of my friends threw his bottle as a cop was driving by. We heard the wheels skid and the rubber burn as he pulled a U-turn on the hill behind us to get back to us. He turned into the street in front of us as we were stepping into it, but as I realized what he was doing, I threw my arms out and stopped all 3 of my friends from being killed by road rage cop. Third, while helping at a local rummage sale, me and one of the other helpers had to move some stuff to a buyer's car. On the way back to the front of the sales room, a car came out of nowhere, rounding the corner at us. I grabbed the other guy and shoved him between 2 other cars. The moving car zoomed right by. TLDR, I'm a big damn hero. Obviously. Well, it more or less started by asking him about his life back home and what he was doing down here. He essentially told me how he was going through a divorce and how she was making all sorts of unreasonable demands and wanting to get full custody of their kids. He had a job and was realizing he would need to adjust his life and get another job and leave the original one in order to take care of the kids. Finances were getting strained, and he ultimately wasn't able to keep the kids as he wanted. I've seen numerous friends go through divorces, and I guess just having an outlook on both sides of the argument, and my common trait of playing devil's advocate, I just made comments for him to realize his wife's perspective as well. I live a carefree life. Things happen, and you need to accept it, adapt and keep going. Ultimately, if a decision or event is not going to kill you, and you're alive the next day, you have nothing to worry about. I always ask someone, when they are in a hard situation or emotional state by point blank just saying, "Are you going to be alive tomorrow?" They'll always stare at me blankly, overly confused and say yes. Then you shouldn't be worrying. You know who should be worrying? The person that is being rolled into an emergency room right now. The person that is struggling to find food and hasn't eaten anything for several days. Not you. Puts them in their place, they calm down a bit more and have a better realization of the situation and are more confident with their situation going forward. A friend of mine and I went out fishing about 5 or 6 years ago. Deep into the woods about 1 mile is this giant pond. Fishing is one of our favorite things to do, so we went out and did our thing. My buddy had a history of seizures in the past, but at the time, he hasn't had one in a few years. So he wasn't taking medicine or anything like that. So you might be able to figure this one out. He got a seizure. We don't have our cell phones or anything we can contact someone with. At this point, I'm scared as shit and have no clue what to do. He starts out winded and very dizzy, then stopped, sat down, and then started to swallow his tongue. Being very scared and being a jackass I am, I tell him to knock it off and stop joking. Nothing. I then realize, holy shit, he's having a seizure. So he's on the ground, and I get my sweater and form a pillow for him on the ground. Calm him down by massaging his shoulders, telling him things are going to be alright. Give him some bottled water. We had nothing. Good news. He stopped. Bad news. He's unconscious at the time. I wasn't very strong. He's about 175 pounds, and I'm about 150. I carry him to the first house I find, which is my house, conveniently a mile away. I ran the entire time. The walk doesn't take long, but this time it felt like forever. Nobody's home, so I call an ambulance. Paramedics arrive and are able to get him revived. Absolute scariest moment of my life, but I did save my best friend's life. Took a lunch break to return some repaired screen doors to my old apartment complex. I was driving a van my dad had loaned me for a move. As I peeled out of the shopping center where I picked up my screen doors, I heard a very loud bang. Startled, I looked over to see the wreckage of a car spinning my way with debris flying towards me, but landing short. I pulled up to the next light, stopped the van, and put on the emergency blinkers. The car had slammed into a fire hydrant and basically exploded. There was a woman in the driver's seat shaking uncontrollably from a seizure. I jumped out of the car and put my phone and my wallet into the center console of my van and ran over to the car. Water was spraying everywhere from the hole where the fire hydrant had been. It was pouring down all over her face. Another man ran up and yelled, "We have to get something to cover her or she's going to drown." I turned around and ran back to my car to look for something to cover her up with. I ended up finding an old cat cradle still in the van from the move. It was solid enough to prevent water from drowning the woman. I ran over to the car and 2 men and myself held the cat cradle over the woman's face to keep her from drowning. Interesting to think that, if it weren't for basically any of us, she might have drowned. Here's a link to the story. That is one of the pictures that I took. There was a girl I used to talk to quite regularly when I was younger. We both had a crush on each other, but never did anything about it. Eventually she moved away from home, and I moved out to college. We stopped talking, but I always had her number in my phone. Anyway, about 5 years had passed since I had heard from her. I was living in LA and she in NJ. One particularly average day, while taking a sheet and flipping through my contacts like usual, I stumbled across her name and thought, I haven't talked to her in a while. So I sent her a text. "Hey, long time no chat, how are you?" She replied by telling me how weird it was that I texted her because tonight was the night she was killing herself. In the years that we hadn't talked, her life had taken a drastic turn for the worse. She had a boyfriend whom she had 2 children with. He sold crack and abused her. Eventually they broke up and she became homeless, selling herself for money. At the point that I texted her, she had an apartment, but she was working 3 or 4 jobs and never saw her kids. I tried to talk her out of it. She wouldn't have any of it, but she told me how much I meant to her and how much she'd miss me, and then she stopped responding to my texts. I frantically rushed to find her on Facebook, and from her profile I found both of her sisters' profiles and sent them messages urgently trying to find someone who could go to her and save her. One of her sisters got back to me soon after and said this: "She's just trying to get attention. Don't worry about her. She's next to me doing dishes right now. Happy as can be." A few hours later I got another message from her sister saying how, when she walked back into the kitchen and confronted my friend as to why she said she was going to kill herself, she picked up a knife and tried to stab herself in the stomach and throat, screaming and crying about how nobody was going to stop her from doing what she had to do. Her sister restrained her and called the police. They came and took her away in an ambulance pointer, and I still talk to this day, and while her life is still tough, things have gotten much better, and she's actually coming to visit me next week on her birthday. It's situations like this that make me wonder just how much control we really have in life. The perfect timing of this entire situation still makes me think to this day. I waited 5 years to text this girl, and something made me text her on that day at that moment. Perhaps it was coincidence, but I like to think it was something greater. Sometimes you can't help but wonder if we are just another program for the universe to play with. TLDR. Texted a girl I hadn't talked to in 5 years. Saved her life because of it. Just this past weekend in China I was trying to catch a cab back home after a drink at the bar. It was a mild night, but the rain was intermittent, making it impossible to get a taxi. I waited over 30 minutes and decided just to start walking back home in the same direction. At least I'm getting somewhere, I thought. I walked by my favorite bar and saw some of the friendly bar staff outside. We exchanged greetings and I noticed they were holding up a Chinese girl who was clearly several drinks past her alcohol limit. Slouched over and crouched down on the side of the road, I tried to flag down a cab for her to go home. I thought she was friends with the bar staff since they were helping her, but supposedly she just showed up to the bar alone and got wasted. That's never a good sign. No taxi came for us, and we were fighting for a taxi with an unending flow of other patrons. We eventually got her to sit on the curb and she eventually threw up her bar tab and her dinner. After all of the mess, she began to talk. Supposedly her American boyfriend Tom left her recently to head back to America. He left without saying goodbye and doesn't really have plans for coming back. She lamented about how much she missed him and life just wasn't worth living. She went as far to say she wanted me to buy her a knife so she could kill herself, and I respectfully declined. It's just too painful, and I just want to die X1000. I tried just to talk to her and comfort this stranger as best I could. At the very least I could make sure she stays around until one of her friends comes to pick her up, or she gets in a taxi safe and sound. Fast forward 2+ hours later, and after a lot of stares/random inquiries from passers-by, a girlfriend of her comes, takes her from the curb and into a nearby 24/7 KFC. I figure my job is done. I walk over just to make sure she's okay, and the girlfriend pushes me out of the KFC and says it's all good. I'm assuming she was thinking I had the worst of intentions. Ugh. All in all, maybe I saved a life. Lost a couple hours of sleep, but it was worth it. I hope that girl is okay. TLDR, Tom is a hoser. Not sure this will get any views since I'm posting so late, but I might as well give it a try. Warning, this story is fairly traumatic, at least to me, and I still have nightmares about it. One night my now ex-girlfriend, just a friend at the time, friend called me. It was 2 AM on a school night. We were high school seniors. She was just crying and everything she said was completely inaudible. Soon she hangs up. I'm starting to get really worried when a minute later I received a text message saying, "I want to go deeper." Once upon a time she had emotion problems, so I was really scared. I threw on a jacket and sped to her house. When I got there I let myself in using the hidden key I knew about in the garage. She had not so stellar parents, and at the time I got there, the house was empty. The house is completely dark except for one light coming from upstairs. When I get upstairs I see the light is coming from her room. The door is closed, and there is faint music coming from behind it. When I open the door, all her lights are on, and I see her sitting in the corner with her head buried in her chest. The music is coming from headphones that she has in her ears. I walk over, take the headphones out, and lift her head. Her normal dark skin is pale, and she is cold. On her left arm, there were 3 deep, crimson cuts dripping onto the carpet. On her right, black scorch marks that were still hot to the touch. I picked her up, laid her in bed, and excused myself to the bathroom. To throw up. I found the knife and the lighter, and hid them away in my pocket. Then I saw the rope under her bed. Earlier in the week her brother had tried, unsuccessfully, to hang himself. She stopped him, and had told me she threw the rope away. I found it, tied in a noose once again, under her bed. I then noticed the abnormal placement of her chair under her ceiling fan. I cut the rope in pieces and stashed them away in my pockets. I stayed with her the rest of the night and drove her to school the next morning. Extra info: the cause of her breakdown was her then boyfriend. He was always very abusive. This time they had gotten into an argument at the mall. He literally kicked her out of his car, called her a cunt, then left her stranded there. She walked home by herself that night. She later broke up with him, for a completely different reason, and eventually started dating me. However, she cheated on me, and left me for the guy she cheated on me with. It broke my heart, and I'm still not really over it, even though it was around 3 months ago. TLDR, my friend, later ex-girlfriend, underwent emotion stress, and planned to hang herself, but I showed up and stopped her. Best friend is a combat veteran with really bad PTSD. One night he disappeared from a party we at after talking to his girlfriend for an hour outside. She was the devil. I'm not saying she was a beach and ogre, just a mean person. She was actually the devil. Anyway, she apparently told him he wasn't a man for dying in Iraq after an IED blew up his Humvee, and only men died, which was the trigger. After he disappeared I frantically called him, because he's never done that before. I finally get a hold of him half an hour later. He picked up the phone, and said, "You were more than a friend, you were my brother." Then quickly hung up the phone, didn't pick up, no matter how hard I tried. Lucky I heard his dog barking during that brief call and ride my bike. I was wasted as fast as I could to his apartment. I watched his dog 2 weeks before, while he went to visit his girlfriend in Colorado, so I had a key to his apartment. Opened the door, and found him convulsing on the floor. So I threw him over my back, and carried him to his car, where I drove him to the VA hospital. After finding out he polished off every antidepressant in his medicine cabinet, the doctor informed me he was stable, so I left. Then the doctor ran after me as I was waking out of the building, looked at me straight in the eyes, and said, "You saved your friend's life tonight." I got about 6 feet out of the door before I fell to my knees crying. Needless to say, I purchased a bottle of Jack and polished it off before the night's end. I was walking home from the cinema one day, and I was taking my usual route, cut over the motorway slip road, then under the bridge, and down a dirt track. This time I was approaching the slip road, and I saw an elderly gentleman on a Motability scooter. He was driving up the exit slip road. That's right, driving up the slip road for cars leaving the motorway, directly into oncoming traffic. I thought to myself, what the hell is he doing? Just then I saw his scooter tip over, and he fell straight into the middle of the road. I ran as quick as I could up the slip road, and stopped a car that was coming. When the car stopped, I checked the old man was okay. He was a little worse for wear, but he seemed alright. I helped him up, and sat him at the side of the road. At this point traffic started to build up on the slip road, and I was attracting a lot of anger and horns from motorists behind the accident. I had to get the scooter off the road, so I flipped it back onto its wheels, and dragged it to the side of the road, where the old man was sat. Traffic started moving again, and all the angry drivers hurled abuse at me whilst driving past. I ignored it, and asked the old man where he was going. He told me that he was headed towards the cinema. So I faced his scooter towards the cinema, and helped him back onto it. I asked if he wanted me to walk with him to make sure he got there okay. He declined, said thank you, and drove away. I watched him drive away until I couldn't see him anymore, then put my headphones in and continued my journey home. I never really told anyone about this till today, and I know this will get buried, but this was my story. I remember my second year of college. I heard shouting outside my dorm room and saw a bunch of drunk undergraduates trying to pull someone across the quad. I ran down there because I thought that they were trying to drag her away non-consensually. When I got down there, I saw that the situation was even worse. This girl was covered in vomit and convulsing, and her pupils were so dilated you couldn't even see what color her eyes were. She pretty obviously had severe alcohol poisoning. Her friends were completely drunk themselves and were scared that campus security was going to catch them and that they'd all get into trouble. I told them that their friend was going to die if they took her home, and they didn't pay me any attention. Then I got completely disgusted with trying to talk to them, dialed 911 on my phone, showed it to them, and hit the dial button. All but one of them ran away. Some friends, right. I tried to keep the girl on her side as much as possible, so she wouldn't breathe in any of her vomit. It was hard, because she was also seizing. The least terrible friend of the girl helped me out. In a couple minutes the ambulance showed up. They took her to the hospital, and she got better. There was another time when I found a drunk guy lying in a pool of blood and vomit at one of my own parties, and so I called an ambulance and had him taken away. If I hadn't been a good hostess and kept track of who was where doing what, I would have had a dead guy under my stairs the next morning. 3 times. Which is super weird, since there is absolutely nothing extraordinary about me, and I don't work in any type of life-saving career area. I entered a building to see a crowd of about 30 people standing around the bottom of an escalator. Because I'm super nosy, I walked around the edge of the crowd and to the front to see what is so fascinating about the up escalator. Once at the front, I see that an elderly woman has fallen on the escalator and is faking rolling down it in a giant spiral of doom as the escalator relentlessly moves up, like falling down a set of stairs that never ends, and all the people are apparently just frozen in place and doing nothing because the situation was so freaking bizarre and unexpected. Because I was super surprised and also incredibly original. I yell holy shit, and then get on the escalator, thereby stopping her from rolling down it anymore, and, I'm assuming, preventing her untimely demise. We ride to the top, and had to sort of drag her off, because she couldn't stand up, and then, and only then, does everyone else unfreeze, and start doing stuff like calling an ambulance, which comes, and takes her away. She was injured, but I'm assuming she survived. Although to be fair, she may have been able to stay on this treadmill to hell quite a bit longer before she sustained actual life-threatening injuries, so I'm not 100% certain that this was an actual life-saving event. 2. I was living in an apartment building when I started to hear weird noises from down the hall. So of course I investigated, as you do when you hear weird noises in an apartment building. There were no words, just a weird guttural noise. I called 911 and then fretted in the hallway for a bit, freaking out because my loud notification that 911 had been called did nothing to shush the noises, and the rescue peeps still had not arrived, and I couldn't imagine what was going on in there. Then the noises did stop, which freaked me out even more, so I decided to bust on in and see what in the effing ifenhema was going on in there, because if someone was dying or getting killed and I stood by and did nothing, I would never have been able to live with the guilt. So I bust on in, which was easier than expected since the door was unlocked, and I proceed to assess the situation. There was a dude laying on the couch in nothing but his tighty whities, and he appeared to be having a seizure. So I rush over to him and start calling to him and trying to take his pulse. He is breathing in a labored fashion and has a pulse, and there is not much one can do for a seizure of unknown etiology. So I start looking around the room for some type of clue as to what is wrong with this dude. While I did see the numerous Born and Gun magazines that the guy had spread out over his coffee table, I did not find anything of use to the situation. Then I thought to check his wrists for a mid-decolate bracelet, which he had. Dude was diabetic and had been having a diabetic emergency. So, not seeing any obvious diabetic supplies or instructions, I'd have that posted everywhere if this was something that might happen to me. I ran back to my apartment and grabbed a Coke and an infant medication dropper and started basically force feeding the guy soda. Before you know it, he had stopped seizing, but he was still pretty out of it point. And then the paramedics arrived, popped in and forth, and scooped the guy off to the hospital. On the way out, they told me that he was on the brink of diabetic coma, which is dangerous, and that I had saved his life. Edit. I forgot about time number 3, when I was in college, early 90s, before everyone had a cell phone with them at all times. I was walking home from work at about 10:30 p.m. all alone, because I'm all super smart is why, and as I walked past this nightclub parking lot, I saw one dude getting his booty kicked in such a major fashion that it was terrifying, by 5 other guys. They were sort of busy and looked kinda drunk, and they appeared not to notice me. I honestly was not going to intervene because of the part where I would rather not be killed, and was exiting the scene as fast as I could when the dude being assaulted stopped getting up, but the assailants did not stop assailing point. So I hid in the bushes nearby and started yelling at the top of my lungs that the cops were coming and I could hear the sirens and they better run right now. And they did. I stayed frozen in the bushes for a minute due to terror and uncertainty as to what to do then, even though the guys ran in the opposite direction. After a minute, and before I could come up with any type of plan for what to do with the injured guy, he got up and wandered off under his own power. So I ran as fast as I have ever run in my entire life all the rest of the way home. TLDR, if you are dying and I wander by, I'll be terrified, but I'll probably save your life. Was in India a few years ago, and near Hampi there is a dam with a water run that goes on for miles and miles. A common thing was to jump in one side of the dam and let yourself get sucked under the sluice gate, and then off down the run. You can actually get yourself out of the water straight after the gate if you swim to the shore, but once you have traveled 30 miles the current is strong, and you will get sucked along the race for the next 900 meters or so. If you are a half decent swimmer and stay calm, it's actually no big deal. Imagine floating down a river with cliffs on each side that go up really high, have vines coming down that look like tree snakes, in water that's eddying and creating mini whirlpools, and you can see how it can get a bit scary. My mate Dan and I jumped in with about 5 others we had met that day. Dan wasn't a great swimmer, but was trying to play it cool, and I had made it sound easy to make it the length of the race and set off. Not 100 mountain. He looked at me, white face, and said, "I'm not going to make this," before getting sucked under. I got over to him and started to try and keep him afloat, tell him if he relaxes he will be okay, but no, he freaks out and tries to climb on top of me, pushing me under. I wrestle with him the whole way along this race just to stop him from drowning me. I push him away at one stage and he goes under and can't see him. I managed to find the guy under the water and bring him up, but he is totally exhausted and a dead weight and him tiring fast. I get him to the side of run and tell him to grab one of the vines as we race past and hold on tight, which he does, and it snaps, starts drowning again. Pull him up. The cliffs fall away to a riverbank edge. The current and eddies here are mental, but it's the only way out before it all starts again. I'm dragging this guy out of the water, almost drowning myself, and we finally make it out. He's coughing and spluttering and white as a ghost, not saying a word. He finally gets up, walks away, jumps on his motorbike and rides away to the place we were all staying at and stays in his room for 3 days. Remember, in India, if he had drowned we would have all been faked. No hospitals around there. Anyway, a few years later, I'm now in Sydney at my new job when a courier arrives with this massive leather case. Inside it is a tablet set and a "thanks for saving my life" TLDR. Convinces mate to jump in fast moving water, almost drowns, saves his life, gets drum. In 2010 there was a tornado in Brooklyn. I was at the Mets game that day because my mom, who is a breast cancer survivor, was invited to go out on the field before the game started. When it started to rain, we hadn't even gone through the entrance gate to the stadium. I love hanging out in the rain, but when I saw how heavily it was starting to fall and how strong the winds were becoming, I realized that it was probably best for me to duck behind a pillar. I couldn't see my mom or dad, but my mom was born and raised in Nebraska, so I knew she'd know what to do with this kind of storm. The pillar I ducked behind also sheltered this other guy, who I never knew and never really met. After everyone else realized that it was time to take shelter, this guy in his 50s or 60s was sort of shuffling back and forth, trying to decide which pillar to hide behind. A huge gust of wind knocked the man off his feet. On instinct, I ran out towards the old guy to help him up, but the guy hiding behind my pillar grabbed my arm and told me to stay. I shook him off and ran over to the guy, grabbed him under his armpit, and started to pull him off the floor. With one arm pulling him up, another gust of wind blew at me, and, I swear on everything I hold dear, lifted a nearby table and flung it right at the old guy's head. So with my other hand, I got a hand on the table. The wind was too strong for me to hold it to the ground with one hand, though, so it flipped over my hand and I managed to guide it so it just misses hitting the old man's head. The table flies into the gates of the stadium. I get up and drag the old guy over to the pillar where everyone else was and take shelter there. After the storm passed, I found my parents and we went in and watched the most boring game of baseball ever. The old guy never thanked or saw me again. When I was 5 I rode to preschool with my mom every day. It was a really short drive, but I hated going for walks. One day, for no reason, I felt like going for a walk. As we were walking my mom heard what sounded like a child whispering help. My mom stopped us and tried to find the little girl, but didn't see or hear anything. On the way back, after dropping me off, my mom heard it again and investigated. She found a woman in her 80s stuck in a rose bush. I inadvertently saved that woman's life, I guess. This is my mom's go-to story anytime I try to refute her crazy god claims. During the summer, when I was in 6th grade, I made fun of one of my friends who was a little chunky one day, and he got really pissed and wouldn't talk to me. It was normal for us to make jokes about one of us being fat or nerdy or whatever. We were stupid. The next day he wore a turtleneck to the park, where we were playing around and eating, and we made fun of him for that too. I saw a burn around his neck when he scratched it pulling the neck part down, and I had no idea what it was. Something in my head told me that things were more serious than I thought and stopped point when my other friends were leaving the park before Turtleneck got done with his food. I waited with him and asked him if he was okay, since he didn't talk much. We talked for a minute before I had to go catch up with the rest, and he had to go home to get ready for some Boy Scout thing. I later found out that the burn was rope burn and he tried to hang himself but didn't know how to do it and screwed up. Apparently I told him something during our minute-long talk that changed him, and he got super fit and joined the Marines. He just got back from boot camp last week. Last one. I walked into the back room of my great aunt's house during Thanksgiving dinner when I was 6-ish and saw my second cousin nodding on oxycontin. I ran to my mom and asked why she was foaming at the mouth. I thought she had rabies. She got into rehab and is a few years clean after being off and on for the last 10 and all the way on for the 5 years before that point. TLDR, Jeebus made me not lazy for once. I almost made fun of a friend one too many times and don't get hooked on oxycontin. New Year's a couple of years ago, friend decided he wanted to drink a gallon of wine because some crazy German mayor saved his town by drinking a gallon of wine. After a trip to see his ex, who had broken up with him recently, and comes back super depressed. He's stumbling around sheet-faced by one of those fences with those sharp and ornamental tops and tries to impale his head on one of those, but I had my hand over the spike and kept him from doing that. At this point I want to make it clear he was a big guy. I'm 6'2" and 200 pounds, but he was much larger than I am and was able to push me around quite easily. He was pushing me away after I stopped him from impaling himself and started ambling off towards the pool area of this apartment complex. He jumps the unlocked 8-foot-high gate and proceeds to belly flop into a freezing cold pool. At this point I'm following behind him bundled up nice and warm in my down jacket when I see the jumping of the fence and realize what he's about to do. So I strip down to my undies and fish his fat ass out of the pool. Had no one seen him go here he'd have drowned, face first in that water. He was still breathing when I pulled him out but completely blacked out. I drive over the walking paths to back up to pool gate and 4 of us haul him into back where we drive him back to the apartment and spend the next few hours restraining him and warming him up. Awesome way to spend New Year's. I run into my ex's boyfriend at a party and the dude is super wasted. The people he was with bail on him. I find him in a room by himself choking on his own vomit. I get him up and call his friends. They take him to his girl's place. I don't think either of them know what happened that night. Neither of them have seen me in years and they have very mixed opinions about me. Because I used to be a huge douche point on 2 separate occasions I kept the same person from committing suicide. However, while I was away at school he ended up doing it anyway. Last one, I was volunteering at a shelter for homeless people and domestic abuse victims while going through rehab. This old guy staying there had been feverish the last couple days. So I go into their bunks to check on him, and he is having a seizure. He was also diabetic. I ran to his locker to grab his meds, screamed for one of the nurses who was about to lock the place up for the night. She takes care of him, while I call 911. He would have died if I didn't walk through. The dude spent 2 weeks in the hospital. I never saw him again, but I found out later that he moved a town over and got a job and a place by himself. Like the first situation, I don't know if he can recall what happened that day. The paramedics said we called just in time. TLDR saved a drunk person from the vomit chokes, suicide prevention, and an old diabetic dude in seizure mode. I was a waiter in a 5-star French restaurant. Was cruising through my section when I saw a guy giving the signals of choking, holding throat, panicked face, etc. And his buddy just then stood up and looked around obviously for help for his friend. Happened in half a second. I was standing right there and went to him and asked if he was choking. He nodded and grabbed the table and pushed it away from him and he began to panic. I told him to stand up and as he did I positioned myself behind him. He was very tall, like 6 feet 6 inches. When I wrapped my hands around him in the Heimlich, I realized he was too tall for me, so I stood on the bench seat behind him. He was in the booth part of a banquet table and squatted down a little so I could get my hands in the right place and still be able to pull upwards. I did this about 4 hard times and he puked. Threw up all over the floor, everything he had been eating for dinner. With a loud, excruciating moan and heave. Then he sat back down, and my back waiter came over and cleaned it up. A few people in the room began clapping, and Jude continues eating. No thanks, nothing. So I saw that all was okay, so I went and smoked a cigarette. Bonus, saw him later drinking in the bar section of the restaurant and I nodded as I walked by and asked if he was okay. He looked at me like I had 3 heads and said, "What, TLDR? Gave Heimlich to choking dude. He pukes and doesn't say thanks." 2 stories, though neither of them were me saving someone, but I was involved. My dad and I were driving into town to pick up some stuff for our pool. I pointed out the window at a girl and a boy riding their bikes. I recognized one of them. The girl looked like she was going too fast though, losing control, and in about 2 seconds had flipped over her handlebars and smashed face first into the ground. My dad swerves over, and we both hop out. She was screaming bloody murder, which I feel was appropriate given she was covered in blood. Another man pulled over, and my dad told him to call 911 while he had her lay still as best he could. Ambulance showed up a few minutes later, and we went on our way. Girl was fine, just some decent scars. Story 2 was actually me being saved. Went out to a martini party after work with my best friend. Greatly underestimating the strength of martinis, I drank about 4 each with a beer in about an hour and a half. Realizing I was much too drunk, I grabbed my jacket, told me friend to come over when she was done here, and that I loved her. Got home, chatted with my roommates, laughed about how drunk I was, and that I was going to go grab a bucket. Which I promptly did, and puked my guts out. Fast forward to the morning, my best friend is sleeping downstairs on the couch. I wake her up, and she comes and lies down next to me in the bed, and tells me that when she showed up I was on my back gagging. She had rolled me over, and puke spewed everywhere. I was choking to death and she showed up and saved my life. Thanks Leslie. 3. I briefly worked in the archives for a major private university in the Boston area. Not going to say which one, but it was a major university in Boston. Once, while going between floors with one of our student archivists, we came across a girl who had tripped on the stairs and hit her head. She was unconscious, and judging from the partially congealed puddles of blood on the stairs, had been there for some time. The student saw her first, and it took me a few seconds to register what had happened. After that, my Boy Scout training took over. I carefully turned the girl over to assess her injuries, supporting her neck and head. After that, I don't remember the exact order things happened. The girl came to, and I did my best to calm her down and keep her still while I sent the student for help. I called 911, but was too flustered to tell them the exact address, and instead told them the name of the library, but mistakenly gave the address as being in Cambridge. Some other library patrons answered my yells for help and brought clean paper towels, with which I staunched the bleeding on her head, but by then it was mostly clotted anyways. Mostly, I treated for shock, which meant asking lots of questions of the injured person and keeping her still. Finally, I have no idea how long it took. The security officer came and took charge. Actually, he just cleared the people away and coordinated with the paramedics and told me to keep doing what I was doing. It was a surreal experience. At the end of the day I was debriefed by the security officer, and while he wasn't permitted to give me details, he said it was very lucky that I had found her. Very few people take the stairs in that library, and if the elevator hadn't taken so long that we decided to take the stairs instead, who knows how long it would have been before she was found. I don't know much about forensics or anything, really, but some of the blood on the stairs had dried by the time I found her, or at least it looked that way. I didn't exactly pay much attention at the time. In any case, I got credit for saving her life, at least within the library community. Not that it meant much. I left about a month later for my current job. Edit. Details happened back in high school. Like, in school, there was this slutty girl in my class who most people did not like, and she was really into drugs. Now, she probably had a bad childhood, but back in high school, we didn't care about that sort of stuff about people. Anyways, one day senior year at lunch, I was just eating with my friends and I pointed out to them that she was really tired and could barely hold her head up. We laughed about this and went on with our conversation. Well, about 10 minutes later, I look back over and notice her again, even worse. At this point, I started worrying over her and talked with my friends what we should do. We agreed to tell a teacher about it just in case, and I went to my ex-C coach and pointed her out. He agreed she looked bad and went over to talk to her. He quickly realized that everything was not fine and went to get the nurse across the hall, and they pulled her out and called 911. I didn't think much about it until 2 months later when one of the people I was eating lunch with that day told me I had saved her life. When I asked my friend about it, she said that apparently some drugs that she took pushed her body to the limit and her lungs were filling up with liquid of something to this effect. She said that she would have died if I hadn't gone and told the teacher about her as soon as I did. She was always out of her mind with the drugs, and most people would not have done anything to help her. I know that she doesn't know what I did, even though it was a small thing, but it is always a cool feeling knowing that I actually saved her life that day. I once was hiking in the San Gabriel Mountains when we came upon a rimrocked hiker, can't climb up, while being able to fall down very fast. He was stuck about 40 feet up next to a waterfall with no safe way up or down. It was about 7 PM and my friends and I, there were 5 of us total, along with a man and his 3 children, were the only hikers left in the area. This rimrock guy was an idiot and decided to go hiking alone, but lucked out since there were other people in the area. So we called the fire department and waited and waited and waited. About an hour and a half had passed and we saw no sign of the fire department. So my friends and I decide to go frolic in the water when we hear "oh shit." Apparently, he tried to stretch his legs. He had been crouching for a couple hours when he lost his balance and slipped. He was pretty lucky because directly below him was a giant boulder. He missed it when he changed the direction he fell by trying to grab something just as he slipped. I ran over there and saw 1, his mangled fingers, 2, blood all over his torn shirt, 3, the 2 bones in his forearm protruding from his skin. My friends and I treated him for shock and covered him in a survival blanket. We then called the fire department again and told them the situation. Fast forward 15 minutes and a helicopter is flying overhead looking for a place to drop some rescue dude. We signal where we are by tying a glow stick to the end of some paracord and swing it over our heads in a circular motion. In the heat of the moment, I was pretending to be a Navy SEAL on some Black Ops mission in a foreign country. Long story short, the fire dep came, put him in a stretcher, and brought him to the middle of an empty area so they could airlift the guy out. TLDR, dude fell 40 feet from a waterfall. My friends and I treated him with basic first aid until he was airlifted out. Saturday, October 8th, 2011. My wife had just left for work. I was on the couch, and all my kids were playing and watching cartoons. My youngest, 2 weeks shy of her first birthday, was crawling after her brother who had just run through the living room. She stopped, sat up, and tried grabbing her mouth and throat. I knew she was choking. I grabbed her and tried to stick my finger down her throat to see if I could dislodge whatever was in there. No go. I flipped her over, put my palm under her sternum, and gave a couple of hard pats. Nothing popped out. I grabbed my cell phone, but I couldn't get it unlocked. So much for smartphones. So I went to the landline. At this point, my daughter's face was turning blue. She was lifeless. I'd carried my kids while they were sleeping, and there's always some resistance. Nothing. I enter freakout mode. The 911 operator tries to calm me. She gives me instructions, and as she tells me what to do, I'm starting to remember the rescue breathing technique that I knew deep down, but had forgotten at that particular moment. She had me lay my daughter on the floor, tip her head, give her a couple of breaths. The second breath did it. She was breathing now. Slowly. Labored. But the color was coming back. She was unconscious. The operator told me the EMS should be there shortly. I had my other kids go outside and erect them in. Apparently the operator thought I'd said 11-year-old. I'd said 11 months old. The EMT saw my girl and says, "Oh, she's not 11 years old." He has me hand her up to him, and off he takes her. I called my wife, my mom, and got my neighbors to watch my kids while we went to the hospital. They life flighted her to a better hospital. Many people told me I was a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I joke, half joke, not to listen to the 911 tape, because you're not here a hero there. The doctor pulled out the culprit, an unpopped popcorn kernel. We hadn't had popcorn in months. I have no idea where she'd gotten it. My breath had pushed it into her lung. TLDR, my daughter choked on a popcorn kernel. I blew it into her lung. I did, although it didn't feel like it at the time. My friends and I were cooking dinner on a rainy day at my house when I heard some banging outside. I went to the door to see what was going on, and a man burst in, holding his face, and locked the door behind him. I live in a southern college town with a pretty low crime rate, so I never locked my doors when I was home. Of course, when he broke in, I thought I was getting robbed and assumed I was going to get hurt. Being honest, I thought I was going to die. I didn't have a weapon or anything on me, so I just yelled at the man to get out of my house, and when I did, he took his hand off of his face, which then fell off. He apparently had been cut from one side of his face, across his nose, and then down through the bottom of his jaw, so that the effect was the center of his face was flayed open with the right side completely skinned. Additionally, he was cut across his shoulder, down his arm very badly, and across his lower back. My friend started screaming and crying, and ran to another room, while I called the police. The dispatcher, henceforth known as the most heartless bitch on the planet, HBP, sent for an ambulance, and I went to my bathroom to grab a towel to help stop some of the bleeding. I live in a house set up shotgun style, so my bathroom was at the opposite end of my kitchen/living room, where he came in. On the way there is a door with a window, and as I passed by it, there was a man outside trying to get in. Apparently, the guy in my house had got in an argument with the man outside my house, which somehow ended in a man's face being cut off. HBP told me to get a good look at the guy outside, but he just cut off some dude's face, so I wasn't buying. When I got back to the kitchen, Cutface had propped himself against the door and a wall, and was trying to stay upright. I gave him the towel and helped him slow the bleeding, while HBP tried to determine my relationship with Cutface and how I was involved. I live on a main road in my town with extremely easy to give directions, but it still took the police 35 minutes to get to my house with an ambulance. I live 1/5 of a mile from a firehouse and about 11 miles from a hospital. They couldn't locate my place, so HBP told me to go outside and honk my car horn. I wasn't about to go outside with a dude who just cut off some man's face and told her as much. She then told me that I was being uncooperative and that they had apprehended the suspect. Well, to me this meant that they were at my house but apparently not. Finally I said, "Fuck it," and ran outside to signal the police point. When they finally got to my house they kicked me out and laid cut face in my carpet to inspect his wounds. Within 5 minutes he was in the ambulance and headed to the hospital, and I was stuck standing outside for over 2 hours in the rain while they did whatever a couple dozen police do at a crime scene. Finally they let me in my house, and I got to inspect the scene. After 2 hours I had thought they would have done some sort of crime scene cleaning or something. I was naive. I was told that there wasn't a team for that, and they left me with a pat on the ass and a box of gloves. I had to meet a couple times with a detective about this case, once to find out if the man had any bloodborne pathogens. They wouldn't tell me because it would violate his medical privacy, and again to give a statement. For over a year and a half I didn't hear about the incident at all and had almost forgotten about it until the detective came to my house with a subpoena to give testimony about that night. At the court house I met the man who got his face cut off, and he thanked me for saving his life. Up until then I hadn't thought of it that way, and honestly it was a humbling moment. The man who did all of the cutting ended up getting 5 years for attempted murder. I guess it's a little late to join this thread, but I'm gonna post it anyway. I'm also not much of a storyteller and somewhat new to Reddit, so I might be doing this wrong. Here we go. About 6 months ago I went to a show with some friends. I'm not really into the electronic music scene, but I went anyway. I don't do drugs, and if you guys know anything about raves you know that drugs are a big part of going to one. Being the only sober person there, I'm obviously the first person anyone would come to ask for a ride anywhere. I'm walking around, kinda dancing a bit, and this kid runs up to me and basically tells me that one of his friends took way too many drugs and is freaking out so much that the owner of the club saw him and kicked him out. So being the only capable person out there, I give him a ride to his house. I get my good friend that I went with and his girlfriend to help me find his house and take care of the kid on the way there. We get him into the car and he's just laying in the back seat saying "God damn it" over and over and over. About halfway there me and everyone in the car are getting pretty fucking sick of him saying that so much, so it was a relief when he finally shut up. Unfortunately the reason he shut up was to start having a seizure and start vomiting all over my car. It's about this time that I decide to take him to the hospital. About 2 minutes after he started having the seizure he just quit moving, puked a little more, then died. So I'm hauling us as fast as I faking can to the hospital, running red lights, weaving past cars, you know, trying to get somewhere with someone who just died in the back of my car. Finally we get there, and the paramedics take the kid in, and we just leave. I'm 17 and had a massive amount of drugs in my car, so I didn't wanna risk getting faked by the cops, so once I knew he would be taken care of I left. Anyway, the next day the kid messages me on Facebook and tells me that he's still alive and thanks me for it. He said that something in the drugs he took made his chest muscles give out and he stopped breathing. He didn't remember any of it and only knew what the doctors told him. It's a good feeling though to save a life. 2 days before Christmas 2011, my wife and I were visiting my mom's house for early Christmas. My 16-month-old was playing with the toys he got as gifts and my wife noticed that he slumped over. When she went to check on him he was unresponsive and had from what I can describe as a 1,000-yard stare. She handed him to me and I noticed he didn't seem to be breathing. I have heard of people talk about the so-called adrenaline dump. I don't think I have ever experienced it before, but when I saw my boy like this my vision went blurry around the edges of my field of view and time seemed to slow down. My brother said my wife was screaming at the top of her lungs, but all I could hear is the sound of my own heartbeat. It seemed like my mind went into automatic. I laid him down, checked his airway, breath, pulse. He wasn't breathing and was starting to turn blue around his lips. started breathes while my brother called 911. A few seconds later he started to cough and whimper. First responders showed up shortly after. They got him stabilized and rushed us to the ER. Up until that point I was calm and collected, but I completely broke down on the way to the ER. It felt like a weight was lifted off my chest and all of the emotion of the event came flooding in all at once. I still get a lump in my throat thinking about that night. Oh wow, I definitely have a story for you. When I was in high school, 11th grade, I was in a musical at the local all-boys private school. They auditioned girls into their shows, and I went to a music school, etc. Anyway, this school was about a half-hour subway ride from home, and rehearsals would sometimes go until 11 p.m. One day, I was hanging out with some drama people, and ended up taking the subway home even later than usual. My stop was also the last on the subway line, so by the time I got to the end of my ride, there were usually very few people left. Anyway, that day I was the only one in my car of the subway to get off, and my car was at the very back end of the train. As I was about to walk up the stairs, I saw a punky looking kid kinda hanging out by the tracks, teetering forward and backward, like he was on drugs or something. He looked about 16 years old, maybe 17. Creeped out, I started walking up the stairs, but for some reason I felt really uncomfortable leaving him there. I can't explain what it was. I suddenly felt really scared for him and decided to turn around and keep an eye on the kid. So there I'm standing on the stairs looking at this guy, and to my horror he starts to move towards the edge of the platform. Like I said earlier, my car was the last one, so he was right there by the tunnel opening through which the subway comes in. I start to slowly walk down the stairs, not entirely sure what I'm going to do, but wanting to be closer to him in case he did anything stupid. He starts to teeter again, kind of rocking from heels to toes and back, right near the edge of the platform. And then I start to hear it. The next train. He leans forward and peers into the tunnel, and my brain and heart are exploding. I want to run away, but I can't stand to think about him jumping, which I'm almost positive he is planning to do at this point. So I slowly start walking towards him. He doesn't see me, because the stairs go up the middle of the platform and his back is turned to me. When I finally see the lights of the train getting closer to the tunnel, something takes over me entirely, and I'm no longer thinking about anything, except pulling this guy away from the tracks. I don't even know what I was thinking at this point. I just run towards him and grab him from behind, throwing us down on the platform floor, all the while screaming at him, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" At this point I wasn't feeling brave or heroic. I was faking pissed at him. So there we are, lying on the ground. I'm on my back, and I'm still grabbing him around the waist, and he has fallen on top of me. When I finally realize what just happened, I start to cry. "Please tell me you weren't gonna jump," I say. "Don't ever do that again. Please." I sit up, cradling him in my arms, which was weird, cause he looked about my age, and was definitely much taller than me. He looks up at me, and we make eye contact, and he starts crying as well. The only words he ever said to me were "thank you," but he probably said it 20 times. "Thank you. Thank you," over and over again, and I just hug him, and we cry together. Then, as quickly as it all happened, he stands up, he thanks me one last time, and he turns around to walk up the stairs. I didn't follow him, I was too stunned. It all happened so fast. Never got the guy's name, but this memory has stuck with me ever since. Every once in a while, I think about him, and I hope that he's still alive somewhere, and that he's doing better. I'm not religious, but I guess you could say I've prayed for him, sent him good vibes, whatever you want to call it. I wish him well. It's a very weird feeling, kinda warm and fuzzy, but also very cold and scary. I hope that night changed his life, because it definitely changed mine. TLDR, took the subway home one night, saw creepy punky kid hanging by the edge of the platform, generally being weird. Stayed to watch, saw him inch closer when the next train was coming, freaked the fuck out in the last second, and ran up and pulled him down to the ground with me. We both started crying. He thanked me and left. Never got his name. Still think about him sometimes. I still have no idea how to reply or respond to this. "You're welcome. I'm glad I could help" is essentially appropriate. Beyond that, brush it off as I was just being a decent human being, and I know you do the same. Have you ever saved someone's life? Yes, several times. I can think of 4 offhand, but I have a feeling I'm forgetting something. I suggest that that was interesting is a good attitude toward it. Put it aside, and don't let it get to you. I got the cops to take my mother's guns away so she couldn't shoot my father. I gave a friend the Heimlich maneuver once when he started choking at dinner. I saw a stupid woman about to jump onto the subway tracks in front of an oncoming train to retrieve a dropped CD player, so I shouted at her and made a big distraction, so she stopped to stare at me instead of jumping long enough that the subway staff heard me and stopped the train and grabbed her so she couldn't jump. She was a real witch about it afterward, and they ended up having to throw her out. And 2 weeks ago my diabetic friend at the office had an episode of severe low blood sugar because he'd had too much insulin, and I realized he was unwell. Tested his blood to find out what was wrong and pumped him full of sugar so he'd recover. Frankly, it was a freak of good luck that he didn't pass out at his desk and die unnoticed in his cube. He should not have been conscious, let alone walking around with the blood sugar reading I got on him. In every case, I just did what any decent person would do, although I'll admit that in the case of my diabetic friend it took some specialized knowledge. He trained me on how to treat him in case this ever happened. I'm just glad he was cooperative, so I could treat the problem orally and didn't have to get out the syringe. What shocks me rather badly is that in the case of the stupid person in the subway, there must have been 200 or 300 people there and nobody did a damn thing to stop her except me, and I was at the other end of the platform. I had to shove person after person out of my way as I ran toward her to try to stop her, and they were all just standing there watching quietly as she was about to jump to her death. There's a deadly high voltage third rail on the tracks, even if the train didn't hit her. My story's probably not that spectacular, but it's one of the scariest experiences of my life. I'm a tutor who works with dyslexic kids, and last October I was working with a family of 2 sons. I knew something was different when I came in, and the mom was home. The parents usually work really late and come home only by 10 p.m. But she said that tonight was their anniversary and she had stayed home because she hadn't slept well the previous night. She said hello and then went upstairs to shower. The older son was also going through a rebellious phase and had refused to come out of his room that afternoon. Anyway, halfway through our session I heard a sudden crash. I didn't really pay it much attention, thinking it was the older son acting up again, but 15 seconds later I heard screams that haunt me to this day. I ran up the stairs to the parents' washroom, where the mom lay naked and unconscious on the floor. I quickly noticed she wasn't breathing, but she had a faint and irregular pulse rate. I called 911, who got me to give her mouth-to-mouth till help arrived 15 minutes later. Those were some of the longest 15 minutes of my life. The only thought that kept going through my mind was that the boys were going to watch their mother die in front of them. I still remember them crying and asking her to wake up as she lay unconscious on the floor. Thankfully all those years of CPR/first aid training came in handy, and I was able to help till the EMS arrived. Thankfully everything went well, and the couple got to celebrate their anniversary 2 nights later. 2 weeks ago, actually. And it didn't occur to me until a few days later that it had saved the guy's life. I work at a hospital, and there was a double amputee walking behind me. He had Lieutenant Dan legs with little metal boots on the bottom. I'd never seen that before. We approached the large revolving door at the entrance, which was going very fast. As I enter the door, the guy behind me trips, and it's just his luck that his head goes inside the door while his shoulders and body are outside. The door was going to break his neck if it wasn't stopped, and the person in the part in front of me hadn't noticed. So I threw my hand back and used my entire body to force the door to stop before it could hit him. I sprained my wrist and hurt something in my abdomen doing so, especially given the guy in front of me kept trying to push the door, but I stopped it. The man was able to stand up again, and we all went inside. One of the people behind him remarked that he wished he'd had a camera, since it was awesome. I kind of wanted to hit him. Why hadn't he done anything to help? The guy himself was pretty quiet about it. When we got on the elevator, he just glanced up at me and said, "That was about the absolute worst place to trip, huh?" And that was that. I actually didn't realize that I'd probably saved his life until 2 days later, when I finally fessed up to one of the doctors I was working with that I'd hurt my wrist stopping the door. She pointed it out to me. I don't know if it counts, but I don't think I'm going to share that story with too many people. It sounds completely unbelievable, and I was the one who did it. I was living with my girlfriend last year, and on the last day of the semester before finals I didn't get up when my alarm went off. I usually get up when my alarm goes off and take our dog outside, and then when I come back in I go straight to the shower without stopping back in our room. Instead I hit the snooze. About 5 to 7 minutes later my girlfriend made a demonic-like scream in her sleep, and it scared the hell out of me, and I was expecting her to be awake from a nightmare. I said her name a few times and no response. I started shaking her, and her body was lifeless and unresponsive, until her body started convulsing. I immediately knew she was having a seizure, even though I had no prior experience with seeing one. I yelled for her sister who was our roommate. She got in our room once it was over. I calmly turned on the light, and was telling the sister my girlfriend had just had a seizure. I grabbed my phone to call 911, because neither one of us knew what to do. At this point she was essentially sleeping again. Then the sister freaks out saying she's not breathing and is purple. I never checked on her after the seizure, because I went for my phone, and expected the sister to be watching her. I jump on the bed, see her lips completely blue, and she wasn't breathing. I thought she was dead. As the sister continues to freak out, and I have no medical training, I start giving her chest compressions. I soon realized that chest compressions were worthless, so I give her mouth to mouth and forget to plug her nose for the first one I gave her. She had gotten a bloody nose during the seizure, so when I forgot to plug her nose I blew bloody snot all over our faces. I then plugged her nose and 3 deep breaths I gave her. With each one I felt something getting pushed out of her airway. On the 3rd breath, it just gave way, and it was like a movie where the person sucks in a gulp of air and coughs. She stayed pretty unresponsive until the ambulance came. I stayed behind to gather my stuff for school. Her sister went with to the hospital and her stepdad was in town. I had a physical fitness test and had to turn in a final paper. I kept my composure until they left with the ambulance and I just broke down, shaking, some tears. It was real intense and the physical fitness test sucked so much. So far she is 10 months seizure free, and they never found anything wrong. We're a perfectly healthy 19-year-old, and they say it's pretty common for people to have one seizure in their late teens and early 20s. It was speculated that her bloody nose had blocked her airway and that's what I had pushed out, so she could breathe again. TLDR saved my girlfriend's life after a seizure. Hitting snooze saves life. I'm rather hoping this gets buried, and I might not even make it through writing all of these. In short, yes. The first was rather innocuous as it goes. A mentally challenged woman I had been chatted at on the bus was walking at a light rail station and was about to walk in front of a train. In fact, she was walking in front of it and doing pretty well and not noticing the driver of the train or the train he was driving. He kept leaning on the horn and she kept walking, looking down at a collection of what I think were coupons or bus passes. During this point I must have seemed like a mad fool because I was talking to myself saying what was probably very gay and not suitable at all. I think I was muttering, oh honey, no, no, oh honey over and over again. At some point, when I was damn sure she wasn't going to make it, I ran the 10 feet to her and then pulled her out of the way. I didn't get a medal, no recognition, no one called me out. I just pulled her out of the way and we went on. In all, I have told 2 people in my life about this. This was the least depressing. Beyond that, I have had to talk 5 of my friends out of suicide. You can believe me, I'm not trying to brag, because I have never done anything as difficult or as completely soul crushing as that. Most of the time, I try to ignore it or forget about it because it feels like some sort of affront to their memory. I mean, they are still alive, but I absolutely hate saying they owe their lives to me because I didn't do anything above and beyond what I would expect my friends to do in my situation. I'm probably not going to enumerate the 5. One called me standing at his window, another two I believe had pills, and the fourth had a gun. The fifth I only learned after the fact and didn't know how they wanted to do it. This culminated for a total of around 20 attempts. 10 of those belonged to just one. And it's shitty. It faking sucks. It's the reason I get so absolutely pissed off at anyone who starts complaining about almost anything below this is a life or death situation. Because I did all of this before I got to college. I'm sitting in college now, with class tomorrow, as a junior, looking back at these events that have happened over the last 7 years. And I hate it. I know reading this will be like reading someone's 7th daiquiri vomit on the club floor, but rest assured it was about as fun to write. I'm not going to TLDR this, because I don't want a faking tally of whatever lives I've saved or not. But if you read to the end, remember one faking thing. It's never worth it. If you think about it, leave where you are. Walk the fuck away, into the night, into the desert. Don't let it end. Start something new. I once, out of impulse, texted my best friend. I'm not much of a texter, so to speak, but one night, I just decided to text her. After a conversation of about 20 minutes, I said something along the lines of, "See you tomorrow," only because I wanted to change up my goodbye other than my standard good night. Her response, "If I wake up tomorrow," I freaked the fuck out. She had apparently taken a lethal dosage of ibuprofen, something like half a bottle of 400mg pills or something ridiculous like that. I told her that she needed to go make herself vomit now. She repeatedly said no, until I told her that I would call her mom and make her get her stomach pumped if she didn't make herself puke. Well, she tried, but she couldn't make herself throw up by sticking her finger down her throat. So I sent her a recipe of things to make into a drink that was sure to make her throw up. This list included mustard powder, horseradish, milk, and some seriously disgusting shit. So I made her send me a picture of the drink so that I knew I wasn't being lied to. She sent me the picture, and believe it or not, chugged down the drink. She supposedly was puking for about half an hour. I saw her the next day at school. We haven't spoke about it or even mentioned it since. I've never told anyone before. We were 14 at the time. Edit. Font was faked. I was at a party with my friends in Dallas, and it was at our friend's apartment. His girlfriend at the time had this cat and refused to give it away or get rid of it. Well, our other friend, who is gay mind you, is highly allergic to cats. Well, he got super drunk and went inside forgetting about the cat. He started wheezing pretty hard when he came stumbling back outside. I sat him on the stool and talked him into breathing while we looked for his EpiPen. He passed out, and I had to give him mouth-to-mouth bringing him back. After a minute he passed back out again and slumped off the stool, so I began to give him mouth-to-mouth once again. Turns out he had locked his EpiPen inside the trunk of his car and couldn't tell us where the keys were. For a third time he stopped breathing, and the mouth-to-mouth wasn't working. In complete panic and tears I proceeded to punch him in the sternum and bring him back for a third time. At this point our other friend calls 911 and finds the keys to his car getting his EpiPen. We ended up getting his EpiPen to him and stopping his reaction right when the EMT got there. To this day everyone makes fun of me for being a straight guy and giving him mouth to mouth, but I really don't care at all. I saved another human's life. No, I saved my friend's life. Sorry for any spelling or grammar mistakes. I gave a guy the Heimlich maneuver when I was 20. I know it's nothing like catching a kid falling out of a window or jumping in front of a bullet, but to me it is significant. When it happened there was only one person there with us in the break room, and as soon as I noticed what was happening I yelled at the other guy to get someone. I grabbed him from behind and suddenly remembered everything I learned in high school health class, and it went like clockwork. They didn't come back until several minutes after the potato shot out of his throat. I felt like, if I wasn't there he definitely would have at least lost consciousness, possibly his life. Afterwards it was all anyone could talk about with me. The guy was super appreciative, but I was for some reason embarrassed about it. I couldn't help but think about what would have happened if I didn't do it right. I was terrified, and my reaction was impulsive, not premeditated. The way he suddenly started flailing around, not making any noise, just banging things, losing color, struggling to stand. I acted purely on reflex. I wasn't even thinking. It was a slow day at a smaller store. There weren't many people in the store that day, and I still don't know if anyone there could have helped. I go over it in my head all the time. It's the most surreal moment of my life. I think what's more interesting about this thread is not the event itself, but the unfathomably confusing emotions of relief, shame, pride, and horror that come from experiencing or taking part in a life or death situation. I never wanted any thanks, but the store gave me Employee of the Month the next week, saying it was unrelated to the event. I knew it was though. There were far more significant choices than myself. I was given a plaque with my name on it. I keep that plaque over my desk to this day. Everyone else thinks it's a symbol of how far I've come. Really, it's a symbol of something so complicated that I don't even know how to make sense of it. Absolutely no one will see this, but being a lifeguard I had many a grab from the pool, but by far my proudest save was on the most routine morning possible. I was 16 years old lifeguarding an indoor pool by myself because it was a low traffic time for the YMCA, but mostly because my head guard was lazy and hanging out in the office. It was around 9 or 10 AM, and I was walking the catwalk as we called it, that ran between the play pool which went to about 5 feet. And had water slides and such and a lap pool on the other side. This particular morning was deep water aerobics which occurred in the lap pool, so I had to watch both the group of older people working out and the 2 children no more than 8 to 10 years old. My head guard decides it's a good time to come chat me up as I'm attempting to scan 360 degrees of pool. Definitely not protocol. Regardless, I can't do anything about it because she's giving me more tasks to do, and as her subordinate I have to do them. When mid-conversation I noticed the young boy in the play pool not only couldn't touch the bottom, but was somehow tangled in the middle of the 5 feet by a toy he had been playing with. I sprint down the catwalk and full-on dive to the child, grabbing him in one single motion. When we surface he kept saying thank you over and over through his coughing, which of all the people I saved in my time as a lifeguard he was the first and only one to do so. As we reached the deck everyone from the deep water aerobics including the instructor was clapping. I got so many high fives from co-workers that day my hand was glowing red. It wasn't the most difficult or fantastic save ever made, but I got to feel like a hero for a day and that's just fine with me. TLDR, saved a kid. People clapped. Bonus, I have a vivid memory from when I was 2 of being saved from a swim at your own risk pool by a mysterious man who, if he wasn't Burt Reynolds, looked very much like him. It was November and my wife and I heard a loud crash outside our house at 2:45 AM. We went out to find a car blasting country music, crashed into the side of the tire shop next door. We went down and found the front caved in on the driver, who was unconscious and wheezing. His wife was crawling from the passenger side as we approached. She was screaming and in shock. She had broken some ribs and was bleeding from her head. We called 911 and talked to her. She wanted to move her husband, but we did our best to stop her, since that's pretty much car accident 101, don't move the injured. She had me call her mother, which was pretty odd. I was hysterical, but her mother seemed very calm and collected. We waited for the ambulance and the police, and went to sleep after they used the jaws of life to get the still unresponsive man from the car. Months later I hear a knock at the door. It's the woman, and she has come to thank me and my wife. I was home alone, but I stood in the doorway and chatted her up. Found out her husband had just recently been released from the hospital and they were doing better. She was on the verge of tears, and it was wonderful to hear from her, since we had heard through the grapevine that her husband died, which was not true. She leaves and I turn around, only to realize what had been on the screen behind me the entire time. That screen, which had been directly in her gaze, was paused on a born video mid-blue job. What could the woman say? Excuse me, man, I'm grateful for possibly saving my and my husband's life. There seems to be a busty woman corking a rather large cork on your computer there. It was quite embarrassing. I took a seat and resumed my previous activities feeling a confusing mixture of pride and shame. This past Friday, my friend got way too drunk. Some of my other friends and I were at his house, and we were smoking out of a hookah, just tobacco though, because some of my friends that were there are on probation while he was drinking. I should mention that we are all seniors in high school, and the ACT test was the next morning for some of us, myself included. So we all took the best care of my friend when the inevitable puking and whatnot began. I cradled his head in my hands for at least 2 hours while he puked into a trash can, while my other friends got fresh bags, kept him on his side, etc. But as the night wore on, everybody else had to go, but we knew we couldn't leave him alone because he was in the worst shape any of us had seen short of needing hospitalization. My drunk friend's girlfriend came over with 2 other girls, so it was just me and them, but they couldn't stay with him all night either. So I stepped up, texted my parents the honest truth about the situation, and said I would stay at my friend's for the night. I almost called 911 because he looked like he might have had alcohol poisoning and he was shaking, so I thought he might have been seizing. However, I know what to look for, and he was able to regain consciousness enough to get across that he was just cold, so I decided not to involve the authorities. I stayed up all night watching him sleep and keeping him on his side, and I was relieved when he made the transition from passed out cold to sleeping it off. The next day, he was fine again. So I didn't directly save his life, but I potentially prevented his death. Here's the kicker: when I got home the next day, after a 6-hour standardized test with no sleep, my parents said the whole thing was bullshit and that I would never be that self-sacrificing. I convinced my mom otherwise after I called my friend on speaker without him knowing that my mom was there, and he reaffirmed to me that everyone else besides my drunk friend was completely sober. My stepdad, however, is a giant dick. He's the kind of person that you can't convince of anything because he treats everything like an argument, and he refuses to lose an argument. He's a lawyer, so you can see where the dick thing comes into play. He decided that he wouldn't believe me, so he didn't believe me. He does this a lot. When I was little, he'd accuse me of something that he thought I did, and I would of course try to refute his claims. Not once did it work. No matter how truthful and well constructed my argument, he'd say I was lying and proceed to smack me around. I'm pretty sure that constitutes at least minor child abuse, hitting a kid for no reason at all. Anyway, he then went through my phone and saw some text messages that I should deleted, and basically he hates me for real now, instead of the normal "you're not actually my kid, so I don't really love you" kind of hate. He's super old fashioned, so now that he knows that I'm not exactly an enemy of drugs, he's pretty much done with me. He's being quite childish, actually. If I ask him a question he says I dunno, or do it yourself in a spiteful beachy way. Whatever, I've never really loved the guy anyway. Besides, that's what I get for doing the right thing. I always make some effort to be a good person, you know, a stand-up guy. I want to be the person people smile at, and it never pays off. Girls my age only want douchebags, and everyone else just doesn't believe in what I do. Fuck it though. I'm a good goddamn person. Wow, that was a faking rant. Thanks for listening, guys. I didn't really do anything, but I was camping one year and had a spot right on a freezing cold, very fast, very angry river. Usually at that time of year it is pretty calm and perfect for floating down, but not this year. When we checked into our sites, the people told us to stay out of the river. The stretch of river that the campgrounds are on looks nice and smooth, but there is a sharp bend in it that ends in very rocky rapids that people can't see. One person had already drowned there that year. A group of teenagers came down and all of them floated safely to the side where they could get out, except one scrawny little kid who floated to the opposite side where the river was deeper and running faster. He was able to catch onto some weeping willow branches, but was breaking all of them off, moving closer and closer to the rapids. His friends were trying to tell him to just swim across, but even a full-grown experienced swimmer would have had trouble doing this, so I kept yelling at him saying no, just hold on. Then they tried to tie a skinny string to an empty water bottle and throw it across to drag him to the other side. Also impossible. I was running around trying to get a signal to call for help and find someone to run to the camp office and get help, while these idiot kids were yelling at me to stop and that everything was fine. Meanwhile, this boy had started crying and was starting to get dragged closer and closer to the rapids. Finally I got a hold of the office and they were able to call the local whitewater rafting company who came down and picked him up. The kids treated me like crap for it and refused to understand the severity of the situation, but I know looking at that boy that, if I hadn't been there with some sense, he would have drowned. Our kid got trapped in rapids. I got help to come save him, so he didn't drown, taking his dumbass friend's advice. In my hometown there's a big festival known as Fall Fest. It is a huge deal to my town and is one of the more popular crafts festivals in the US. I live maybe 3/4 to a mile away from the downtown area, and so there was a ton of traffic out there as people were trying to go to the fest. I was home from college my freshman year that weekend and was going out to my car to grab something when I see a little kid, about 4 or 5 years old, walk by unaccompanied by a parent or guardian. I didn't recognize the kid, and so I asked what he was doing. The little guy turns to me and says, "I'm gonna go find my parents." I had figured his parents were at the festival and the little guy had gotten lost and was wandering around to find his parents' car or something, so I decide to go with him to make sure he's safe. As we are walking toward the fest I'm asking him about his parents to try and get some help in finding them, and being as independent as a 5-year-old kid can be, starts walking a little bit ahead of me as we start to cross the street. I noticed a car coming down the road and notice that it's moving a bit too fast for the stop sign right ahead, so I jump forward, scoop the kid up in my arms, and jump back just in time to prevent a very bad accident. The driver skids to a halt at a point where the kid would be beneath a muffler and looks back at me in bewilderment, apologizing profusely about it. Turns out the driver was a girl I graduated from HS with, and she went on her way. For the rest of the walk to the fest I held that kid's hand, and when we got there I put him up on my shoulders to prevent another mishap. If I didn't save his life I certainly saved him and his family a very tragic hospital visit. I have only told that story to a few people, and of those few people, little Austin's parents are not included. Last year I was working as a CNA at a post-acute rehab center in Texas. Mostly we had recovering cancer patients and people coming out of major surgery. But this one particular man had heart disease, diabetes, lung failure, lymphedema, severe obesity and asthma. Part of his health woes were from his weight, but after working with him for a while I found out he was also a heroin addict for several years. All that aside he was a pretty good guy, and we got along well. One day while making my rounds, I noticed he was slipping off of his bed. I went to check on him, and he was unresponsive. Also he had messed himself, highly unusual for him as he used the bathroom himself. After doing a few tests on him, I ran for the nurse and she came in with several other nurses. Soon EMTs were there to take him to the hospital. They required my help putting him on the stretcher. Remember he is about 450 pounds, and I'm a big guy. After about 2 months in the hospital he came back and thanked me and offered to buy my lunch for a month and my beer for a week. It makes me feel good to know I was there to help and aid in his recovery. The nurses and doctors saved his life, but another 15 minutes in his state and he would have been beyond their aid. That job was worth the trouble and made me feel like I made a difference. Several years ago, before cell phone coverage in the area, we were hiking up to the Lions in the North Shore Mountains north of Vancouver. Long hike, about 5,000 foot elevation gain. We left late and made the top and still had time to get down, but had to rush. We ended up on the wrong trail going down and didn't realize it until we were well below the peak. We decided to bushwhack across to find the right trail. This was a bad idea and somewhat dangerous, but we justified it by saying if we kept the peak in view we could always bushwhack back up to the peak to re-find the trail. As we cut through a small valley we found a tourist visiting from Montreal with no gear, wearing wallabies, no jacket, no water, no food. He was out for an afternoon walk and had been walking in circles for several hours. He was dehydrated and incoherent. He drank 2 liters of water right away, and ate 2 apples we gave him. He was exhausted to the point of muscle shakes. We pretty much dragged him down the mountain, and for the first hour all he could say was I just want to get off this faking mountain. Once the water and food and the idea of some progress kicked in he asked if anyone ever gets lost up there. Our answer, yes, and people dying is not uncommon. This is true wilderness, and just because you are a half-hour drive from Vancouver, you are still in a climate that will kill you if you are alone without proper gear. We got him to the bottom, and his slowing us down forced us to walk the last hour, luckily an easy part, in complete darkness. He never told anyone what he was doing before he left, and no one would have searched for him. I'm sure he would have died out there alone if we did not find him, and the fact that anyone would be in that valley between the two trails was sheer luck. From a PM, "Hiya Funk, just thought I'd let you know the truth behind the note, since you were so kind to offer yourself as a shoulder to lean on. I did try to commit suicide that night, in the way mentioned in the reply on the thread. I had it planned for a number of days, and left appropriate notes on various forums and areas which I visit, both online and off. Since I don't talk to many people on Reddit, I figured I'd write it in the writing section, and make it fairly vague and impersonal. Again, since I don't talk to anyone here on Reddit, I do not know if you are curious about the whole backstory that lead up to the event, so I won't go into that much. Summarily, 7 to 8 years of anxiety and depression just became too much. I was slightly pushed over the edge by the results of MMPI test a new psychologist had me take that informed me of how bad off I truly was, something I did not realize at the time. I mean, I knew I had bad anxiety, but was not aware of how depressed I was, which, according to this doctor, is typical. I'm doing okay now, I suppose. Of course, I'm not just cured or anything, and I still think of suicide daily, but my family never really took my mental illness seriously until the other night. So now I have their support, which is helpful. A few friends also have chipped in to help me, as they too did not realize how I felt. Thankfully, I'm not going to be committed to any facility. I really cannot take that. I need my privacy, and my animals. 3 snakes, 1 giant monitor lizard, 1 10-year-old cat. Instead, I have been put into my parents' care, and am now seeing another doctor, along with the 2 I was seeing before. All in all, it was a very intense learning experience. I have found that I do have people that care about me, and while sometimes I will imagine that I will get into one of those deep dark funks, where I won't care about how I hurt them, it does help to know that they exist. If you don't mind me asking, you mentioned you've gone through the same thing, specifically the past tense of your phrasing. What helped you? Could you tell me a little about what you experienced? I'm being pressured into support groups, but my anxiety does not like that. However, over the computer, to a stranger such as yourself, I find it very easy to talk about these things, even though it wouldn't be hard to find out who I'm from my username, but don't try. Thank you for reaching out, Funk. It means a lot to me, and puts a little glimmer of faith in humanity, that someone would do something for a complete stranger. My misanthropy has taken a hit. Never give up. Life is a beautiful thing. We are cognizant life forms and able to understand so many forms of beauty. If anyone here is having issues relating to depression or suicide, message me. I want to hear your story and prove to you that your life is worth living. Much love, Funk Roker. I actually did, very recently. The scariest part was that I met her over the internet, and she lives in Canada. I in Australia. We talk in Skype, and she doesn't have a webcam, so text is the only way we could talk. Basically, her responses were spread apart by quite a few minutes each time, and waiting for the next message was torturous. First, she told me that she thought she needed to go to the hospital, so I asked why. She told me she felt like hurting people. This worried me, as you would expect. She went on to explain that she had a knife and was debating stabbing herself. I was scared shitless by this, because she is one of my best friends, and I'm planning to move up to Canada with her eventually. For the next 2 hours I provided moral support, telling her how much I love her, because I do. In the end she went for a walk. While she was out she explained that it was lucky that she didn't take the knife, because she felt like hurting the people she saw. The suicide attempt had to do with a somewhat abusive mother, and keeping all the pain and anger from the abuse bottled up. So finally, she snapped. I truly think she might have done it if I hadn't been there. It was terrifying. To anyone reading this who may be thinking about suicide, don't do it. The amount of pain it will bring to your loved ones is immense. TLDR best friend and person I love is going to stab herself, and I save her. I don't know if I saved his life, but maybe I did. Last year my friend had just recently taken up drinking alcohol and was at a party. Well, while he was there he had a little too much to drink. I was called up at around midnight so that I could pick him up and take him back to my house to crash for the night. Being the loyal friend I am, I obliged and proceeded to pick him up. When I got there I noticed he was completely smashed and had absolutely no control over his body at all. He was a living ragdoll. I noticed he had some alcohol left, and so I got one of my friends to distract him while another one poured it out. He raged for a while, but soon forgot about it. I was taking him back to my house, which was a block down the street, when he said he was going to throw up. I parked in the street about 100 foot from my house and he opened up the door and laid in some own's grass. I was able to get him to walk up to my house, where we sat outside for about an hour. During this time I went into my room and retrieved my trash can for him to use if he needed it. As it would turn out he did need it. At around 1:30 I led him downstairs into my bathroom where we both sat for another hour and a half. I listened to him talk about his problems until I made sure he was feeling up for the challenge of scooting into my room. When he finally made it in there I laid out a bed for him on the floor and stayed up until about 5:30 in the morning making sure he was laying on his side so that he couldn't drown in his own vomit. The next day I awoke to find a peacefully sleeping friend in my room that would later have one of the worst hangovers of his life. TLDR buddy drank too much, stayed up 5 hours to make sure he didn't drown in own vomit. Can I share a story about a time I failed to save someone's life? I was fishing in the Missouri River when I was about 17 and there were some other kids about my age swimming about 200 yards down the beach. At the spot I was fishing, the river was about a half mile across with a small island in the middle. For reference, it was dusk, probably 9:30 or so. The other kids found a log and were goofing around on it. It looked like fun. But then I overheard one of them yell, "Let's take this bad boy to the island." Everyone else was in agreement, so they hopped on the log and started paddling out into the middle of the river. As soon as I saw them going, I thought, I should really try to stop them. What they are doing is really stupid and dangerous. I chickened out though and just let them go. They seemed to be having fun, and I didn't know them and was shy. Pretty shitty excuses, huh? Well, I started wrapping up my fishing about half an hour later and walked over to the fish cleaning station a little ways from the beach. As I was cleaning my catch, I heard the city's emergency alert sirens, and I had a sinking feeling. I called my aunt. My uncle was on the emergency search and rescue dive squad to see if she knew anything. She did. Yeah, your uncle is on his way to look for a kid. Apparently 3 of them tried to take a log across the river to the island and only 2 of them made it. The other one hit his head and went under the water. I kept my hopes up and asked my aunt to call me back if she heard anything else and tuned into the local news, which was on by this point, 11 p.m. The headline story was a search effort. They found the body early the next morning. He was dead. I felt like shit. Still do. Over the last few years, I've talked 38 people out of suicide close to 60 times. In the end, out of them are immensely appreciative, and I'm just glad I was able to be there for someone whenever they needed it. But I honestly didn't realize the scope of all the situations when I was talking them down. For the most part, these kids are stressed, troubled teens who just aren't finding that break they need to get their head above water. It's hard, and I've been there too, but a few of these people have some severely troubled pasts that have really scarred them. I think the person who has made the greatest impact on me was this one girl I thought I knew pretty well. She was always bubbly and cheerful, loved giving hugs, and just seemed like an insanely happy person. But that couldn't have been any farther from the truth. She's had an awful and hard life growing up with abuse from her biological father, up to the point where her mother took her and left. She's been severely depressed for years, despite treatment. One night, when I was up, she starts talking to me. This was around 4 o'clock in the morning, on a school night. She said she was stressed and not sure if she could take much more. After a while of chatting, she finally said it. NSMNC, I'm going to kill myself tonight. I was shocked, and I spent the next 2 hours talking her down. She had attempted before twice, once with pills, and once slitting her wrists. This time she said she was going to hang herself. The next day at school, I spent the entire day with her to make sure she was alright, and continued to talk to her. She didn't end up attempting again, and now she's a significantly happier person due to a variety of factors. But what hit me the most was that her mother and stepfather each hand wrote me these long letters thanking me for saving their daughter's life. I'm not an overtly emotional guy, but reading their letters made me cry. They were actually the ones who explained her whole situation to me, which made it feel much more real and much more scary. I'm ever thankful that I was just there at the right time. I've told this story a couple times now, so pardon the blatant copy/paste from the last time. This is really long, and there's a TLDR at the end. This is not something I talk about often, nor is it something I take lightly. But sometimes, life hands you a shit situation and you have to be the one to man the fuck up and make it work for you. A little backstory. I used to live in a very bad part of the South, and in a place where murders and muggings were all too common. A friend, who we shall call T, and myself trained in martial arts and lots of combat-oriented movements from a very young age because of this. So T and I are walking home from a movie. It's not dark out, but the sun is starting to set. About halfway to her house, this guy jumps out of nowhere, and in a flash, has T in a death grip with a knife to her neck. He wasn't waiting for us specifically, we just got unlucky. Honestly, the dude seemed all too nervous, and had bad form for a combat grip. Seemed like he was one of those last-ditch effort kinda attacks without really thinking. T slams her head as hard as she can against the guy's face and rips herself out of his grip. However, in a blind rage, the guy makes a stab and hits T right in the eye as she's wheeling backwards. I'm still astounded that she didn't even flinch when it happened, not to mention almost getting her throat slit. Anyway, he lets go of the knife, still in T's eye, and T manages to yank it out without taking the eye itself out, as whole is now starting to recover from busted up nose. Well, I had my survival knife on me. T now has a blade, even if she's not exactly in fighting shape, so I figure this is the part where as whole runs off. Life is never that easy. As whole pulls out a gun. My first thought was pretty close to why the fuck didn't you use that in the first place. T collapses against a tree, clutching her face in one hand and the knife in the other. It had finally kicked in as to what had happened, and she's shivering pretty bad. Now, as I said before, we are trained on how to use knives, and I'm real skeptical on why this guy all of a sudden pulls out a gun after nearly killing us with a knife. For a split second he glances away from me and looks at T. With my life hanging in the balance, I rush him with the knife, and he shoves the barrel of the gun into my stomach as I get close. My knife is maybe a few inches from stabbing his jugular. But he never fired. We stood like that for what seemed an eternity. There's no lie there. When your life is being determined by who has the balls to strike first, every second is an hour. I start to think the gun isn't loaded, but hey, now is not exactly the best time to think what if, as Hole and I are staring each other down, our faces about a foot apart, wondering which one of us is going to decide to end it. A few seconds may have passed before the guy goes lurching to one side, and while he doesn't really fly, he definitely goes down about a foot away. In the moments where he and I were locked, T had taken the chance to sneak off to the side and deliver a quite potent kick to his head. He drops the gun as he goes down, and she picks it up and points it at him, still one hand over her eye. Her other eye is so wide I was surprised it didn't pop out. I'd never seen her look so feral in my entire life. So as Hole is on the ground cowering, because there's now a very angry woman wielding a gun at him. By his reaction and pleading, I can tell the gun is loaded, or he wouldn't be so terrified. She's threatening him. She wants to shoot him. Her voice is shaky and coarse, but the rest of her body is rigid. She really was going to shoot the guy, but the whole time all I can think is, why didn't he shoot me? In the nick of time, the cops show up. Some idiot walking through the woods saw what was happening and called the cops. Took them long enough. As the cops show up, T twitches her finger against the trigger and says bang. The guy screams. Nothing happens. She turned the safety on before pointing it at him. She starts laughing hysterically, and the guy is faking dumbfounded. So the cops arrest him. I asked her after the incident how she was able to manage that through the loss of her eye, and she just looked at me and said adrenaline is a powerful thing when the one you love is about to die. And all this happened in minutes, so what was the big deal? As Hole was pretty much done with his life, as it had gone straight to hell. He had plans to ambush the first person he saw, steal their money and run. The knife was supposed to be a deterrent, but I guess he never expected two decently trained teens to flip the switch on him. The gun had one bullet chambered, but it was to use on himself in case the cops caught him. I never got the chance to ask him why he didn't just shoot himself when everything went bad, but I honestly believe he was just as scared shitless. As we were, he credits me with saving her life. And to this day I wonder what would have happened if this Hole had decided to use his one bullet on me. She wears a black eye patch with a red X over it, as a small inside joke. After everything was said and done. TLDR, a friend of mine was attacked and lost her eye. I risked my life to save her, and she ended up saving me. No, I haven't saved anyone's life, yet at least. But, my oldest sister's high school boyfriend did. They were both 17, and I was only 8 at the time. I didn't really know the guy well, but he was mostly missile and wrestled throughout high school. One night, he ended up staying at our house really late watching a movie in our living room. Around 1:30 AM, he leaves our house to go home in his large pickup truck. The next day, my mom noticed that there was a couple police cars at our neighbor's house. She loves to worry, so she went over to ask the police officers what happened. What had happened was the elderly couple that lived in that house had been followed home by two guys who held them at gunpoint once they got out of their car in the garage. The two robbers had done this once or twice before in the area, not even a few days before, and had killed the people they robbed before. However, the police officer recounted to my mom that when the robbery was taking place, the robbers heard my sister's boyfriend's large truck start up outside, so they panicked and left the scene. My sister broke up with him a couple months after all this, but it's one of my favorite stories. TLDR, my sister's boyfriend unknowingly saved an elderly couple's lives while they were being robbed by starting his truck at 1:30 AM. Goa, December 2009. It was supposed to be a lazy afternoon spent in recovering from the partying before I headed back home to New Delhi. I had had a massive breakfast with intention of doing nothing the entire day. This was a small beach in North Goa, far from the madding crowd, with a popular French restaurant right on the beach. My then girlfriend and I, were lounging on the beach beds in the shade, because we Indians already be brown, just down the steps from the restaurant with the water not more than 50 yards away. We had just run out of a whole pack of cigarettes, and it was only 1 PM or so I got up to go and buy some from the restaurant as well as order the third round of gazpacho Bloody Marys. I come back down the steps onto the beach when I'm approached by this guy who slightly urgently asks me, or rather confirms, that I did know how to swim. He must have spotted us swimming earlier. The few times we had gone for a dip to cool down. I tell him, yes, I know how to swim, to which he says in the same tone, whether I could come help his friend who was drowning over there, and he points towards the water, where it takes me a few seconds to narrow down on a head bobbing up and down in the water. I'm confused but quickly make out that this man is serious. I take stock of myself, take off my shades, to hand it to him, and start sprinting down the beach towards the water. As I'm sprinting, realization the bobbing head in the water, that did not look too far before, is actually not that close. As I reach the water, realization 2 takes place, all that smoking and drinking and eating and partying, which comprised all the days in Goa, and thus, I'm already wiped out from this sprint. I hit the water knowing this, yet in my mind I am looking every bit straight out of Baywatch, and I start to swim. Realization. #4. I dove too soon. The water is too shallow and my arms are hitting the bottom. I'm really not getting anywhere. I'm thinking, either I can still look or herself off. I was thinking of the before 93 look and carry on, eventually getting into swimmable water, or and this was a big, or I can just reboot this crash, get up, run a bit more, and then start swimming, which will be faster, but surely not very pretty. I get up, start running again till I can swim. as I head towards the bobbing head. Mind you, Indian waters are known to have treacherous currents and the floor of the beach is not a gradual decline. It becomes deep very quickly. Realization Ash 5 happens. I can see it's a man and his head is staying under the water more than above, which is not a good sign, which means I need to get there quickly. However, he looks impossibly far. While I'm already almost completely out of energy, I put my head down, start swimming as if I were in my pool doing those lengths, and I start focusing on getting my breathing right, which I then realize I wasn't doing much of in all this while. The next time I pop my head up, I'm just about 10 feet away from him. To my great surprise and relief, I notice another man, an Australian, just about reaching bobbing head and grabbing his arm. All this while our man bobbing head was going in and out of the water with his mouth wide open, most likely out of shock, with water going in and coming out of his mouth/throat freely. Which is also probably why I could smell vomit all around. I get there and hook my right arm under his shoulder from the other side when I realize, #6. Bobbing head is wearing all his clothes, replete with pants and a full sleeves shirt, and that is why he is so heavy. Also, he was semi-conscious when we reached, but the moment he saw us there, he started putting in an extra effort to keep his head above water. We remove his shirt and pants and try to get him, less weighted now, to put his head back so that we can pull him as he floats on his back, but he is petrified of doing so. The Aussie and I try to talk him into doing so. Yes, this is where an Aussie stands out, to no avail. We are getting more tired just cycling in the water. I try to speak to him again, in slow Hindi. He is South Indian, and while he doesn't understand me entirely, he decides to give us a shot and we finally get him in a position conducive towards moving him towards land. The Aussie and I swim/paddle one-handedly, holding up our man with our other arms, and this gets tiring. We decide to switch sides. I go to the Aussie's side to put my arm as a hook when in the process my hand brushes against the Aussie's hip, and the next realization happens. The Aussie is naked. He was naked all along, but I'm much too tired to give it further thought, and we go on when shortly after 3 or 4 rescuers reach our party of 3. I finally let go of our man, and when I do, I've never felt lighter or more tired, but it's good tired. I swim back to the shore as quickly as my body would allow, while the naked Samaritan has disappeared. I see they already have our man on dry land sand, while someone is giving him CPR. I see him recovering, slowly, but seems like he would be fine. I head back to the beach beds and crash. PS. I did manage to go skinny dipping, no mean feat in overpopular Goa, once before heading back home. It was lovely. Little late to this party, but I have a bit of a yarn. TLDR got woken up one night by gunshots, pulled my shotgun to end it. Ended up holding a bleeding woman until paramedics took her. More at the end. I was 25, living in an apartment complex nestled small mountain town of 3,000. I worked 10 hours a day in a 2-man cabinet shop, and after hours I would do home PC repair for dinner and beer. I got home at 11:45. Again, I cussed myself out for being up so late when I knew I would have to be up in 5 hours. Seemed I did this far too often. Being well fed and a pleasantly drunk, I'd rest in my fuzzy PJs. Late fall in the mountains gets cold. Set my alarm and started drifting off to sleep. You know that point as you are falling asleep, where the waking world starts getting stretched by the dreaming world. That moment you skim along its surface. That is when I heard the first pop. Why? Is someone shooting a paintball gun? I wondered. The second shot brought to my mind someone shooting a .22 off their back porch. The third shot reached an awake mind, and I heard a woman screaming. The fourth shot sounded after I had bounded out of bed and grabbed Mr. Poppy from the closet. The fifth shot sounded as I opened my front door to the black cold thin air. The sixth shot came from my left. To my right, just falling to the ground, was the screaming woman. I gave Mr. Poppy a clack. Crowded bar, noisy street, death metal concert. You will hear that sound. In the quiet mountain air between shots, the gunman heard it too, and he ran. My attention turned to the woman on the ground. I knew Mr. Poppy wasn't the right tool now. I turned and ran as well, scooping up the ejected shell. I always leave one in the pipe. I knew the cops would be coming, and I didn't want to have to explain why I had a gun in a gunfight point inside my apartment. I tossed Mr. Poppy on the couch, grabbed some blankets, my first aid kit, and cell phone. 911 was busy. I'll give you 3 guesses as to why, and the first 2 don't count. Didn't matter, I was at the woman and I needed my hands anyway. Point, she was wailing and thrashing, but couldn't get up. I argued her into being still. One and only time I've won an argument with a woman. She didn't have a choice. Thankfully she had finished her run right under the one street lamp we had. She had many holes in her entry and exit, the right size for a 9mm. .40 and .45 leave big holes on the way out. JHP 9mm generally don't make it out. Just a big faking mess inside. The only one to give me pause was 7 ribs up and sucking air. I clamped down hardest on that hole. Others were around me by that time. My neighbors and friends. The woman kept throwing off the blanket, even though it had begun to snow. Shock, I guess. One of the neighbors said they were on the phone with 911 and the cops were on their way. Time does funny things. Mostly it has you thinking it moves with a constant cadence, ticking the seconds straight to the future. And then sometimes it goes all Hollywood slow-mo rewind on you. Cops are never near enough when you need them, but go bawling down a back road in the middle of the night with your friend and they can smell the weed under your seat. But I digress. Finally the police arrive. 5 minutes later tops. Funny. The first unit got headed off by my friend Ben. He set them at the direction I saw the shooter run off. After they had him in handcuffs, I guess they left me alone because they didn't want to hold blood in and air out. The first unit with their backup go looking for the shooter. I look up to see a depute standing over me, shotgun in hand, looking off where the other officers had gone. The very same depute that had pulled me over not 3 weeks before and found my, well, he could smell it. A sight to not forget. Looking up through the yellow glow of a street lamp. Snow gently falling down, cold and still. And a man, feet spread, gun ready, willing to stand between me and my charge, and anything that came. I asked what was taking the paramedics so long. We won't let them on the scene with an active shooter, was his reply. I don't give a shit. She is going to die. I pointed out the sucking chest wound. The Keystone cops were only outperformed by the wide-eyed puss running down both legs volunteer EMTs. Between me, the one firefighter with eyes of ice, and the one EMT that didn't give a shit about Chicken Little, we got the woman on a gurney and into the ambulance. Epilogue. I had a 5th of whiskey in my freezer and figured my neighbors needed some good medicine. We all got questioned by the police. In between interviews I passed out shots to those who would accept. The cute Forest Service woman living next to me took 2, saying she was scared at first but then saw me come out with my shotgun and knew it would be okay. My other near neighbor, a old woman who carried a bag with her always, even into the grocery store, found me and quietly told me that she didn't tell the police about my gun. Refuse the whiskey. Plot twist. Shooter was a jailer at the county. Woman and her boyfriend, whom I never saw, showed up to rob him of his meth and money with a pair of brass knuckles. Shooter got convicted of aggravated assault. Apparently it is okay to shoot a robber, but it isn't polite to chase after them. Meth was confiscated, but wasn't mentioned in the trial. Our small town politics. Post epilogue. A month after, I had knock on my door. To ask the woman, she said thank you. Wait along. Why did I read? Summer's hat saved a meth head. Okay, so I know this is going to get buried, but here I go. About a year ago I was at McDonald's, hanging out with friends. The McDonald's is very close to a middle school and 2 high schools. My friends and I, we're just talking, and in comes this freshman girl. She all alone, and knows one of my friends, and decides to come and chill with us. The girl and I hit it off, and became best friends shortly after. After about a month I began to have feelings for her. But right as I mustered up the courage to ask her out, she is shipped off to her grandparents' house in California due to problems with her mother. Fast forward a month. We are still friends and we talk occasionally but not often. Fast forward another couple of months. I was vacationing in Bali and I get the sudden urge to Skype her. I ask what she's up to, how's life, the usual crap. Turns out that it was the 7-month mark that she's been away from home. She misses it Hawaii a lot. I decide to keep calling her every day for as long as I can. We become really good friends again, and the sucker I might start falling for her again. When I got back to Hawaii, I finally told her I had feelings for her. She does too. We are going out. Couple of months pass, we realize we love each other. Big shit happens between us. Anyways, one night she gets really down. She confesses that for about the first 5 months she was there she was cutting, and that she was starting again, because life was being extremely shitty, and that the day I decided to randomly call her was the day she decided she had enough. The day where her grandparents would fine her and on her pain pills. I, without knowing, stopped a young girl from killing herself. I sat there speechless for a good while. I in fact did start to cry. It's been about 4 months since this happened, and is about to come home to stay. She finally gets to come home, and we get to be happy together. Last summer, a few friends and I were out at the river, having some beers, swimming, etc. We had been jumping and diving into the river, not clever, I'm aware, and then gone back to our stuff on the beach, to have some more beers. One of my friends and his girlfriend get up to go back down to the water and ask me to come along point at the water's edge. We were the only people around for probably 50 yards. My buddy decides he's going to take a running dive into the water. He jumped probably 5 feet back from the edge and made it all the way to the water. A couple seconds later he came up and splashed once and then went back under. I was still standing probably 10 feet up the beach, but his girlfriend was standing just on the edge of the water. We looked at each other for a split second, and I realized he wasn't coming up. So I sprinted into the water and grabbed under the water, where I had seen him last, but missed. So I dove under the water to try and see him, fighting the rather strong current and swirling sand. I couldn't see him the first time, so I grabbed another breath and went back down. That time I saw the top of his head and swam as hard as I could to get to him, but the closest I could get to him was arm's length. He was sitting on the riverbed, not moving. So I was panicking and grabbed him the only place I could. Under the chin point I got him up to the surface and over to the edge, shouting for help. A few people helped me get him onto the sand, and we stabilized his head and kept him awake and talking for the 20 minutes it took for the ambulance to get there. Once he got to the hospital, he was told he broke his C3 and C4 vertebrae, and he was lucky to be alive, let alone not paralyzed. He walked 36 hours later, hands down, most scared I've ever been, but it's one of my proudest moments. TLDR, friend broke neck in the river, had to pull him out. Looks like I'm late in reading this, but when I was 12 I was at Schlitterbahn, spelling, in Texas, which is a huge water park. I was in the giant ass wave pool just enjoying the sun as much as I could before my pale skin fried from the UV rays and heard this muffled gargling and yelling from my left. For anyone that's ever been there, they will know that there is music playing and people being loud in general, on top of the sounds of the water. I looked over to my left and saw this woman who was missing both of her legs. From a previous accident I'm sure, who had fallen out of her water tube and was desperately trying to get back into it, but the rush of waves kept keeping it right out of her grasp. No one around her was doing anything. No one. I even saw them look at her and then look at each other, as if they weren't sure if she was being serious or not. Fortunately, my mom was an avid kayaker and water sports enthusiast and forced me to take swimming and CPR stuff since I was 5. So I swam over to her, this being my first attempt at a water rescue, and lo and behold, the woman started panicking. When I put my arm under her it was terrifying. She was scratching at me and just basically freaking out at the situation, and still, no one helped us. Not a single person even asked if we were okay. I finally got her to her in a tube, and she didn't even thank me. I think the whole ordeal was just really shocking to her. Afterwards I just kind of kept swimming around and then went and sat on the side for a bit thinking about it. I was pretty quiet the rest of the day. Needless to say, TL. Doctor, a woman with no legs, was struggling in a wave pool at a water park where no one was helping her. I swam her to her in a tube and that was that. I have 2 stories to share. The first is about how I survived the 04 tsunami and the second is how I saved my sister. This is more a story about my friend saving me, but I also did a bit. Back in 2004 I was with my family and 2 other families on vacation in Phuket, Thailand. We were staying on a beach hotel which was literally on the beach. We were 16 people in total ranging from 6 to 86 years old. Everyone was staying at different places in the hotel. I was 16 at the time and 2 other boys were with us, my best friend and his cousin which is also a good friend of mine. They were 17. We 3 had a room together on the ground floor, located a few meters below sea level. Between the sea and us there was a pool which was 2 meters higher than our room. It was an early morning, 2 nights after we had arrived. I had woken up and was sitting on my bed about to leave. One of my friends had gone to eat breakfast and the other was in the bathroom. As I was about to leave the room I heard some screaming and saw a hotel employee run past my room in panic. Then I heard more commotion and decided it was best to stay in my room rather than go out to face whatever was going on out there. I was pretty on edge and unsure of what to do when maybe 15 seconds later my friend who was out eating ran into the room and told me I had to run. I went outside and the image that met me is something I'll never forget. The pool, which was 2 meters above me and perhaps 60 meters away from the shore, was no longer a pool. It was a sea. 5 meters away from me was a sea perhaps 1 to 2 meters higher than I was. My first instinct was to turn around as my friend in the bathroom was still in there. I busted in to find him with his head in the sink washing his hair, which is why he didn't hear his cousin shouting. I told him we had to run. Normally such a thing might have been taken as a joke, but I guess the urgency in my voice convinced him. As we got out of the bathroom my other friend saw us and started running across the hotel yard to the stairs on the other side. I looked back at what was once a pool. Luckily for us there was a skylight around the pool leading to the underground workout room. The glass had shattered and the few seconds it took to fill up the basement was enough time for us to get across. We ran over the yard as water started flowing in, reaching almost to our knees. We ran up 2 flights of stairs which took a few seconds, but that was enough time for the entire hotel to be filled up to the 2nd floor with water, our room completely submerged. Without my friend coming in to get us, we would have never come out in time, and without me going back my other friend wouldn't have either. Everyone in our group survived, but unfortunately that can't be said for everyone else in the hotel. There are many more stories from that day, but that's the most thrilling one. My other story is far less exciting. A few years ago my sister came home after a party when we were home alone. She's a diabetic, so I greeted her and got her some food. I found out she had had some trouble earlier and had gone to the ER because of low blood sugar, but they had cleared her. When she got home however she had low blood sugar again, so I got it to a stable level and she went to sleep. A couple of hours earlier I went back to check on her and she was asleep. I checked her blood sugar level and found it so low the thing couldn't even read it. This is pretty bad as blood sugar that low can cause heart failure, brain damage and death. Usually though you can get it up by giving sugar and some food for the body to metabolize. This time however none of that worked and I was unable to wake her up. After several attempts I decided to inject her with liquid sugar made for emergencies like these and called an ambulance. I'm by no means trained for this, but I managed to keep her stable and breathing until the ambulance arrived. The ambulance however came from another incident and one of the EMTs stayed behind, so I acted in her place. Helped putting in and forth and a few more things until we were able to wake her up. Had I gone to bed rather than check on her one more time she could have been dead now. I'm probably too late to this party, but I was at my mom's house the night of a torrential storm in Kansas City. She lives near a river, so I was going out periodically to check on the river level to make sure we were going to be able to get out if necessary. It was already well outside of its banks and created a pretty good river down a main street nearby. On one of my trips outside I watched 2 younger girls in a small car attempt to enter the street. Their car was immediately swept away but luckily got stuck on a street sign in the middle of the street. I saw it all happen, but for a moment everything moved in slow motion. I ran inside her garage and found a rope. I tied it around my waist and tied the other side around a tree on dry ground. Luckily the car wasn't far from the tree, so I didn't have too far to walk in the water. I got to the car, where the girls were screaming and panicking as would be expected. The driver rolled down the window, and I told them to climb out and hold on to me. They were both pretty petite, so I managed to carry one in my arms and one on my back, and walked over to dry ground. They went in to call their mom, and by the time we got back outside, about 15 minutes later, the car was gone. They came back the next day after the storm water receded and found their car under a bridge about 1/2 mile away. The mom broke down and couldn't stop crying. The girls brought me some cookies and a card with a simple note that said thank you for saving our lives. I never asked their names and they never asked mine. I just think we are all glad I was in the right place at the right time. I was at work at a movie theater, and I was behind the podium where we take your tickets, and I see this little girl walk out of the theater behind me, coughing. Most people would have thought she had a chronic cough, but I saw it differently. She was staggering down the hall towards the washrooms. Past me she was actually staggering. It took me a second to see all the signs. She had this panicked look to her face. And the second she made eye contact with me, she brought her hands up to her throat. I knew right away she was choking. I was actually scared for my life at that point, cause she was like, what, 5 or 6, and she was by herself in the halls during our downtime, when all the movies are already playing so there are no guests in the lobby and so on, without a parent. So at this point, I'm having this huge adrenaline rush, blood rushing to my brain, and I have all of 2 seconds before she's within arm's reach. I can't remember how I initiated it. My co-workers claim I ran up to her and kneeled on one leg and got her to sit on my raised knee with her arms up and told her to cough as forcefully as she could. I remember yelling at one of them to grab her a glass of water and told her to bend forward and cough. You know, gravity and all, and this giant as kernel of popcorn just came shooting out of her mouth, and she took this huge breath of relief. Her face was literally pale as a ghost because she wasn't breathing properly for a good while. I sat her down on a proper chair and made she was alright afterwards, made sure she got some color in her face again, got her to talk a little, and then personally took her back to her movie where her mom was just calmly sitting there and watching her movie, having no freaking clue that her daughter was choking 5 minutes before that. I was working as an EMT. I had been on the job for a couple of weeks and was still fresh. We get a call for a child that lost consciousness after getting into his parents' medicine cabinet. We get there and the child is a toddler, still in diapers, and he is drifting in and out of consciousness. My partner gives me the child and immediately jumps into the driver's seat to get to the hospital quick. The parents both jump in the truck with us, even though only one is allowed. I could care less at this point. Neither parent speaks English, only Spanish. I speak a little Spanish, just enough to understand them, but my attention is only on the kid. I give him some oxygen and hold it away from his face, just enough to help. He looks awake but groggy, and he slips into unconsciousness again. I quickly start doing slight compressions. I can hold the child in one hand and I use my other hand to try to revive him by rubbing his chest and gently compressing. Meanwhile his parents are frantic, yelling and climbing through the truck. His dad even tries to fit through the partition to the front seat, which is way too small. I always expected a situation like that when I became an EMT, and I thought I'd freak out or yell or something, but I just feel really calm and I don't take my attention away from the child for a second. I'm giving him oxygen, rubbing him, talking to him, and doing everything to revive him. Once he gets to the hospital the doctors will flush him of the medicine, but he keeps fading out and I keep bringing him back. I don't let him rest or go to sleep for a second. We make it to the hospital with the sirens blaring and his parents screaming the entire time, and I'm numb. Normally that would make me frazzled, but I barely even notice. The kid goes into the ER while my partner and I fill out paperwork. I finish and wander around the parking lot for a bit before going in and see my partner finishing the last of the paperwork. As we leave we see the parents and the child, who is wide awake and looking up at me. I had to leave immediately so they wouldn't see me cry. I never really, though I saved his life. The doctors did that, but I know he definitely would have died if I wasn't there to revive him. I was an army medic, so I won't talk about any of that. It's somewhat obvious. However, a random incident this made me remember from my time in Germany, long time ago. I'm on a train going in one direction, about midpoint of a large passenger car, train not moving yet, and a woman is somewhat casually walking to, then standing by a train across the platform from me. The train doors had this largish handles that were hook-like in nature, and while she was standing by one of the doors, her purse strap caught on it. She might have paused to take a bite of food or something. I don't recall exactly why she was stopped right there. I thought, as my train very slowly started to move, does she notice? What if she doesn't? What if the train she's by starts to move? Crazy, right? Then it immediately happens. Across the platform, she does not notice. It pulls her off her feet and she immediately rolls under the train. Holy fuck, I say, mentally. I freak out, silently. I'm the only one who saw this. I'm a long way from the doors on a train moving in the opposite direction way the fuck across the platform. Shit. The window is open. I don't remember the small broken bits of German I know, so I just start screaming, banging on the side of the train, hanging out the window and alternately pointing at the other train point. It seemed like forever, but was probably only 20 seconds. Someone, of authority, conductor maybe, looks at me, then instinctively looks where I point, then back at me. Then I keep screaming, banging, pointing. He looks back at the train, sees the purse, scans the platform and locks his eyes briefly on a high-heeled shoe, which I hadn't noticed. He begins yelling, gets everyone's attention. All the trains get stopped, including mine, and they pull the woman from under the train, apparently largely unharmed. I'm sure she had bruises, but wasn't missing any limbs. No crazy blood, full conscious. What happened next? No idea. My train started back up. I noticed the car was about 3/4 full and everybody stared at me as I sunk into my seat and focused on getting my heart to slow down. I know it would have haunted me if this had turned out badly, particularly given the training I had, and there was really nothing I could do with it, so I was left to yell like a crazy person. TLDR. Sorry, shitty short story. Gotta read. Combat medic training useless, but crazy as screaming saves woman's life. My junior year of high school I was a leader on my school wrestling team. One of the incoming freshmen was a kid that I had known for a while because he was in my younger brother's Cub Scout troop and due to difficult home life hadn't developed good social skills and was basically completely ostracized from every group that he tried to join because of it. Within a week of being on the team because of disrespectful, mean, or just immature things he would say or do, he was universally ostracized by pretty much the entire team to the point that no one would even talk to him. He was pretty much a social pariah. I saw what was happening and decided to talk to the seniors and other juniors to actively involve him in more wrestling group activities. A few months later my mom told me that his mom wanted to thank me and that he was getting better grades and was doing better in general, but I didn't really think about it much. About halfway through my senior year he came up to me and thanked for saving his life. I was shocked. To me it was just making the slightest effort to be decent, but to him it was everything. TLDR, I unknowingly saved a kid's life just by including him in my group. Being decent may be inconvenient sometimes, but it can mean the world to someone who thinks that no one cares. I was a lifeguard, so my story isn't a random occurrence like most of these, but his rescue has really stuck with me. It was my first year as a lifeguard and there had not been any rescues yet that season, so I had never experienced a true emergency. It was evening, and I was the road guard. I was walking, not in a chair, between the main 50-meter pool and the baby pool. Anyways, this little girl, maybe about 2 years old, runs past me, and I yell at her to not run. Not before I finish yelling at her, she jumps into the deep end of the baby pool, which was 3.5 feet deep. She goes straight to the bottom and I can barely see her fingers as she reached her straight arms out of the water. She tried to reach the wall, and her fingers almost grabbed the gutter, but they slipped off. Looking back, I regret not immediately blowing my whistle and going for the girl, but again, it was my first real emergency and I hesitated, not wanting to make a huge scene. If the girl could reach the wall. As her hand slipped off the gutter, I blew my whistle and jumped in and grabbed her. I sat her on the wall where she threw up a bunch of water she must have swallowed and ultimately ended up being fine. I always look back on that rescue and wonder if I would have seen her had she not ran past me. The baby pool was crowded, and even when I knew she was there I could hardly see her struggle. It made me take that summer job that tons of teenage kids end up blowing off a lot more seriously. Twice. I saved a little kid from drowning at the lake when I was in my early teens. I was just the first person to reach him, but the lake was crowded that day, so I'm sure someone else would have. If I had not, the second time was a bit cooler. I was at the vet's office with my dog and we were hanging around outside, which was fairly typical, as he didn't get along with other animals very well. This little old lady with an even littler and old lady in the passenger seat pulled up. Old lady #1 gets out and walks around to the back seat and sticks her upper body in to get her Pomeranian, or whatever it was. It would seem she accidentally put the car into neutral instead of park, and our vet's office is situated on the big hill, so her car suddenly starts rolling down backwards. It was actually a fairly funny sight, with this lady's legs flailing from the back door as she screamed, "Hit the brake! Hit the brake!" to little old lady. #2. It took me a moment to react, but I dropped my dog's leash and chased after the car, hopped inside, hit the brake, and coasted it back to where I could park it. The first thing old lady #1 asked was, "Is my dog okay, little?" Old lady #2 was too little and too old to get her leg over the center console to hit the brake. I don't know if they would have died, but I felt like a total superhero. My family is pretty big on hiking, and we were in Utah hiking in Zion National Park. We kind of got off the trail a bit, but we knew exactly where we were in respect to where we started. Well, we tried to go a shorter way back, but over halfway through we realized that the other way was much safer. Being the adventurous person my mom is, she decides to go the much quicker, but more dangerous way. My little brother didn't want to do it though, so my older brother told him back the other way. I was about to go with my brothers, but decided instead to go with my mom just in case. Now the path that my mom and I were on was essentially a rock face at about a 45-degree angle which had intermittent ledges. My mom came to a part and slipped and ended up sliding down about 20 feet down the rock face. She calmly looked up at me and said, "12 woot woot, I need help." I braced myself as best as I could and reached out to her with my leg. My mom literally had to lunge out of her position to grab my leg, and there was a possibility that she would either slip or would pull me down with her. What I forgot to mention earlier was that had she slipped, she would roll down the rock face and end up falling a good 30 feet. Considering we were out in the middle of nowhere, there was a good chance she cold died. Luckily though, she was able to reach my leg and get ton safer position. My mom came out with a couple nasty scratches, but was okay. TLDR, my mom slipped partially down a steep rock face which ended with a big drop, and I was able to reach out my leg and save her. I don't know if it is the same, but I was driving pretty late into Fort Hood back when I was active duty military. I had 2 other guys in the car with me, and we were just cruising on our way back to base. As I was driving, all of a sudden I see something pretty big laying in the road. I swerve around it, but try to take a quick look to see what it was. As we were passing it, I look at the other guys and say, "Was that what I think it was?" We all agree that it was a person and quickly pull over onto the shoulder. I tell them to go start blocking traffic while I call 911. We notice the guy had already been hit by a car once. We get to the point where we have a couple cars stopped, and some idiot in a black Dodge Neon wasn't paying attention because he ran over the guy. Finally, someone physically blacks the guy with their SUV. We start doing what we can to render aid, and luckily our RN is in one of the stopped cars, so she takes over and starts helping him. The paramedics show up, and we can really see now he is bleeding profusely from the head. He has several broken bones. His chest is starting to fill up with air, I'm guessing from a punctured lung, etc. This guy's really messed up. Well, they end up life flighting him, and I give my statement and went on my way. This really bothers me mentally for a while. I couldn't get the images out of my head. I end up deploying, spending 15 months overseas and returning home. Probably a year or so after that, I get this phone call from a weird number. I answer and they ask, "Is this Superman 750? I tell them it is. They say, "I don't know if you remember this, but you called 911 a couple years ago about a man that had been hit on the highway." I told them I did remember. Then they responded, "We got your number from the 911 phone call. We are his family and wanted to express our gratitude for you stopping and helping him. We also wanted to let you know that he survived. Thank you so much, Superman 750. I told them I was glad to hear it and thanked them for their call. It definitely settled some unresolved memories. Just my story. TLDR, guy got hit by 2 different cars. If I hadn't shown up when I did, he might have died. I got the first responders moving. I kind of did the opposite. My dad called me to come over and help him organize his medications. My mom had forgotten to do it since she was out of town for the weekend. He called me at work on Monday. I was really busy, but I figured I'd go over for an hour after work and help him sort them out. Thanks, he said. I got there and he looked pretty bad. He'd been wheezing, having trouble breathing. I was concerned. He had a heart attack a few years prior and a quadruple bypass shortly thereafter. I looked at him seriously when I was done with the medications and said, "You sure you're okay? Let's go to the emergency room. You sound bad." "No. It's not a heart attack. I had one of those. This is different." "What do you think it is?" Long pause. "The doctors think my kidneys might be failing and my lungs filling with fluid." "What did the doctor say today?" "He said my heart sounded normal, but he wants to do some kind of scan tomorrow morning." "Okay. You sure you don't want to go to the hospital?" "I'm tired. I want to watch a few episodes of Porn Stars and go to bed." "Okay." After I left, I called my mom. I said he didn't sound too good. She said she'd check and see if she could come home sooner than Friday. This was Monday. I told her I didn't know if that was necessary. A couple hours later I called him and said, "Hey, what time is your doctor's appointment tomorrow?" He said it's open, a walk-in type of thing. I said, "How about I take you? I'll take the day off work and come in the morning." "How's 10? He said, "Sounds good. We'll grab lunch afterwards." Then we said goodnight. When I showed up the next morning he was dead. I wish I would have been a bit more harsh on the visit to the doctor that night. I wish I wouldn't have thought so much about getting home to my family or playing video games or getting a few extra hours of sleep. But it doesn't matter now. Growing up, I lived alone with my dad. Over the years, I've had to call 911 for my father at least twice a month due to hypoglycemic attacks from his diabetes. He managed it as best he could, but as those of you who have the disease know, diabetes is extremely testy. In many cases, he would simply start to lose his logical consciousness, as I call it, and he would enter a dreamlike, almost catatonic state. As a preteen this was very scary, especially when it happened in public. When I was about 10, I woke up around 3 AM, with no distinctive reason for waking up besides the feeling that I need to get up now. I heard a noise from my dad's room, went to go check him, and he was violently shaking on the bed. The bed sheets were soaked with sweat, and he was completely unconscious. Luckily, I had already had an experience with this before, and I immediately called 911, told them he was shocking out. The next 10 to 15 minutes of the ambulance coming was unbearable. I had checked his blood sugar when I called 911, and the meter read 32. That's low, if you were wondering. 10 minutes later, I checked it again and it read 9. No lie, it said 9. A healthy adult should be between 90 to 130 on the glucometer. Anything higher is unhealthy, and anything lower than 50 can start to produce the shocking out effects. If you saw a beautiful mind, the insulin treatment Nash receives in the hospital is the exact thing I saw anytime my dad went into shock. After the medics came, it took my dad a full 14 hours to regain consciousness, and the paramedics were absolutely stunned that he survived. Every single time he woke up in the hospital, he would look over at me and say thanks again. This hit me so hard because it showed his humility in a way a son shouldn't have to see in his father. On a lighter note, I got rewards like a game or something anytime it happened. These attacks occurred very frequently until he received a pancreas transplant in 2004. He has been diabetes free for 8 years now, but he has residual vision and nerve damage for having the disease since 77. In all the I shouldn't be alive scenarios, my father definitely nicks the top of my list for dodging death dozens of times over the course of the past 15 years. TLDR, my diabetic dad nearly died dozens of times, and I was the only one around to help or call for help. About a week after I got rehired at a previous job, I woke up late one day and ended up having to drive to work instead of take the bus. I pretty much never drove my car because my tabs were expired, but I didn't want to be late for the job that would help me pay to renew said tabs. The same day, by some chance, I stayed about an hour after my shift to finish a project point. As I was leaving, I saw one of my new coworkers, we'll call him Tim, and my boss having some kind of tense conversation. Boss had his keys out and asked another coworker walking by how to get to the nearest hospital. Turns out that Tim had accidentally eaten peanut butter and was in the beginning stages of a severe allergic reaction. The burger joint around the corner had misheard his order, and instead of giving him a triple bacon cheeseburger, they gave him a triple bypass cheeseburger, which is all the same stuff, but with a smear of peanut butter in the middle. And he didn't carry an EpiPen point, knowing that my boss was new to the city and having been to said nearest hospital before. I offered to drive Tim to the hospital instead. The next 10 minutes, I basically pretended like I was playing crazy taxi, speeding through red lights and narrowly missing a couple pedestrians. Tim was making weird half-moaning sounds in my backseat, and at one point, I glanced in my rear view to look at him, and I swore he was starting to turn purple. I pulled into the ambulance in trance, and he sort of crawled out of my car, mumbling that I should leave, and he'd be fine. I got a call from Tim the next morning, and he told me that he collapsed as soon as he'd gotten in the door. The doctors told him that if he'd showed up even a couple minutes later, that he probably would died. I'll set the scene. Chilling with a few buds at my friend's house, we'll call him Jack. We had all just gotten out of Jack's hot tub and were now playing beer pong in his garage, all of us hooting and hollering, having a great time, except for Jack. He was just sitting on one of the couches head down. He texted my one friend, Jane. She showed me the text from Jack, and it said, "I'm so sick of it all. I just want to go curl up and end it." Jack had gone inside before I read the text. I waited a bit, no more than a minute or so, thought he was using the facilities. I went inside and searched the house, found him in the basement, just sitting there, drinking his beer. I sat down with him, talked for a bit. He opened up and said that he had cut himself about a half hour ago. He has had a prior self-injury stage much earlier in life, but nonetheless still a history. This concerned me. I texted two friends, Jane and Mallory. They came down and we talked it out. He told us about how he had thought about just pulling the hot tub cover over top of himself while he was the only one in there, just ending it all and going home. We told him we all cared about him and loved him. We did and still do. It was getting around 3 AM at this point, so we had to get Mallory home. She lived a street over. The four of us drove. Mallory hadn't been drinking, and it was raining hard. Sat in her driveway for a good half hour, talking to Jack, praying for him, just trying to help all we could. We then walked Mallory to the door. Jack was much better at this point. He wasn't as depressed, but still wasn't out of that place yet. We stood in front of Mallory's door, singing this song and praying for him. We walked back to Jack's house, informed his parents, and since then he's gotten better, seen a doctor and gotten help. That was the most frightening nights, but I wouldn't change it for anything. Losing sleep, going to bed at 6 AM to save my best friend's life was definitely worth it. Jack had stated there was no reason for the depression that overpowered him. It just overcame him out of the blue. It was Canadian Thanksgiving. He was surrounded by family and friends. Something just clicked. Just be aware that this stuff can happen and be there for your friends. I might have, but I'm not sure, and frankly I don't really want to know how it would have turned out. So I was doing some volunteer work at this hospital to see if I liked it / to pass the time, etc. In walks this short overweight guy in his 50s with all the signs and symptoms of a heart attack, although he was still conscious and alert. He was assigned to nurse A. Nurse A was going through 2 difficult situations at home at that time, but she still trudged on at work, and she was one of my favorite nurses to work with at that hospital. Anyway, nurse A asks me and the CNA to weigh our patient and then put him in bed. He weighed 236 pounds / 107 kilograms. Nurse A comes over and writes this on her hand. The doctor and another nurse come over to deal with the patient. I'm a lowly volunteer without any certifications, so I make myself useful by changing the sheets on some beds in another part of the ER. When I come back to change the sheet in bed #2, I see Nurse B with a 10 milliliters syringe half full of medicine, and I overhear her saying, "So he weighs 107 pounds, so I'm going to give him 5 milliliters of whatever it was." And Nurse A said yup. In my head I briefly entertained the notion that somehow pounds meant kilograms in the ER world. But then I thought that was silly, so as I was concentrating on stuffing a dirty sheet into the bin, I blurted out, "He doesn't weigh 107 pounds. He weighs 107 kilograms." I then looked up to see the doctor, the CNA, the patient, and both nurses staring back at me, as if frozen in place. "Just tell me how much he weighs," said Nurse B. "Oh, he's right," said Nurse A as she checked her hand. "Looks like I'll have to fill up the syringe all the way," said Nurse B. Everyone started to focus on their work and I decided there was nothing more I could do, so I wandered off shortly after that and got something to eat. The patient was fine as far as I know, and so was Nurse A eventually. I haven't been back there myself for years, unfortunately. One part of me though has always been curious as to what might have happened. Would only half a dose of whatever have been enough to have helped the patient? If not, would he have died? And if so, would one of the nurses I really liked have gotten in trouble with the hospital and the patient's family in addition to her other problems? I've always wanted to be able to say that I've saved someone's life, and whenever someone brings up this topic I think of that day, and I've decided that at least for now I don't need the answer to be in the affirmative. Mine isn't quite as dramatic as yours, but I may have stopped my best friend from committing suicide. He has a type of disorder, which I can't remember the name of, which basically amplifies his hormonal cycle. So some days he'll be the happiest, most amazing person to be around, and the next week he'll be depressed and won't leave his house. Anyways, one night I saw a Facebook status of his that seemed uncharacteristically depressing, and it set off alarm bells in my head. I texted him asking if he was alright, and he didn't respond, which was weird, because he usually responds instantly. A while later I got more worried, because no one seemed to know where he was and everyone thought he had been acting off. I called him and left a voicemail saying that I thought he was a great friend and that he should call me back if he wants to talk. An hour later, he still hadn't responded to anyone, so I did the only thing I could think of. I sent a mass message to all of our Facebook friends explaining what was going on and asking all of them to send him an encouraging text message or phone call if they had ever had a good moment with him. An hour later he called me and I picked him up in a field a little ways outside of town. He didn't say much, but I could tell that he had been thinking about suicide. He later told me that he might have done it, but the sudden outpouring of affection from all his friends made him want to go back home. I've saved a few friends' lives actually. Most were under the influence of extreme alcohol intake. One passed out standing up next to a bonfire we had going on. I guess he saw some girls he wanted to go talk to on the other side, and when he took his first step after standing up, he started to fall. As he was falling I caught a glimpse of him, reached out quickly, and grabbed his collar, pulling him away from the fire, and moving him into a chair to sleep it off. Another time a different friend was sitting on the ledge of our 5th-story hotel patio area. He was just chatting, but when he came to come back in he slipped. I was able to grab his leg and pull him back into the room. On both accounts we never really mentioned it again, probably because the guys didn't remember much after drinking so much those nights. The last time was an ex-girlfriend that tried to commit suicide. I came over because she was hysterical over the phone, but nothing too far from her standard dramatizations of her life. When I arrived, I had found out that she had taken half her bottle of painkillers. I grabbed her, forced her to throw up, and then watched her for a few hours to check on her. The painkillers weren't particularly deathly, even in that amount, but she was a small-framed girl and I wanted to make sure. She later got some counseling and is doing much better from what I hear on occasion. I think the fact that I would have to be the one that told her parents that she overdosed on medication they had bought for her scared her straight, since disappointing her parents is what really tugs at her heartstrings. Maybe not save his life, but while whitewater rafting on a camping trip, I was able to prevent a friend from falling in. This was near Sacramento, California, USA, during freshman year of college, and we were in a diversity group that took this week-long trip as a leisure trip with academic projects every other day. Pete was at least a foot taller than me, and a fantastic basketball player, made varsity the following year. None of us had ever gone rafting before, so we had 2 trained volunteers at front and back of the raft point. Pete was in front of me, and we sat in the middle of the raft, which sat about 10 to 12 people I think. We were making our way down a part of the river that dropped at least 5 feet and had large jagged boulders throughout the bend. We were supposed to lean back at some point to make sure our momentum didn't flip us, and Pete took a little too long to lean back and started falling overboard. He went face first for a group of sharp rocks on our right side as he gripped his paddle in shock. By sheer luck I was able to grab the left shoulder part of his life jacket and I threw myself on my back, pulling him up with me. One of the guides later told me Pete's head was about half a foot from those dangerous rocks before I pulled him back into the raft point. I guess that's the closest I've been to saving someone's life. Probably coming in late to this, but summer 2009, I'm working in a large Canadian theme park, selling 3D glasses for a ride. They were optional and only served to make certain patches of paint pop and ergo were a pretty big rip-off. But that's not too important, unless you use that fact to extrapolate how many jerk-offs run this place. And coming off break, young mom runs into my hub store, just as I sign in, frantically saying that she needs help. Now, keep in mind this summer was fantastically hot. Guests and even employees that didn't drink enough water were passing out left and right, and so that kept the medical teams rather busy. So I, knowing that it was going to be a good 20 minutes at least until the medics got there, took advantage of my lifeguard training and offered my assistance point. I was lead to a girl on a bench, practically passing out, barely responsive, in shock, and suffering from severe heat stroke. This is something that I know how to treat very well, and I do everything I can, even offering drinks from my own water bottle, which she took. By the time the medics arrived, she was calm and responsive, and they said that it would have amounted to a hospital visit if I hadn't done what I had done. Point of course, I walk back to my hub store and my supervisor's first words to me were, "You took too long. Here's your money, apron. Get back to work." Point Ann. While I'm proud that I helped that girl, gosh did that put a damper on things. Granted, I did quit soon after that, but isn't it better for your customers too? I don't know, not die. This will get buried, since I'm late to the party, but oh well. This happened a little more than 3 years ago. I was in North Carolina on a kayak trip with some friends. Most of the people with us had never been in a kayak, myself included, though I had been in a raft at a younger age, so this was all pretty new to us. We all wore life vests. One guy was so large they didn't have one big enough for him, but he did bring his own. Unfortunately, it wasn't sufficient, as we would come to find out later. Keeping in mind we're on a level 123 river, everyone's having a good time, getting a good workout in their arms, etc. I'm floating along, and the big guy and I get separated from the group, then he starts getting separated from me. I guess he panicked, because he tried to turn around and fell out. He panicked even more when he hit the water, barely keeping his head above water. I quickly paddled over to him and lifted him by his life jacket, telling him I got him and he's okay. I paddle with my other arm over to the side of the river, leaving him in the shallows with my kayak. The water is a bit cold, but I swim down to his abandoned kayak and water shoes that decided to leave its owner upon emergency evacuation. I then swim back up on the side back to him. Then we move to a part of the river where we can get out to get back in our kayaks. Later he recounted how I saved his life. I just like to think I was in the right place at the right time. 2 stories. When I was 11 years old, I was on a skiing vacation with my family. Being too young to keep up with the adults, I was placed in lessons. I was in the second highest level. There was 4 kids, but for some reason there was a 7-year-old who was half my size in the class. Anyways, one of the old chairlifts at the ski hill scoops under your legs pretty fast as you are loading, and continues at breakneck speed. The kid was too short for the lift, so the chair hit him mid-back, but he managed to grab on the sides to try and pull himself up. Realizing he was going to slide off, I grabbed him under the arms to help pull him up. The lift tech did not stop the lift till we were 25 feet off the ground, at which point I realized I could not pull the kid up, and the third kid next to me did not want to touch either of us, because we were close to falling. So we sat frozen, and did not speak for 5 minutes, while they found a ladder and carefully climbed up in order not to knock my balance off. It worked out in the end, and I got a free fleece jacket as a reward for the resort. Worked at a lifeguard for 4 years in undergrad. Pulled a total of 5 kids out of pools, and managed to get to them, before they inhaled water. 2 of the kids were under the age of 6 and the rules require an adult to be with them. Of course there was no adult in the area of either. When I located the parents, one response was, "Oh, that's just how he swims, and he is 6. Bullshit lady, he said he was 4, and he was the textbook example of a drowning victim. The second set of parents could not believe a 5-year-old managed to outrun her 80-year-old grandma to the deep end. Some people. Well, this is kind of a weird story for me, because I never really thought of it as saving a life. But here it goes. I was at a friend's college dorm on a relatively boring Saturday night when one of our friend invited me to smoke a blunt with him and his roommate. We proceed to make all the necessary preparations and merrily partake of a small amount of marijuana. After finishing our session, I begin to notice that one of the guys is acting rather weird. He is sort of slumped over in his seat, and when I call his name he won't answer. After realizing that he is not just really high, and that things are actually pretty serious, I jump from my seat and proceed to try and bring him back into consciousness, while the roommate calls 911. After about 15 minutes or so of sheer panic as we try to take care of our catatonic freak, he sort of comes back into consciousness. At this point he still seems out of it, and repeating his words and acting completely incoherent. After getting him a glass of water, I realize that something has gone wrong again. I take the glass from his hand and he immediately goes limp. We start to freak out all over again as we watch our friend's eyes begin to roll back into his head. Another 15 minutes pass, and the paramedics arrive. After great effort they manage to hoist his limp body onto the gurney, at which point he begins to projectile vomit while still remaining unconscious. He is whisked off to the hospital with us, and the rest of our friends close behind. Much later in the night we are informed that the friend has an undiagnosed heart condition that can be triggered by many substances such as caffeine and other drugs. The marijuana had caused his heartbeat to fluctuate, and he had actually gone into cardiac arrest. The doctor informed us that he could have actually died if he had not gotten medical attention as quickly as he did. The worst part about the whole thing is that the cops that had arrived with the paramedics along with the building staff had been watching him being put on the gurney and were laughing because he was just too high. I had been smoking for a while before the incident, and I knew for a fact this was not normal and that this sort of thing doesn't happen when you get too high. This pissed me off to no end. TDL, our friend's heart stopped after smoking weed and I had to call 911. Been a lifeguard for 5 years. This summer was my last. I loved every minute of it, but not until I actually did some real lifeguarding. Started at pools, which was somewhat of a joke. Occasionally had to jump in and grab a kid or extend a rescue tube, but nothing major. But then when I started lifeguarding on the beach, the game completely changed. First impressions are often it's a cake job. You chill on the beach all day and get a tan and check out babes. This is true to an extent, but the times you are doing work, you are doing life or death work in some situations, can be incredibly intimidating. You need to be on your toes with a level head at all times. If you fuck up, somebody could die. Let's say I took the job without this in mind. I was just a good swimmer, so could pass the physical requirements. Well, I learned real fucking quick. I've done quite a few in water rescues, CPR a few, dealt with many unconscious people, seizures, a heart attack, boating accidents and various first aid emergencies. Every day was different and sometimes super exciting. The adrenaline accompanied with saving somebody's life is unparalleled, and I loved going home from work on days I did, knowing that I literally prevented a potentially fatal situation. I have huge respect for anybody in the medical and emergency response field. Lifeguarding was an incredibly valuable experience to me. Definitely changed the way I react to a lot of situations. Always take action. Don't stand around and wait. You could be the difference, and it's a great feeling. TLDR was a boss lifeguard who saved lives on the reg. In the 2003 wildfires that plagued San Diego, my house was one of the houses that was in the path of the fire because we lived in the Botanies. Needless to say, the night before, we saw the fire and heard about it on the news, so decided to call 911 to see if it was safe to stay at our house. They informed us that the fire was completely under control and we had nothing to worry about. Relieved, my family and I went to sleep. At 3 in the morning, however, my dad gets a phone call from a neighbor telling him that the fire is literally 150 feet away from our house. We had a family living on a trailer on our property and they didn't have any phone service because they were only in the trailer. So while my parents and brother are gathering some clothes and our pets, 4 dogs, so quite a task, I ran over to their place as fast as my 12-year-old self would take me and banged on their door as loud and hard as I could. Eventually waking them up and warning them about the impending fire. I ran back to my house just as everything was being loaded up. When we left, we saw our friends in the trailer leave right before us, and on the drive out there were flames on both sides of the road as we escaped down the hill to safety. A week later, we were able to return to what was left of our burnt house and their trailer. TLDR, saved a family from burning in 2003 wildfire in San Diego. I was on spring break in college staying at a friend's vacation house on Anna Maria Island. We got bored with the old people and decided to drive up to my close family friend's house in the North Tampa area. We will call him Steve. Steve's parents have been living on their boat sailing around the world for a few years, so adult supervision was absent. They have a baller house on a canal and we decided to get some people together and go camping on some island in the Gulf. Steve ended up gathering the weirdest group of guys I've ever been with to go on this camping trip. One of them brought a deep fryer sheet. Got weird real quick. We were deep frying and eating crabs, taking weird pictures, doing drugs, skinny dipping and finishing an entire keg with only 10 people. Some of the guys were real faked up and wandered around this beach/sandbar island thing. At like 4 AM after one of the craziest party nights of my life, as I'm falling asleep on the beach under the stars in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, I hear someone yelling for help. I first assumed it was one of our people, because fuck if I knew where half of them were, but after a few minutes of hearing this cry for help become more and more distant, I tried to wake someone else up. Ended up convincing the chicken fryer guy to help me wake up the guy with the boat and we 3 went out into the ocean. It was foggy as fuck on the water and there was a full moon with the tide going out. We were blindly trying to find the source of the cries for help without running someone over and hoping we weren't about to happen upon some horror scene, a dead body or some crazy murderer. We find the dude. He was some old fisherman and his boat started sinking suddenly and quickly, and he only had time to call his wife who had called the Coast Guard. They were about 5 miles off on their search grid because the moon was making the tide go out so quickly, taking Mr. Fisherman with it. By the time we got to him, he could barely speak and was shaking like crazy. Took him back to the island and gave him a bunch of our dry clothes and towels. Called the Coast Guard to take over because we were all high and drunk and shit. Chicken Fryer was using a camping lantern thing to try and SOS the Coast Guard boat while we were on the phone with them. Idiot. Coast Guard said we weren't supposed to be on the island camping, but if we hadn't been, the guy would have been a goner. No one believed us in the morning because drugs. I lived off that good karma for years. TLDR, saved a shipwrecked fisherman while faked up on drugs and shit. When I was about 4 or 5, my dad and I were driving to the local airport to go fly our plane. I saw a plume of smoke from a fire and wanted to check it out. My dad was certain it was from a farmer burning off weeds and brush on his property. I had a bad feeling about it and was adamant we go check it out and threw a fit until he relented. Turns out it was an abandoned house on fire. We hurried to the farm next door, called the fire dept, and they managed to pull out a pair of young junkies from the flames. Her friend died, but she was alive. They had apparently shot up and then passed out while smoking, igniting the mattress they were on. There was a really nasty accident really close to my house. I live off of a highway in a rural area, involving a car traveling 80ish rear-ending a couple on a motorcycle at a stop sign. The dumb bitch was drunk driving and didn't know there was a stop sign there. The couple with the motorcycle had saved for 15 years just to buy their own bike, and they had it for only an hour at that point. I kept the man and woman stable and directed the small crowd on what to do to get things going before the paramedics got there. The man and woman had spine injuries, and I was told that if I didn't intervene and keep them still and keep the man awake, the man would have been either dead or a quadriplegic, and the woman would have lost use of her legs. One of my best friends decided he'd had enough of life and disappeared. I quickly found a way to contact his sister and have her call the police and have them ready to act if anything comes up. Right before he was about to end it, he texted me to tell me he wants a record showing that I should get all of his possessions. I kept him talking and eventually got him to give up the area where he was and told his sister to dispatch the cops there while I moved to pick him up. I talked him down, watched him for the night, then his family took him to a treatment facility in the morning. There's a couple more that I have, but I'm done typing for now. One night I was driving home. I got stuck behind some cars going about 15 miles per hour under the speed limit. When I passed them, I realized why everyone was going slow. Up ahead, there was a blue Expedition, swerving all over the road. As I dialed 911 to report a drunk driver, the vehicle crossed the yellow line, swerved into a ditch, and then hit a culvert. It was a pretty deep ditch, so the vehicle nearly turned over. I immediately slammed on the brakes, jumped out of the car, and ran to the vehicle, all the while finishing the 911 call. When I reached the vehicle, I noticed two children in the back seat. They were about 5-year-old twins, unbuckled and not in car seats. Seeing that they were unharmed and mobile, I had an elderly gentleman that had stopped take the kids and wrap them up in my leather trench coat. It was about 30 degrees out, and put them in his vehicle till the ambulance arrived. While he grabbed the kids, I checked the driver. It was a young woman in her mid-30s, drugged out of her mind. She kept trying to put the vehicle in drive and leave the scene, so I had to take the keys. She was so faked up, and the only thing she was worried about was the cops finding all the pills and pot in her vehicle. She kept trying to get out of the vehicle, so I had to keep pushing her back in her seat. I didn't want to move her too much, as the airbag had deployed. Eventually the cops arrived, and we made the report, drugs and all. I later found out that she was arrested, and her kids were put in custody of the grandparents. To this day, I still think about those kids and what might have happened if they had stayed with the mom. Edit, spelling and grammar. Please excuse, I'm on my phone doing this. I saved an old drunk man from his burning house one winter night in rural Wisconsin back in the 1980s. Out drinking with some friends, which I shouldn't have been doing since I was on probation at the time. Got caught drinking and driving the prior summer. I was riding shotgun as we meandered aimlessly down snow-covered dirt roads drinking beers and trying to avoid the cops when I noticed flames coming out of the chimney of an old farmhouse. I told the guy driving to slow down for a minute, though we were probably only going about 15 miles an hour anyway. We rolled to a stop and I pointed at the house and said, "I think that house is on fire. I just saw flames coming out of the chimney." "It's a chimney. There's supposed to be flames coming out of it, you asshole," was the reply from someone in the car, and it seemed to be the general consensus. Again, we were pretty hammered. But I got out anyway, and waded across the yard through the snow, and knocked on the door. Nobody answered. I could smell the smoke really strong then, and stepped back into the yard, and saw the roof starting to go up in huge flames. I ran back up on the porch, and was about to kick the door in, when I decided to try the door knob. It wasn't locked. Rural Wisconsin. Inside I yelled, "Hey, your house is on fire." But nobody answered. It was so damn dark, but I found a light switch, and flipped it on, and then ran up a flight of stairs where I assumed the bedrooms would be. The smoke immediately started filling my eyes and lungs. I'd never want to be a firefighter, man. That's some scary shit. By pure luck, the first bedroom I went into I found someone laying asleep in bed. Turns out it was an old man who was drunk and passed out, though at the time I thought he'd been overtaken by the smoke. I had to just about carry his ass down the stairs and out the front door. He was mumbling incoherently. I dragged him across the front yard and deposited him into the hands of my equally drunk friends, and they dragged him farther away in the snow, and then I turned back to go see if there was anyone else inside, but by then it was too late. The house was literally engulfed in flames. I never could have imagined that fire could spread that fast point, and then we didn't know what to do. We didn't want to leave the old man by himself, passed out in the snow, in case the fire and police wouldn't see him when they arrived. That would be ironic. Save a guy from burning to death, and then leave him laying in the snow to freeze to death. We didn't know if there was anyone else in the house, but there was nothing else we could do. Nobody could go in there. We found out later that he lived alone. So my friend stuck around waiting for the cops and firefighters, and I left on foot, ducking into the woods and ditches whenever a cop car or fire truck came past. We felt it was worth the risk, that the cops wouldn't hassle them about driving around the back roads drinking a few beers when they saved an old man's life. But I had that damn probation, and I wasn't taking any risks. 5-mile walk home on a cold damn Wisconsin winter night. Luckily I'd grabbed 4 beers out of my buddy's car before I trekked off. A few years back my friends and I went cliff diving. A girl from Boston came along, and she grew up in a landlocked city and didn't spend much time around pools, so she wasn't the best swimmer. She jumped in, and I jumped next. I have asthma, so instead of climbing back up the rock face I began swimming for a cove to walk back up to the jumping point. I was really out of breath, but I was quite close to the inlet. Suddenly I hear the girl behind me splashing wildly. I turned around, and she called out my name and said help. Right before she went under. I knew had to do something, but I was scared because I was already so out of breath thanks to my asthma. I turned around and swam back to where she was, which was about half the distance from the jump to the inlet. As soon as I reached her, she started really freaking out, thrashing, climbing on top of me, and pushing me under. The water was about 15 feet deep, so there was no hope of touching anything solid below. I swam to the best of my ability with her clamoring all over me. Meanwhile no one else had any idea what was happening as they were all focusing on climbing up the rock face. I got fairly close to the inlet, and by this time my lungs were burning as I kept going under the water. I remember having a very clear acceptance that I could die trying to save this girl. Just as things started to kind of go dark and felt like I was going to drown or pass out from lack of oxygen, my big toe hit a huge boulder that was under the water. The entire beach is rocks, and this one saved my life and hers. I was able to literally balance on my big toe just long enough to get a breath and make the last desperate heave towards the shallows. It worked, and both myself and the girl were fine, though she was so scared and felt so bad that she cried for a good couple of hours. I'm just gonna paste what I said in a thread last week. I apologize for the length. I do not handle stress well. I cry at the drop of a hat, and I have terrible panic attacks. Having said that, I'm very surprised by how well I react in similar situations to yours. I've witnessed several accidents. It's like this magical rush of adrenaline surges through me, but makes me super calm and rational. When I was 16, my boyfriend at the time was rear-ended at pretty high speed while we were stopped at a light. After I made sure my ex and my best friend were okay and secure, I got out to help the people that hit us. The woman was absolutely frantic. Her 2-week-old baby had started screaming before the light, and when she turned to check on him, she didn't see that we had stopped to avoid a guy turning against the light. The baby's car seat had broken, throwing him onto the floor on impact. She was terrified and had already picked him up. I could see that the baby's little head had begun to swell. That's when I knew shit had gone south. She handed him to me, afraid she might drop him. I laid him down on the hood of our car and held his airway open until the medics arrived. The fire station was literally up the road, maybe 6 blocks, so I know it didn't take much time. It seemed like forever. The medics life flighted the baby and put my ex and friend in collars. They asked if I was okay. From what I could tell, I was absolutely fine. When the policeman got my statement, he told me that I could have very well saved that child's life. I broke down and nearly fainted. Turns out, I broke 3 ribs and fractured my pelvis. I couldn't even feel it until then. Fast forward 5 years, I'm asked to testify in the lawsuit against the car seat that broke. The baby suffered a hemorrhage and was leaking cerebrospinal fluid. He has permanent brain damage because of a faulty joint in a damn plastic baby seat. I got one postcard without a return address about 6 months after that from the mother. She said that I was the only reason her child was alive. If it hadn't been for me calming her down, she could have easily done more harm to him, shaking him to keep him awake, or holding him too tightly. She also said that I was the only one that could testify as to where the baby was, and that part of the car seat was still strapped to him. It's not much, but when I think about that day, it kind of makes me feel like we are all capable of putting everything aside and helping other people. I don't really know why more people don't just try. TLDR, keep calm and help, motherfuckers. I've only had one situation, and I didn't find out about what I really did until a few years later. A good friend of mine was going through some issues, mainly was thinking too much, didn't have any control over his thoughts, and overthought every single detail in his entire life. I would often spend late nights talking to him about his writings of what he thought was natural philosophy, which in all reality was him babbling on about everything. And I truly mean everything. So one night, while I'm chatting him, he asks if I think he needs help. And I asked him if he had any negative thoughts about killing himself, and he said no. So instinctively I just said, you should probably go get some help. I didn't really think much of it, because we had talked about death plenty of times before. Later he checked himself into a mental hospital, and we stayed best friends since. Like, he was cool and everything, but he was always talking to me after that, never letting too much time pass, but not in a creepy way or anything. 2 years or so later he told me, while in the car, that when he asked if he needed help, he had already been considering taking his own life for a month and a half. And if I would have said that he was fine or something to that nature, he was going to do it that night. Never thought I would ever affect someone's life so strongly. I lived in a house with about 4 roommates. People came and went. I was around 20. A girl who one of my roommates had met at a bar and hooked up with weeks prior had come over with a couple of her friends, one being a very naive and already drunk 18-year-old who really shouldn't have been drinking. We were all hanging out and drinking around the fire on the deck. The little one got completely sloppy drunk and was put to bed on a cot in a friend's bedroom. We were always pretty adamant about taking care of people who were drunk and not letting people fuck with them. Her 2 friends kept insisting that none of us take advantage of the drunk passed out one, even though nobody had ever implied it was a possibility. Fast forward a couple hours in the night, and I'm walking inside to take a piss. While peeing I hear this horrible noise that I can't really describe. It sounded like vomiting, but without the heaving, and a little bit of gargling. So I went into the bedroom to investigate the noise, and drunk girl was passed out laying on her back. She had shit herself and pissed herself, but what's more is that she'd thrown up, but was still laying face up coughing on the vomit and choking, struggling to breathe through her mouth and nose full of puke. I immediately turned her on her side, spilling vomit all over the room. I ran out to tell her friends what was going on, thinking that they would be worried about their friend, but I was met with a resounding meh. She does this all the time, just leave her. I was absolutely appalled. Another roommate and myself kept going inside every 5 minutes or so to check on her, occasionally having to tilt her back on her side to keep her from drowning in her own vomit. I kept insisting her friends go inside to check on her and call her an ambulance, but they refused to even take a faking look. Eventually I was shouting at them to take care of their faking friend and calling them shitty cunts, but not a faking feel was had between the both of them. Eventually I got fed up with the girl, who could easily die in my house, who was laying in her own piss and shit, and told her friends if they didn't go check on her I would be calling 911 and they could explain why they weren't caring for her. After much rolling of eyes at my melodrama, they finally came inside, saw the state she was in, then started shouting at me saying they were going to call the police and tell them I'd done this to her. I immediately called 911 to report a possible alcohol poisoning. EMTs came, checked her vitals, said she was okay, and were about to leave. I stopped one of them on the way out asking if it was safe if she were to be left with people who were not caring for her. He shrugged, didn't care too much, and left. We tried to get them to clean her up in the shower so she didn't have to walk home with cold piss and sheet caking her pants, but they refused, insisting on leaving right away. Was a faked up night. I returned from a doctor exam post shoulder reconstruction by a week. drain taken out of wound, to find my mother wringing her hands looking quite anxious. She informed me that 2 people were swimming in the river we lived adjacent to had gone down and not come up. 911 had been called, but response would be at least 20 minutes. We were in a very rural community with only a volunteer fire company, and as dedicated as those guys are, it still takes time to get them together. And judging the situation, I took off the sling I was wearing, and I began swimming for them back and forth across the current, searching the bottom. After 15 minutes a couple other folks were also swimming in different locations, and the fire chief, whom I knew very well, showed up with a canoe and located the first one. Around 20 feet down he was slowly rolling down into an even deeper hole. The deepest I have ever freedived was grabbing that guy by the wrist at the limit of my endurance. Got him to the surface, held on to him and the canoe while Chief paddled us to shore, where we were met by M's ugliest sound I had ever heard was them trying to suction his lungs out. Shortly after, the guy's girlfriend was found, and I did the same thing, dove for her, and dragged her to the surface. He did not survive, she did, but with permanent brain damage. Still a save. Turns out he was a complete douche, had taken her out to the middle of the river clinging to an inflatable toy on the pretense of teaching her how to swim. Even though he couldn't swim a stroke, she slipped off one side, he slipped off the other, and there you go. I ended up with an infection in the wood that some antibiotics cleared up. I suppose her surviving is still a positive thing, isn't it? Let me say that this wasn't so much me saving someone's life as so much people saving my life. 4 years ago I was at a cross-country camp and things had been mostly well that week. I had twisted my ankle towards the end, but no big deal. I managed to get that feeling better by the last day there. Anyways, on the last day they gave us a lunch just before everyone left, and it was stir fry with all that good stuff. Chicken, vegetables, egg, the works. While my team and I were eating, one of the bites I took went wrong. I swallowed, but found after I swallowed that basically the majority of it was lodged in my throat, refusing to go down or come up. I started to try and hack it out or swallow it, but nothing worked. I can't remember if I was able to still breath, but after a few tries I began to panic. I started making sounds to get everyone's attention, and the 2 guys on either side of me flipped out, shouting "Oh snap" on a 2, and quickly went to work hitting me in the back as hard as they could. After a short bit of them going back and forth hitting me, I finally coughed the food out onto my plate, and much to my surprise it was a whole piece of broccoli, perhaps an inch or so in diameter. I was relieved to be okay, but I was bewildered, because I swear that piece had been cut apart, not to mention that I knew I had chewed my food. All the same, I remain grateful to those 2 guys, because I don't know what would have happened had they not jumped in and tried to help when they did. I've saved someone's life 3 separate occasions. Different people each time. The first one was when I was in high school. A friend and I were at the bus stop, and he was looking down the street, back facing traffic, standing in the gutter. The bus came without him seeing it. I grabbed him and threw him on the sidewalk. Seconds later the bus was over where he was standing moments before. Second time 2 of my friends were drunk and fighting on a train bridge. One got knocked out. When he came to, he got up and started stumbling toward the edge of the bridge, nearly falling off. I grabbed him and threw him into a low wall. Third time my friend was being a drunk dumbass and grabbed the girls as at a punk show in East Lawn. Needless to say it was not appreciated. He got beaten by a sheet load of people. When I figured out it was him getting beaten, I was on the other side of the show totally unaware of his dumbass. I ran and got everyone off of him. I dragged him out of the show. He's still getting beaten at this point. Someone broke a bottle over his head. But on the flip side, I was saved by 2 guys. I was walking down the train tracks on my way home, had my headphones in. I saw 2 guys waving their arms at me. I took my headphones out, and they called attention to the Metrolink barreling at me seconds after I run off the tracks. It was over where I was seconds before. I was a volunteer camp counselor a couple of years ago, and I basically had to take care of about 12-year-old boys. First night at the camp, they brought everyone in, about 200 kids, into the lodge area to buy concession and relax before bed. One of my campers who had already made his purchase was standing next to me, and I'm just doing my thing, watching the lodge like a hawk, trying to keep track of my kids and where they were. He's standing next to me munching on some Skittles, when all of a sudden he starts frantically hitting me in the arm. My first thought was, what on earth does he want? But once he started motioning to his throat and opening his mouth gasping for air, it hit me. He's choking. I thought, fuck. I've gotta get him to the nurse. I took about 3 steps with him before I realized I'd never get to the nurse's cabin or find her in time, so I just grabbed him and said, hold still. I then proceeded to hemorrhage the fuck out of him, putting to practice what little training I had, and whatever I had seen in movies. His face is purple, and he's still choking. But after 3 hard pumps, about 3 Skittles flew out of his mouth. Kids are just staring at me like, what in the fuck? But a couple hours later, when we go to the cabin and we're all about to go to bed, I'm just laying there eating, and he says, hey Tram. I looked up from my book and said, what's up man? He replies with, thanks for saving my life. It was one of the most heartwarming feelings, and frankly I hadn't thought about what I had done. I just did it, and all I could do was chuckle and say, no problem man. A few years ago, I was close to a neighbor of mine. I invited her out to see a show on a random weeknight. The night that we went out, she was very upset about a phone call she'd had with her mother. I tried to be comforting while we were out, and we went home early. About an hour after we got home, I got a text from her saying thank you and that she loved me. I was very concerned, so went and banged on her door. She let me in, and the apartment was pitch black except for the TV. I came in and said I loved her and was worried, so could I stay a bit? She said yes, and I settled into her bed in front of the TV. She laid down on the bed as well, but facing away from me, curled up. The only light in the room was from the TV. About 20 minutes in, I realized the smell of copper and that the sheets were damp. I was laying in bloody sheets and could feel and smell them. I asked her what was going on. She refused to show me. I fought her, and she had slid her wrist vertically, the way you do it when you mean it. She had slit the wrist vertically so bad that she couldn't do the other. I lost my sheet and banged on a neighbor's door who drove us to the When we got there, I lied all night and said that she wasn't trying to kill herself. We had gotten into a fight and she punched a window. While I waited for the psych ward to clear her, I went and cleaned the blood out of her apartment. TLDR, my neighbor tried to kill herself, and I covered for her. While on vacation in California this summer, we went to Yosemite in between baseball games. My dad and I were walking through a particularly rocky section of trail when I had the same thought I have at least once a week. I know it's a terrible thing to think, but I've always wanted to be able to be a hero. Maybe it's just the thrill of being in the spotlight, but I also want to die with a notion that I left a mark on someone's life. Not in so many words, but you know what I'm getting at. About 10 minutes later, we rounded a bend and heard a significant amount of noise from further up the trail. Without a second thought, I ran the rest of the way up the hill and saw that a man had fallen down into a rocky creek bed and wasn't moving. I made my dad take my cannon and climbed down the 30 or so feet of gravel and boulders. 2 or 3 people were already there, and he was conscious, but I remembered all those years of youth group first aid and told them to not move him as he could have hurt his neck. Lots of blood. Long story short, one of the passers happened to be a nurse and climbed down too. She took over from that point on and made sure he had no serious injuries, then had us help him out of the creek. I got blood all over me while helping him up the cliff, but it didn't even occur to me. He thanked me, and I left after making sure my dad had gotten a hold of 911. I know I didn't save his life, not by a long shot, but I'm happy with myself. I'm proud because I feel good for having helped him, not because I got any attention for having done so. As far as I know, whoever reads this will be the first person to hear about it, aside from anyone my dad told. I was camping at a lake with a group of college friends. It was below freezing out, So we weren't swimming, we were instead sitting around a campfire drinking and telling stories and singing songs. 3 a.m. a park ranger pulls up to our campsite. Because we were being kind of loud, he asks us to tone it down and sees we are drinking. He says drinking in a state park is illegal, but he is cool and instead of citing us just makes us pour the rest of it out. We didn't have much left. Now before the park ranger showed up, one of my friends was incredibly drunk. He drank half a bottle of Jack by himself plus several beers and some wine. When he saw the park ranger coming, he jumps up and yells, "Oh god, they are after me." And he runs off. After the park ranger left, we go looking for him and see a guy running along the shoreline of the lake. He thought we were cops. We decide he is still paranoid, so we go back to camp thinking he will be more likely to come back if he isn't trying to hide from us. An hour later he comes stumbling back into camp and is soaking wet. He had been hiding in the lake for an hour and it is still below freezing. I notice he is shivering violently and has blue lips. My Boy Scout background kicks in. He has stage 2 hypothermia. I could tell no one else knew what was going on, so I start barking out orders. You go into his tent and get his spare clothes. You go get your towel and blanket. You help me carry him. We take him to the public bathrooms, strip him down naked, and put him in a warm shower. He is still dazed and confused, so I keep talking to him and explain what is going on. After he starts to warm up, we get him dressed and get him in his tent. TLD, our drunk friend tries to hide from the cops by jumping in a frozen lake. I save him from hypothermia. In high school we did rope climbing. The teacher set up ropes hanging from the outside of the gym, which, I don't know how tall a HS gym is, 100, 200 feet. Anyone, you had a belayer, and in some cases an anchor. Everyone had to do both, and was graded on both climbing and belaying. If the belayer was lighter than the climber, you had to have an anchor. So, I was an anchor one day for a particularly light kid. Like, seriously small for HS. Probably 5 feet 4 inches and under 100 point. Unfortunately, the context of this story kind of lets you know something is going to happen. Really, the anchor didn't do anything. You just stayed out of the way. You talked, you bullshitted, you waited for your turn to do something. You don't think something is going to happen. Of course it did. The climber slips and he's loose and he starts to fall. The belayer is jerked and dragged forward. I reacted quickly and locked the rope down. I'm now holding and supporting the climber, and belayer is, well, all I can say, suspended in the air. He's a good foot off the ground. The teacher comes over and points to me. Keep doing that. Good job. And looks and points at some other kid. Get behind Shatona mime and grab the rope just in case. The teacher then starts making sure the climber and belayer are okay. It never occurred to me that I saved any lives till later when the climber was back on the ground and said as much. Thanks for saving my life. I don't know that he for sure would have died, but if not, he could have been seriously injured. I actually think the belayer was more at risk of being dragged and pulley system style killed, since he weighed half as much as the climber. I personally did not save anybody, but a close friend did while I was right next to him. I have been doing skydiving for some time and we finally got together to do a jump together. We did each other's buddy check, which is where you check each other's packs, straps etc. To see all is in place. Afterwards we lined up for the plane and got in. On the way up, which takes maybe 10 minutes, we all sit very cramped in 2 rows facing each other, so close that your knees are between the legs of the person sitting in front of you. I sat next to my friend. About 5 minutes into the flight, my buddy taps the person in front of him on the chest with 2 fingers. It's a young kid, maybe around 20 years of age. He responds by nodding a thanks and fixing his chest strap. I did not think much about it, because on a flight up you are pretty focused on the task ahead of you. We did the jump and had a great time. We land pretty close to each other and meet up, and high fives and hugs are exchanged after a great jump, and we start walking back to the hangar. On the way back, the kid from plane comes running up crying to us and hugs my friend and thanking him for saving his life. What my buddy reminded him to fix was his chest strap, which prevent you from falling out of your parachute when you are in a horizontal position and pull your parachute. That's awesome. Mine wasn't nearly as profound, more short and to the point. A few years ago I worked security for a gated community pool. There was a father there with an infant and a toddler, and he'd just gotten done scolding the toddler for something. The little girl then leaves the pool and walks to the deep end, and with nothing but floaties on, jumps right in. The father immediately goes to the deep end to grab the toddler, however, leaves the infant on the steps that go down into the pool. I looked to the deep end and saw that the man was again scolding his toddler, then looked back to where the infant was. There was a single baby hand reaching from below the water. I ran over, stepped right in, and picked the baby out of the water. She coughed up some water and was fine, and I stayed with her until the father came back from the deep end. All he said to me was, "Oh, hi, sorry," then took the baby and sat on the edge of the pool with both of them. Pretty low praise for what one of the other pool goers called a Hasselhoff moment. Consequently, I received a non-written demerit for saving that baby. We were pool security after all, not lifeguards, as my captain told me as he tried to explain why I was being reprimanded. Hated that job. TLDR, plucked infant out of the water at a pool while father had his hands full. I spent Christmas 2007 in Interlaken, Switzerland. My friend and I go to check out one of the lakes, hence the name, right before dusk. Nobody's on this path, save for an old guy who's carrying a bunch of bundles of tree trimmings, shuffling the opposite direction. Part of the path is lined with this mesh plastic fence, like you'd see at a construction site. It got too dark for us to ever get to the lake, so we turned back after about 15 minutes. As we do, we see the old guy lying face down in the frost, tree trimmings strewn everywhere. I was sure he was dead. The old guy was alive, but could barely talk. My friend and I try to lift him up. We both probably weigh about 170, and this guy's like 250, but we couldn't get him lifted up right. He was just dead weight, and seemed like he was maybe 75 or 80 years old. Speaks no English, and my 8th grade German amounts to counting to 10, and saying I have a pencil. We make a decision. My friend runs off to get help. It's dark by now, and I stay with the old guy. It's like 15 degrees out, and I'm not sure if he had a heart attack or what. Later, my friend tells me he went up to a house, banging on the door, and a little girl answered. She didn't speak English, and he asked for her parents. No dice. Next house, nothing. Then he sees a hospital down the road, so he goes there, and they were gonna send an ambulance out. Meanwhile, old guy regains some strength, and with my help, he stands up. He points across this bridge and says, mean horse," which I understood. It seems like he must have just tripped over the fence in the darkness. He gathers himself, then walks across the bridge and disappears. I stay where he was, since my friend is coming back. He returns, and old guy's gone. We go back to the hospital to tell them the guy was okay. I'm positive this old Swiss man would have frozen to death in the snow. No one was in earshot, and he couldn't stand up alone. I hope he had a good Christmas with his family. I'm late to this thread, so it will probably get buried, but here goes nothing. It was my senior year of high school. I live in a small town in the middle of nowhere, Iowa. My town has about 1,100 people. Of that, being a sap and just not having many friends, I spent many a night playing World of Warcraft. I became to know this player, we'll call him Kama, particularly well, and we honestly became great friends. Slowly we began to tell the story of our lives. I was just some random Marwan who had nothing to do, and he was a Canadian, just about to start his 3rd year of university. I found out he had problems, of which didn't sound too serious. I just shrugged it off as no big deal. However, after a year of meeting him, I got a random PM from him along the lines of this: Kama, if you don't see me on again, you know rhyme. What do you mean, Kama? I'm going to kill myself. I've had it. Whoa dude, wait, get on Skype, let's talk. Kama has gone offline. I had his phone number, so I called it. No answer. I called it again, and again, and again. Finally he answered, and said, dude, stop calling me. Then just hung up the phone, and proceeded to turn his phone off. This freaked me out, so I asked my parents what to do, and we decided to call 911. However, we ran into a problem. When asked for the name and his location, all I had was Kama, and he was from Canada. I sprinted back to my computer and dug through my desk to find a piece of paper I had that I wrote down my friend's account information, because we regularly swapped accounts. I found it, got into his World of Warcraft account info. There I found out that his name was, we'll say Bill, and that he was from Ontario. I had his address and everything. We gave the information, and a cop came to our house that night and just wanted to see if we had any more information, which I didn't, since Bill had turned his phone off and didn't respond. The officer told me that we wouldn't know what happened unless contacted by his family or himself, since they aren't allowed to disclose that information. Fast forward 2 weeks, I had been worried sick. Figured my best online friend had committed suicide simply because I had taken too long to debate on telling my parents. I stopped going to school, went into a depression, and wouldn't leave my room. The thought of playing WoW made me want to throw up. I would only log on to see if he had been on. 3 weeks after the event, I received a phone call from him, and I was so relieved. I can't even describe the weight that was lifted off of me. It turned out that he was minutes from doing whatever he planned to do, and the Canadian police knocked on his door. They said that some teenager from Iowa said a man named Bill told him that he was going to commit suicide over a video game, and we had to check it out. He told them everything, and he went to a mental ward for 3 weeks. TLDR. Saved my best online friend from committing suicide because he told me through World of Warcraft. In 1997 near Hamilton, Ontario, while on a hike, my scout troop at the time was hiking alongside a 40-foot escarpment near a place called Mount Nemo. While on our way back to the campsite, we passed between a tree and the escarpment. The fifth member of the lineup of hikers was not as lucky as the first four. Due to the vibrations in my feet and my 3 other companions who passed through first, a 3,000-pound piece of rock which had been eroding for a long time, and I'd assume as this particular area is part of the Canadian Shield, came loose and fell on our fellow scout, an 11-year-old kid no more than 5 foot tall at the time. The only thing at that moment that saved his life was the tree we had passed between, as it lodged the rock from falling farther down the hill and crushing his whole body. While he was safe for the moment, after collecting ourselves and realizing what was happening, the rest of the troop quickly found that he was suffocating and slowly being crushed by the boulder. A team of scouts, including myself, spring to action and, after trying in futility to move the rock, a friend at the time and best friend today looked around to find a 30 feet fallen spar. Grabbing this and getting some strange looks from our fellow scouts, we lodged it underneath the rock and start to pry back towards the rock face. Meanwhile, our scout leader had been on his cell phone at the time getting a hold of the emergency service, gradually getting more worried as he saw the victim slowly start to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness. Seeing us move the rock only slightly, as there was a few younger guys trying to move this boulder, he drops his phone. To this day I will never forget his words, "Hold on, we are getting this boy out." He joins the rest of us, and collectively we heave together to lift the rock just enough to pull him free. Yada yada yada. We meet the Governor General, grab a sweet medal, get local awards and news stories and the whole 9 yards. Most important lesson learned from everything was to keep a cool head when facing a crisis. I don't talk to the victim anymore, but every year on the 7th of December I remember for a moment that day and how much differently it could have gone if the actors hadn't remained calm in a crisis. I'm not sure if they would have died, but they very could have come extremely close to it. Both times were at heavy metal shows. I'll tell the stories below. Point 1 of the shows were called Rock the Block in Las Vegas. Basically our entire city block is turned into a huge concert, or a giant mosh pit I should say. A mosh pit of this size is almost never seen. I was very close to the stage with the giant mosh pit behind us. It took up the whole block. I was with my friend's girlfriend. She kept asking me to let her go mosh. I really didn't want to, but I did after a while of begging. We both went in and did our thing, but from the corner of my eye I see her drop. I wasn't sure if it was from a punch or not. I had to start punching my way through a large part of the pit to get to her. No one picked her up, so she got roughed up because of people stepping on her. I picked her up, and I had to do one of the hardest things I've ever done. I had to front kick my way through the biggest mosh pit ever while holding this knocked out girl. Screaming and kicking my way after a while and almost passing out myself, we got out of the giant show. I found out she just passed out from lack of water. She was fine, but I'm very glad I was by her, otherwise it could have been very bad. This is a photo of the crowd. It's not a very good one, though. The other story was yet again at a heavy metal show. This one is pretty short. I was in the pit doing my thing and I saw a guy get knocked out by some big jerk. The guy left him on the floor and no one ran over. So yet again I ran over and I picked him up. I've never met this guy before, but he was out cold. I took him outside, got him some water, and left him with all the staff members who ran over to help him. I walked away before he woke up. I'm not sure why, but I preferred it. He didn't know who helped him. Kinda weird, I know, but that's just me. Well, this is a half-ass saved somebody's life story, but the mandatory counselor I had to attend afterwards made it seem like a pretty big deal. I was 8 years old in the car with my father and stepmother. Well, we had just dropped off my best friend at the time and were making the final stretch home from American Adventures theme park. I did what I had always gotten into the habit of doing, which was yell at my dad/stepmom every time we started driving that they needed to buckle their seatbelts. They never would, unless I specifically told them to, and that day was no different, except for the passed out man going 70 or 80 miles per hour straight at us. We were going 45 down a 2-lane road with a barrier and woods to both sides. About 100 yards up we see a truck swerving and accelerating. He lost control and crossed the median before my father could swerve to avoid him head-on collision. Both trucks were totaled. Oddly enough, he was driving a truck which was the same year, model, and color as the one we were in, with the exception that ours had the extended cab for passengers. Well, the man who hit us had overdosed on sleeping pills and thought it a great idea to take to the road shortly after. He had a wife and a family, and no seatbelt attached. His head was busted open on the dashboard, where he died on impact. My father had multiple broken ribs, and I remember him bleeding from his eyes for whatever reason. My stepmother braced for impact. Bad idea, I wouldn't recommend it, and broke both of her wrists and legs along with a few teeth. No idea how. This was before airbags, mind you. As for me, I had most of the skin on the left side of my face scraped off, but wasn't seriously injured. I remember crying and wanting my mommy after seeing myself in the rearview mirror, while my father struggled for consciousness and tried to console me. Not a very proud moment, and is really most of what I remember about the incident. Everybody made a full recovery and I didn't end up with any crazy scars. I was told that there was no way any of us would have survived if we hadn't been wearing seatbelts. So seriously, people, put on your fucking seatbelts. I can't believe that anybody needs to be told this anymore. During the summer of 2008, I, along with some people from my church, stopped by a local beach after serving on a mission trip for a week. As we were getting ready to go out onto the beach, I was a little delayed because I wanted to put on sunscreen, safety first. When I was done, I went out from the hotel and the first thing I saw was one of the girls in our group far out into the water. Thinking it strange, I began swimming out toward her. While swimming, I noticed that I was moving pretty quickly, much more quickly than I should have. At this point I realized that both she and I were stuck in a rip current. Unfortunately, neither she nor I knew how to deal with rip currents. In fact, by the time I reached her, she was hysterical with fear. I later found out that her legs had actually locked up from fear. I did my best to try and push/pull her to shore, but I was not able to. Seeing as she was floundering, the best I could do was to keep her head above the waves. I was just barely able to bounce off the seafloor, keeping her head and mine above the waves. I have never been more happy that I was taller than at this point. 6 foot Asian. After 20 minutes or so, although this was one of those situations where it felt like a lifetime, the lifeguards were able to make it out to us and bring us both in. The girl was unable to move for about 30 minutes, but afterwards she thanked me for rescuing her. The icing on the cake in this situation was that a rainbow appeared right at that spot later that afternoon. I don't know if you believe in miracles, but I definitely witnessed one that day. TLDR, saved girl from drowning. Rainbow appeared marking that exact spot. I once saved a girl. Grade 2, we went to school near a hot spring, and one time had a field trip there. Anyway, she couldn't swim without a life jacket, and ended up swimming in the deeper part of the pool without one. Long story short, I was next to her, and she started to sink. Now believe me, drowning doesn't look like what you would imagine it to look like. There is no splashing or screaming, just arms upward, mouth open, and terror-stricken eyes staring up at you. Anyway, so there she is bubbling her way to the bottom, staring up at me with these dark, panic-filled eyes. I ended up swimming below her and pushing her to the surface, then over to a ladder. I then attempted what was probably the sloppiest CPR ever seen. Some water came out of her lungs before an actual lifeguard knowledgeable adult came over and helped point. Lucky for her and me, I was always a good swimmer. My mom threw me in the water as soon as I could walk. But here is the twist. Moments before we had been sitting in the sauna, we were in 2nd grade and pretty much just exploring the place, and she was asking me how I learned to swim so well. In trying to explain it to her in the best of my 7-year-old abilities, I made sure to note that, if you want to swim, then you can't wear a life jacket. Else you will just use it float instead of doing it yourself. It took me a little bit of persuading. I didn't understand why she wouldn't take it off, because being 6 or 7 I had always assumed that everyone could swim, but she was just being lazy by wearing a life jacket. Anyway, off we go, and she tears her life jacket off and jumps in. Now that I think back on it, she was doing pretty good for someone that had never swam under their own power before. She was going strong for about 40 or so seconds as we made our way to the deep end point, but then she started panting, getting more and more tired, and she just took one last gasping breath and started to sink. I figured that she was just playing around with being able to dive underwater for the first time without the jacket. But then she looked up at me. I'll never forget that look. Without it I would have just swam off, but the shock and terror in her eyes made me rethink point anyways. Just wanted to say always watch your children in the water. You never know what they'll get up to. Point TLDR. Saved a little girl from drowning when I was 6. I'm a bit late to the party, but I need to get this off my chest, so here goes. 2 months ago, a family friend was staying with us for a couple days. He's been a diabetic his entire life and has gone into shock at our house once before, but we were able to feed him some granola bars and get him normal that time point. When I woke up in the morning to get ready for school, around 5:30, I'm 15 and in high school so no late starts for me. I went downstairs and heard my mother in the basement working on something. Walking past the living room where our family friend, Paul, was sleeping, I heard a sort of deep groan. A shiver went up my spine, and I instantly froze, because I remembered that sound from when he previously had an attack. It was a low, almost pained grunt and I will never forget it. I wrote it off as paranoia, not wanting to barge in on him sleeping, and went to the kitchen. When I heard the noise again, I knew something was wrong, so I turned on the living room lamp and saw him staring at the ceiling with glassy eyes, sweaty and still. Knowing that he was alone for the night and could have been like this for hours, I called for my mother and told her that he was in diabetic shock. Paul told me the last time this happened to just feed him sugary foods, so that's what we did, along with giving him a cup of juice. He became irate during the feeding and nodded off a couple times. My stomach dropped when he didn't snap out of it like he did last time. I decided to 911 and calmly told them what was going on. It was the oddest feeling. I was so detached and cool that I was worried they would think I did this to him somehow and asked them to send an ambulance. My mother went outside to wait for the ambulance and told me to keep an eye on Paul. Waiting for the ambulance took an eternity. I could hear the sirens, but they didn't seem to come any closer. Paul stopped breathing twice. His breath just slowly dwindled until I couldn't feel it anymore and his pulse started to go funny. Shaking his shoulder and telling him in a completely calm voice, while panicking a bit inside, that he couldn't leave me was the absolute scariest moment of my life. Looking back on it, I was so scared that he would die in my arms after knowing me for only 15 years of my life. The paramedics finally came in and started working on him, but listening to his pained screams as he thrashed while they administered some sort of liquid and held him down was kind of scarring. Point I felt completely fine and decided to go to school. It was like it didn't even happen. I made it through about 22 minutes of class before it finally hit me and I broke down in the back of my app chemical class. The school counselor told me that my actions very likely saved Paul's life and I was simply having a delayed reaction to the event, which was good because it let me keep a level head during it. I still don't know what to think about the whole thing, so I just kind of avoid doing so, but I had the need to try and put my feelings into words. Paul is okay, life goes on, and I feel a bit more confident knowing that I can go into a situation like that with a rather calm countenance. Pointy LDR, an old family friend nearly dying in my arms got me out of app chemical. On my first ever trip to Florida, I went out on the beach to walk in the seawater for the first time alone. Now, back where I live, in Kentucky, not a hick, I'm a strong swimmer for my high school swim team and I also lifeguard at the YMCA in my local country club. Well, I went out and was walking and saw a mass sort of between the surface and underneath it, and it was making a noise. I thought it was a shark, stupid me, and pulled my phone out to take a picture. When the flash went off I saw that it was a man. He was pissed drunk and had apparently just left Pineapple Willie's because he was wearing a shirt from there. My hotel place was right next to it and I jumped in and pulled him in enough to where he wasn't partially going under anymore. Well, his friends were gone, his phone was ruined, and he had no clue where he was supposed to be, so he slept on our hotel room couch. He woke up prettiest and he saw we were making breakfast. We asked if he needed anything, and he was welcome to use our phones, and whatever. Well, it turns out that this guy is the son of a major American construction company and he wrote down a number to call him for where he works, and if I ever move to where the main headquarters I guess you could say, then I should call him, and he will give me a great job for a while. It's amazing to this day that it happened. If he had blacked out, he did later shortly on that night, then he would have been dead. I caught a girl who fell from a cliff. She was trying to climb back down the side of a gorge and the rock she was standing on gave out. I still have a small scar on my wrist from where I was stabbed by a rock. After catching her later on I pulled a man out of frigid water. He had jumped in after being dared by his idiot friends, and there's an area that you can climb up a waterfall to get out, but it was running too fast that day. He was trying to climb up, but it was clear his hands were numb from the cold, and he kept slipping back into the water, being pushed by the waterfall the whole time. He was mouthing help, but only a pathetic breathy sound came out. I'm guessing it was a combination of the cold and the roaring of the falls. I'm shocked as his whole friends didn't go to help, but I quickly clambered down into the gorge and grabbed his hand, laying flat so as not to fall in myself. After some effort I managed to clasp my other hand around his forearm and pulled him up out of the rushing water. He offered some breathless and clearly very sincere thanks, but I just gave a quick no problem before climbing out of the gorge and grabbing my stuff, shooting a quick glare at the friends who had basically encouraged their friend to risk his life and then were too chicken shit to help when push came to shove. That whole situation had pissed me off, so in lieu of yelling I grabbed my pack and continued on my walk. The look on their faces told me they had gotten the message. Nobody in my family knows this, but my entire family went on a Disney vacation when I was about 10ish, and when we took our trip down to Florida we made a stop at a hotel for the night which had a sweet indoor pool. I mean this pool had a waterfall that you could go through and just chill out behind it and no one could see you. Well, this waterfall was also really powerful and my 7-year-old cousin was constantly trying to get through it. But her parents wouldn't let her because she couldn't really swim. She was just walking around in the water. Well, she managed to get one of those small boogie boards and paddle through the waterfall. After listening to her parents constantly yell at her the whole time we were swimming, I decided to go over and tell her to go back so she didn't get in trouble. Well, turned out when going through the waterfall it pushed her down under the water and knocked the board out from under her. I got there just in time to save her as from drowning. I wasn't a powerful swimmer, but I managed to grab her by her arm and pull her up on a tiny ledge behind the waterfall. I guess the reason the family doesn't know about it is because none of them saw it, since it was behind the waterfall, and because we were both so freaked out by what just happened we were just glad she was fine. I think I actually might have. When I was about 18 I was at a party at an old friend's new flat, and a few of his friends from a hometown had done the 3-hour drive up for the flat warming. These were guys that I knew, had drunk with a few times and they were my friends, but we were by no means super close. Anyway, party winds down, and there's me and this one other guy left sitting in the lounge watching early morning television. And all of a sudden he turns to me and says, "Can I tell you something? It's a secret and you have to promise me you won't tell. Mutual friend." I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, can't be too serious, go on." He says, "I'm actually here to say my goodbyes to mutual friend. I'm going to kill myself when I get home." I'm sitting there, totally speechless. What the hell is a drunk 18-year-old girl supposed to say to something like that? And to be honest, I don't really remember what I said, but I do remember being in tears a lot and having a huge deep and meaningful with him about why it was a bad idea. And all these other things he had to live for. The whole thing was about his fiancée who had cheated on him and gotten pregnant to this other guy. I don't really know how it ended, but I think it was the reaction of this girl that he'd not long gotten to know totally breaking down over the thought of him killing himself. Anyway, I saw him about 2 years after that back in my hometown and he seemed happy enough and was moving on with his life, and most importantly he was still alive. So it seems whatever I said must have worked. When I was about 7 or so, I saved my little sister's life. One day my dad was outside in the driveway cleaning the car, and my mom was inside. I can't remember what she was doing, but I remember she was busy. I was bored, so I would go between hanging out outside talking to my dad, or playing inside the house. At the time my little sister was about 3. The first time I went outside to talk to my dad, my little sister came along. After going back and forth between the driveway and house, I realized I hadn't seen her in a long time. I asked my dad where she was. He said inside. I didn't think so. So after looking around I asked my mom where she was. She said outside. I tell her that's not what dad said. I remember that day being very hot. I think it was summer. The 3 of us went all around the house and neighborhood trying to find my little sister. After a while, I decided to look in the other car, the one that wasn't getting cleaned. I opened the door and see her curled up on the floor all red-faced. She got in, but couldn't get out because of the child lock point. If I never had asked where she was, my dad probably would have gone inside and she would have been left alone in the hot car. I'm incredibly thankful that my 7-year-old self asked where she was. I couldn't imagine my life without her. My story happened when I went rafting for the first time on the Middle Fork of the American River. Since we were one of the better performing groups that day, our guide had us go down first on one of the rapids where people more likely to fall off. We stopped by the side of the river in a little inlet so that we could help people who fell off their raft on the way down. Needless to say, a rather large lady ended up falling off of her raft and was quickly sucked under. She ended up going under our raft and between the cliff face/rock. I should note that prior to going down that rapid everyone was told that there was one part along the side of the river where the rock was overhanging slightly above water level, making it hard to see that it was actually a clear passage directly beneath the rock. So if you got sucked into that area you were actually supposed to push yourself further under so you could pass under the overhang and emerge unscathed on the other side. This lady, however, didn't seem to remember that. She ended up trying to keep her head above the water between our raft and the rock. My sister's boyfriend and I were at the front of the raft, closest to where the woman was stuck, so we acted fast. I pushed off against the rock, face as hard as I could to create an opening, which wasn't very easy. It being a full raft, the water trying to push us against the rock and me being a 5 feet 5 inches scrawny Asian guy, during which me, my sister's boyfriend, and the raft guide managed to pull this nearly 200-pound woman into our raft. For the rest of the trip she proceeded to talk about how well she did to not drown. Nobody had the heart to tell her that the entire ordeal could have been avoided if she had just listened to / remember what all the guides said about that rapid beforehand. Our guide later told us that he had considered jumping into the water to pull her further under with him so that they could just pass under the rock, but he was glad he didn't have to do that, being in his late 50s, possible early 60s. He was a really awesome person, though. I received praise and whatnot afterwards, but I didn't really feel that much of it, since even when we were pulling the woman out of the water, I probably contributed the least, being of the smallest build out of the 3 who pulled her out. But yeah, that's my oh shit, there I was rafting story. Your story is amazing, and you seem to be an amazing person. Sorry for shitty grammar. It's due to the fact that my grammar is shitty. I debated on mine because I never felt like I did much, but here it is. When I was in my senior year in high school, I was in my 6th period class, Algebra 2nd, debating in my head about dropping Algebra 2nd. I'm lazy and I dislike math. When I asked my teacher if I could go take leak, a not so clever ruse to get out of class. As I was going down the walkway, this classroom was on the 2nd story, I noticed a girl who was attempting to jump over the railing. I say trying, because she was a little on the heavy side. As I stood there dumbfounded as to what was going on, a teacher from down below was screaming, "Get her! Get her!" It dawned on me that this girl was mentally handicapped and was just throwing a fit and decided to jump off the 2nd story. So not knowing how to go about this, I tackled her to the ground and tried to hold her there. Now before you say what? Why would you tackle her? That's cruel. It was all I could do. She had almost jumped off and there was no time to think. If you still think that is bad, then this will make you feel better. She punched in the faking stomach so hard I couldn't breathe. I mean, I was in martial arts and boxing and sparred quite often, but I have never been punched that faking hard. After this resolved and security came, all the teacher said to me was, "You cold bean faster. Get back to class, TLDR." I tackled a handicapped girl and got punched in the stomach and scolded as reward. I was driving westbound with my wife as my passenger at 65 miles per hour in the right lane of a 4-lane highway. There was a wide median separating east and westbound lanes. At an intersection, an unlicensed teenager attempted to cross all 4 lanes without stopping in the median and pulled directly in front of me. Neither the driver nor his passenger brother were wearing seatbelts. He was going particularly slowly in the old junker he had just bought to fix up. I swerved as much as I could, and when I hit him, I was mostly off the road, but sheared off the driver's side of my car and about a foot of the front of his car. Where his car stopped, the passenger door was about lined up in the center of the right lane where I had been driving. If I had not swerved, I would have driven right through the passenger door, where his brother was sitting. By the time we collided, my speed still probably was over 50 miles per hour. In spite of my braking point, I had just instinctively hit my brakes enough to keep control while I swerved to the side of the road. If I had just hit the brakes, I'm sure his passenger would have been killed, and maybe the driver also, and my wife and I would have been seriously injured too in spite of wearing seatbelts and having the airbags go off. I remember thinking, when my car came to a stop in the grass quite a distance down the road from the impact, that at least I'm still alive. It seemed that after the initial impact, my car was driving itself, and I had no control other than to keep pushing the brakes. Other than bruising from where the airbags hit and my wife's sprained wrist, nobody was physically hurt, but the emotional upset lasted for months. I couldn't get it out of my mind that, if I had not swerved successfully enough to avoid a major impact, my car would probably have killed someone. That was 12 years ago, and occasionally I still think about it. I don't think of it as saving someone's life, but more as avoiding killing someone, and looking back I do feel somewhat proud that I instinctively made the right choice in that split second. I've got one story. During beach week of my senior year in high school, I went up to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware with my best friend to meet up with a group of kids from school. The first day we got there, we rolled in about 12 noon and my best friend and I were pretty damn eager to start drinking. So we walked in, and one of the kids who was staying in the house and I knew very little about greeted us and explained he stayed behind to start drinking and settle in while everyone went to the beach. Now, what I had known about this kid was his dad owned a big construction company in our hometown, and he had lived a kind of spoiled rich kid life. He explained to us how he had multiple handles in his bags and wanted to start playing games with us. The kid eventually comes back with 2 1-liter Smirnoff Ice handles, a bottle of Jägermeister, and a bottle of Jack Bean. This is where the trouble started. We arrived at 12 p.m. By 2 p.m. this kid was already 7 Jägermeister shots in. By 4 p.m., when everyone had come back from the beach, he had down at a 6-pack and a half, give or take. By 6 p.m. we had started playing Kings, BP, Flip Cup. By 10 p.m. he had finished half of one of his Smirnoff bottles, and soon after someone dared him to take a sip of some tequila that was just made. What does he do? chugs half a red Solo cup worth of tequila. This is when the drunken, mindless, raging started. He began arguing with his girlfriend. They both eventually found their way to the street about a block away from the house. When people in the house started to go check out what was going on, they both stormed inside and up to their room. This was around midnight. Then everything seemed to calm down for a bit. But an hour later I got a really bad feeling that the super drunk kid we had been drinking with wasn't upstairs with his girlfriend anymore. His best friend and I went upstairs to check, and lo and behold, he was gone, while his girlfriend was sound asleep in the bed. At this point I started freaking the fuck out, because I felt partly responsible for letting him drink so much. So this kid's best friend and I and a few other housemates got some cars together and scoured the neighborhood within like a 5-block radius. After 2 hours of looking we couldn't find him. We went back to the house, and then I suggested everyone go on feet. We split up into teams of 2 and started going through people's yards. About 15 minutes after starting on foot, I found this kid blacked out on his stomach, lying in a puddle of his own puke, in a random person's side yard about 1/4 of a mile from our house. My best friend and I grabbed him by the legs and head and carried him all the way home. I didn't end up sleeping at all that night, and he ended up waking up at around 1 PM that day. After his friends explained to him what had happened, he pushed me aside to a room and looked me square in the eyes, shook my hand, and thanked me for saving his life. He vowed to stop drinking because he was leaving for the Naval Academy after we got back from beach week and wanted to make amends for being given a second chance. Haven't really talked to him since, but I can always feel somewhat good now, knowing that I helped prevent another kid dying from choosing to do something as stupid as binge drink as hard as he did during beach week. I wouldn't say I saved a life, but I did do a good Samaritan act. Left a party one night at college with a buddy. Walking down the road we see a bunch of guys a ways down screaming and being rowdy. Our school had a reputation for rowdiness, so we decide it's best to take another alleyway to the bus, but we notice they seem to be pushing a guy around. I ask my friend if he can tell if they are joking or not. He says he cannot. Then we see a guy full on punt this dude in the face and he pretty much is KO'd in the middle of a typically busy street. There must have been at least 3 seconds that we stood there in silence figuring out our next course of action. My friend insisted we take the alleyway as he didn't want to mess with the perpetrators. To this day I always leave this part of the story out when I tell our friends because I don't want to sell him short on what we did. I, probably because I was drunker, insisted we couldn't just leave the guy unconscious in the street. He relents and we begin walking towards the scene. The attackers begin walking towards us, but they are so hyped up they pay no attention as they passed us. We reach the guy and pull him to the curb and call the cops. Poor kid is clearly concussed. The cops take statements from us. My friend recognized one of the attackers and gives the cops the kid's name. Cops pick up the kids only 3 blocks away. They drive me, because my friend knew the kids, down to identify the attackers, and then drive us home. Apparently what happened is this poor guy was actually just walking home from the library with his headphones on when he was randomly jumped by some drunk thugs. They stole his backpack and left him in the street. When all was said and done I was subpoenaed and had to testify in court. Sheet was a huge hassle. I never regretted helping, but the whole court thing became a real nuisance.